Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the 5th part of What If Vigilante Deku Became Spider-Man? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Wham! Pow! Bam! Those were the sounds of 3 thugs being sent flying over a pool table, a 4th soon following as they smacked the table with their back, billiard ball scattering at the impact. Webbing covered the 4th thug next, sticking him to the table while 3 more webs shot out, trapping the previous trio. You know, if you would just answer my question, this would go a lot easier for you guys, remarked a certain vigilante in a fully clad black suit, complete with 2 white eye lenses and a giant white spider on the chest. It was the one called Spider-Man, and behind him was already 4 other webbed-up thugs as he continued to talk, and then you could go back to having your drinks. I mean, I know this is a seedy-looking pub, but dash. Kill him, yelled another thug, the teen turning to see 3 more charging at him. One was wielding a wooden chair, another a broken glass bottle while a third had big lobster claws for hands, an obvious mutant quirk. In quick succession, the lobster man struck first, moving a claw at the vigilante, who sidestepped the attack. Next was the chair-wielding villain, who swung the furniture straight at the teen's face, only for the vigilante to raise up a hand and catch it. "Huh," the thug yelped as he felt himself be suddenly stopped, only for a fist to slam into his face. Ugh! The thug went flying across the room, smashing into a small table just as the bottle-wielding one tried to attack next. But as he moved the sharp broken weapon at the vigilante, webbing covered his eyes, making him cry out before easily missing his attack. This was followed by Izuku reaching out his foot, tripping the thug into the floor before firing another glob of webbing, sticking the criminal to the floor. "Die!" the lobster man roared as he moved his claws again, spider sense ringing as Izuku sidestepped before attacks. And as he dodged a 3rd claw strike, Izuku rammed a fist into the thug's face, knocking him straight into another table. "I'm not gonna get anything out of you guys, am I?" Izuku commented as he pointed his finger at the lobster man, webbing coming out next that instantly enveloped the thug. "What are you guys doing?" "Kill him," screamed another thug, Izuku glancing up to see it was the bartender of the building, for more thugs now charging at the vigilante. "Well, at least I can mark this location off the list." Izuku finished as he sprinted toward the 4, firing off globs of webbing as he got up close. Web smacked 2 of the 4's eyes, making them cry out while Izuku's fist slammed into the 3rd's gut, knocking him off his feet and into the 4th thug. This was followed by Izuku grabbing the web 2 by the top of their heads, chuckling to himself as he said, "I always wanted to try this." And with that, he slammed both thugs' heads into each other. Bam! Ugh, the 2 ummed out as Izuku let them go, both falling to the floor before webbing covered the rest of their bodies. "And that's 4 more. Izuku muttered before looking back at the rest of the pub, now seeing only about 5 more thugs left. At least 3 of them were shivering in their boots while the rest were growling at the sight of the vigilante. The sight made Izuku tense up, tiny black veins now pulsing and vibrating all over his body as he took a fighting stance. "I'm not gonna ask again. Either tell me where Hammerhead is, or I'm gonna punch you. I accidentally knocked out the last guy, Mr. Nizu." Izuku sighed as he sat on the edge of a nearby rooftop. Below him were a few police cars, their red and blue lights shining through the night as officers slowly went into the pub he had just fought in. "I see," replied a certain stoat through the phone. "A shame, but this is the first location. I was gonna ask about that." Izuku responded as he shifted his arm to his side, the suit now responding by peeling away to show a notebook. "That is so cool," the teen thought as he took the notebook in hand, the suit instantly repairing itself as he flipped to a certain page. "You gave me this list, but told me last night to not go for multiple places every night. I still got plenty of energy, Mr. Nizu. I could totally take out another location tonight." "No, I want you to go slow." "But why? Surely it would help our case if we knock out more of Kingpin's I mean, Hammerhead's guys." "It would." Nizu replied while taking a deep breath, a long exhale following, signifying he was taking a smoke. "However, that would start a chain reaction in the criminal underworld that we don't want. Remember, we're trying to dismantle the Kingpin's operations. We can't just take all his men out in one go, as that will only make the Kingpin react by turtling himself." "Turtling?" "Yes. If we just go after Kingpin straight up and take a ton of his operations out, he will respond by destroying his other operations and getting rid of any evidence of his crimes. We want him to believe he can continue his crimes instead of hiding them." Izuku blinked at that, the teen staring at the list of locations in his notebook. "And that's why you want me to find Hammerhead?" Indeed. Despite his ability to evade most laws, there are certain facts known about the Kingpin in the underground hero circles. One is what his main lieutenants are, which includes Hammerhead, who is responsible for most of the minor rackets. The sound of sipping tea came next before Nizu continued. Despite his rough appearance, the man is well known for recruitment and helping minor criminals evade the police. And before you ask, nothing can truly pin him down, and when he is pinned, he always gets bailed out. Those words made the vigilante pause, soon putting the notebook in his lap as he rubbed his chin before responding. Is the Rose also one of the lieutenants? There was another pause. He is. I see. Izuku muttered, and to think, I thought he was a cool hero. Once again, I am sorry. Nizu replied, both now remembering their first conversation over the corrupt hero commission agent. It wasn't a pleasant one, as Nizu quickly found out that Izuku admired all heroes, a slightly worrying viewpoint, but one Nizu knew he could work with. However, as the tone went down for a second, Izuku felt something. It was like a small tingle over his body, the teen not noticing tiny black veins shift around his head. Another moment or two later, Izuku spoke up, well, if that's the case, I'll go ahead and go home for the night. I'll hit this restaurant in Hosu next. It should be an easy train ride. Over. Understood. Nizu added as he took another puff of smoke, and remember young Midoriya, you don't have to do one every night. We're trying to slowly back the kingpin in a corner. I know. Sorry if I sounded like I wanted to rush things. Not at all. Now, I must take my leave. Lots of paperwork to do today. Good day, young Midoriya. You too, Mr. Nizu. Izuku replied as the call ended. He then closed the notebook before putting it to his side, the suit peeling away for a second before black veins covered the notebook, hiding it again. The sight made Izuku smirk. Despite having the suit for only a day now, he had to admit, he didn't know how he had lived without it. It just felt good. And as he felt this, he smirked under the black mask as he said to himself, let's go on a patrol before we go home tonight. After all, a hero's job is never done. The next day. Okay Izuku, it's a new day. Afternoon. Time to knock a few heads and see if you can get some info. Izuku commented to himself as he laid down on the roof of a train headed for the Hosu district. As he did this, he put a hand to his side, his suit melting away to reveal a notebook. Taking it and opening the pages up, his eyes scanned the material inside. Let's see here. According to Mr. Nizu, this next location is called the Blood Rose Restaurant. According to the text he gave me, the place is well-known hangout of criminals. Tapping the notebook close before putting it to his side, his suit taking the journal and absorbing it back, the teen staring down at the motion of the costume. That is still so cool, he commented before glancing down at the white spider on the suit. I still don't know what you are, but you are so cool. I look awesome. He flexed his hands a few times at this, staring at the fingers as he remarked, just wish mom liked ya. She was still weirded out by you. The memory of that moment soon flooded into his mind. Yesterday, before going out and investigating the seedy pub, Izuku had shown off his new suit to Inko and Himiko. Specifically, he showed them the act of putting it on, which involved the suit just sorta becoming this black blob that covered the teen instantly. And despite how cool he thought it was, the reactions were mixed. Earlier yesterday. See? Cool, isn't it? Izuku asked as the black suit covered his body instantly, the black veins around it pulsing and shifting before showing a large white spider on his chest. The sight made Inko flinch while Himiko went wide-eyed. The reaction wasn't completely what Izuku wanted, but as the suit finished its transformation, he decided to speak up first. So what do you think? The two just blinked at him, but sharing a glance before looking back at the teen. Inko opened her mouth first, only for Himiko to blurt out, "It looks awesome." Inko fully wide-eyed at this as she turned to stare at Himiko, Izuku chuckling at the reaction before glancing down at the suit. I know, right? I wasn't sure about this much black on the costume, but I gotta say, it looks really good. And as Izuku spun around, showing off the costume to Himiko, Inko just stared at her son. She watched as he seemed ecstatic over this. Well, she wasn't sure what it was. All she knew is that he had come home really happy, only to then tell her that it was because of a new suit. A suit that seemed to be alive. As such, she asked the one question she knew she had to ask, Izuku? Both teens turned to her, seeing the giant frown on her face as she slowly pointed at her son. Well, where did that suit come from? Oh. Well, I actually have no idea. All I know is that when I was coming home yesterday, Izuku started to say, only to feel something in the back of his head. A frown began to appear on the teen's face, pain in his expression despite it being hidden by the suit's mask. Memories of that night instantly hit his mind, remembering the encounter with the explosive blonde, what he had said what he would do. That he promised to do something. But as he thought about it, it was like the memory turned into nothing. Black veins shifted around the back of the teen's head, making him flinch for a second before the painful expression disappeared. He was smiling again as he replied, "Well, I kinda just had it. Not sure where it came from, but the suit was on me." His mother's worried expression only deepened, "Izuku." And as he saw this, the mask on the suit began to peel away, the sight making the woman flinch for a second only to see the smile on her boy's face. It was happy. Really happy. He then walked up and put his hand on her shoulder, the motion almost making her shudder. But as she felt this, she continued to stare at his face, now seeing the true happiness on his expression as he said, "Don't worry." He glanced down at the suit before doing a slight shrug. "I know I don't know much about it, but this thing is helping me be a better hero." He looked back up at her, "So don't worry. I'll be fine." The present. Izuku sat down on the side of rooftop at this, still thinking about that moment as he stared down a building across the street. It was the restaurant he was looking for, which he found after web-swinging a bit in Hosu. Now, he was staring at the place as those memories kept flowing in his head. "Here's hoping Mom comes around," Izuku whispered to himself before firing a web line across to the restaurant's roof. Standing up, he walked on the thin line, smiling under his mask. "So cool that I can do this too." A few moments later, he reached the roof and turned invisible. He glanced down and saw that the suit had done the same, making him smile, "Glad that works with you." He then began to wall crawl on all sides of the building, and as he did this, he found that he couldn't find any ducts or windows to sneak through without making some noise. Seeing this, he crawled back up to the roof while turning visible again. "Guess I gotta do this the loud way." He sighed to himself before doing a few stretches. "Let's see." Walking over the web line again, he positioned himself across the street of the restaurant just as he saw two thugs enter the building. The sight made him do one last stretch before firing another web line. This one the vigilante soon twirled the end of it around on of his wrists. Like a streak of light, he muttered before leaping off the building, instantly pulling the web line. It quickly yanked him upward, allowing him to do a high swing right at the restaurant's front doors. Smash! "Surprise!" Izuku exclaimed as his feet slammed the doors off their hinges. The vigilante landed in a dramatic pose next, the teen glancing around to see what kind of place the restaurant. It was made to look like a cross between a Chinese buffet and seedy pub, its colors bland and drab, but plenty of tables and chairs that a whole crowd of thugs were all situated at. That is, till the noise made all the individuals inside turn to glare at the teen. The sight made Izuku let out a small chuckle and wave before saying, "Hey fellas. I was in the neighborhood, and I dash." "Get him," one of them yelled, the rest getting up from their seats and all charging at once. The attack looked like it was something the whole building had practiced as they all rushed the vigilante. "Oh," Izuku commented before pointing his hands at the incoming crowd, 10 globs of webbing coming out of each finger a second later. The webbing struck the thugs' feet, making most trip and fall, their faces smacking the floor as other ran right over the fallen thugs. And as this happened, the first thug reached the teen and grabbed a nearby chair. "Die!" the thug roared as they swung the chair down on the teen, Izuku sidestepping the blow before countering with a punch. The man went flying into a nearby empty table, smacking and tumbling it over. "Oops!" Izuku grimaced just as his spider sense went off, causing him to turn and duck under a punch from another thug. He then dodged a second blow before glancing back at the first thug and yelled, "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hit you that hard." Izuku turned back to the second thug at this, his spider sense warning him of another punch. Sidestepping again, the teen soon found 2 more thugs trying to hit him, causing him to backpedal and dodge both blows. "Spider sense, do your thing," he thought as he began to dance around the attacks, the thugs yelling that they couldn't hit the teen a few seconds later. And as this happened, Izuku just shifted around each before starting to counterattack. It began with a light punch to one of the thugs' faces, knocking him over before the teen ducked under another punch and did a sweeping kick, knocking a thug off his feet. Webbing covered both down thugs next, only for another to grab a chair and swing it at the vigilante. As this happened, Izuku sidestepped the attack before speaking up, "Okay fellas, you're not hitting me, and I'm not exactly here for a fight. Danger." The thug threw the chair next, Izuku ducking under the flying object before firing a glob of webbing at the thug, smacking him in the face. He let out a cry at this, only for Izuku to uppercut the thug, knocking him out instantly. "But you're not making this easy on me," Izuku commented as 2 more thugs charged at him, both leaping to tackle the teen. But as they did this, Izuku's spider sense rang out, causing him to do a flip, the teen soon sticking to the ceiling as the men's attack missed. Thwip! Thwip! Webbing covered both thugs, sticking them to the floor as Izuku let go of the ceiling a moment later, only to sidestep another punch. "Listen, if we could just talk dash." Kill him, yelled the voice from before, Izuku turning to see 3 more thugs charging at him yet again. The sight made the teen sigh and shake his head. Never mind. Izuku commented as he ducked under another attack, his spider sense ringing out as he quickly sidestepped 2 more blows before punching one of the thugs. The man went flying into a chair, knocking it over before webbing covered the thug. This was followed by the 2 other thugs flying over the webbed-up thug, both crashing into a table before webbing covered them as well. Guess I'll have to do what I did yesterday. Izuku added as he pointed his fingers at the last few thugs in the restaurant, webbing soon covering and splatting them to the walls and floor. And as he webbed the last one up, he walked up to the bar, where he found one thug cowering in the corner. Izuku shined a small smile, forgetting it couldn't be seen thanks to the mask. Hey there. Sorry about your pals, but dash. Go away, man. I ain't telling you nothing, the thug yelped as he tried to scoot up more into the corner of the room. The sight made Izuku blink as he watched a grown man cower before him. The teen raised up his hands and showed the thug his palms. Listen, I'm not here to interrogate you or anything. I just need some info. I ain't telling you nothing, the thug repeated. Just dash. Go away. I ain't telling you nothing. 5 minutes later. Yeah, I still got nothing, Mr. Nizu. Izuku remarked as he stared down at the restaurant as a series of police cars drove up to the building. That's fine, young Midoriya. Nizu replied over the phone. I suspected as much that this would happen. Really? But what about Dash? Don't worry about it. Remember, we're not in a rush. Nizu interrupted, the sound of the stoat taking a smoke coming out a second later. Izuku bit his lip at the response, wanting to say he should be doing more. But as he opened his mouth, Nizu continued, just keep doing what you're doing, young Midoriya. After all, if we can't find Hammerhead, we'll squeeze his operations instead. Squeeze his operations? Indeed. After all, if the man suddenly can't recruit anybody, do you know what he'll do? Izuku put a hand to his chin at this, only to let out a small hum. You think he'll try to come after me? Perhaps. Either way, we're doing a service here. If there are less hoods for the Kingpin to use, it'll soon start messing with the bigger operations. Until then, we keep squeezing. Keep squeezing. Izuku repeated, his mind going over the past 2 fights with Hammerhead's gang. The teen had to admit, it did feel like he was eliminating some crime. As such, he shined a small smile as he replied, sounds good to me. The next morning. Ochako Uraraka slumped down in her seat, letting out a heaving sigh. The past few days of class had been a lot to say the least. Their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, had seemingly got back control of the class and had really been pushing them. Granted, it wasn't as bad as before, but he still tried to push it compared to normal. Now, the day had just started, Ochako slumping over as she stared down at her hands. After having figured out her second quirk a few days ago, she had told All Might she would keep it hidden for now and slowly figure it out. This was mainly due to her showing him she had realized why the quirk wasn't working for her the day after her trip to the mall. Only to hurt herself and be taken to Recovery Girl. Thankfully, it wasn't anything major, but she found that her body just wasn't ready for a massive 8th-generation stockpile of power. Granted, when she really thought about it, she reasoned she should have saw that coming. On the other hand, it was a new quirk, and her brain instantly went to the conclusion of testing it out. As such, she was now hesitating with her new quirk, promising Recovery Girl she would be extra slow in figuring out this new power. In other words, she needed a distraction, and being among the first to get to class, she didn't have one. Even her best friend Tsuyu Azui wasn't there yet. Her head turned to see who was there, which was Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu. That is, till about 7 classmates all entered at once. The first was Kaminari Denki, who was yelling at the others, I'm serious. Look at the footage. The electric boy then flashed his phone at the group, which was showing images of a black figure swinging through the city. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, yet we heard you the first time. Jairu commented next as she entered in beside him, we get it already. Oh, don't be such a downer. Mina added as she patted Jairu's side, the punk girl glaring back at her. I honestly don't think it's that big of news, Karo. Tsuyu chimed in as she walked just a foot or two behind the 3. Same. Kirishima finished as he walked away from the group and into his seat. This was followed by Hagakure and Tokoyami, only for the rest of the class to come in a minute later. And as this happened, the once quiet classroom began to get loud, the noise level rising as Ochako looked at the clock and saw that there was still a few minutes before class. As such, Ochako turned to Tsuyu and whispered, what's going on? The frog girl just gave her a blank expression as she replied, Kaminari was showing off some new footage of Spider-Man. Apparently Spider-Man got a new suit and Kaminari thinks it's too awesome or something. Ochako blinked at this before taking out her own phone. She had to admit, she was an admirer of the vigilante. After all, she had seen him in person, doing heroic deeds, even if she didn't agree with the whole being a vigilante part. As such, she tapped her phone a few times before seeing a news report, this one showing the vigilante in a black suit with a big white spider on the chest. She watched him catch a runaway car filled with villains, which he easily webbed up and knocked out the thugs for the police. Huh? Ochako commented as the footage began to be played on repeat. I know, Karo. Tsuyu added as she studied Ochako's expressions, can't wait to get out and do that yourself? The Gravity Girl shrugged at this, only to hear another student exclaim, I'm tell you man, I can't wait. Both girls turned to see it was Kaminari, who was watching the video of Spider-Man again. Man, if only I could do something cool like that with my quirk. Instead, you fry your brains out. Jairu instantly chimed in, making Kaminari bark back at her. The punk girl stuck her tongue out at this, the electric teen grumbling next as he glanced away. As this happened, Uraraka's eyes turned to the front of the classroom, only to go wide-eyed. Behind the podium was Aizawa, the shaggy man showing a large frown as he squinted his eyes at the class. The Gravity Girl soon noticed that others were just now acknowledging that their homeroom teacher was here, and she knew what that meant. A second later, he spoke up with a loud ahem, making everyone turn to the teacher. A low, gravely voice rang out as he spoke up, so 15 seconds before a few you started noticing me. Most of the class flinched at this, the group now seeing the man's expression darken. You know that I thought that some of you would have learned by now about what I think about wasting time. The class all just stared back, most showing frowns of fear while others were trying to look as serious or blank as possible. But as this happened, the teacher just grabbed his scarf and flicked it, the capture weapon suddenly striking Denki's desk. Whoa, the electric teen gasped, only to see his phone had just been stolen by the scarf. Hey, that's my dash. Aizawa glared at the boy, making Denki instantly shut up before looking down at the phone. It was playing a video of Spider-Man in a new black suit, stopping some car thieves. The sight made Aizawa's face scrunch up, the sight made most of the class grimace as they saw his anger grow even more. And as the video ended, the teacher silently hissed, Spider-Man. His eyes glanced back up at the class a moment later, the sight making a few gulp as he growled, it seems we need to have another lecture on vigilantes. Aizawa's vision narrowed to Kaminari at this, and before you ask, you'll be getting this phone back at the end of the day. Denki loudly gulped at this, Uraraka seeing this and grimacing as she pulled out a notebook. Looks like another day of lectures. Why is Aizawa-sensei pushing us so hard lately? Her eyes glanced down at the book as she opened to a blank page, if only someone else could help us. And as if her thoughts were made real, a new voice suddenly spoke up, now Aizawa-sensei, didn't you ask me to come help morning training today? Everyone turned to the class's front door at this, only for the frowns on most of class's faces to vanish. Harry, they all cheered, the older teen shining a big grin at this as Aizawa glared at the top 4 member. Harry Osborn crossed his arms as his grin grew, who's ready to train? Later that day. The sound of feet hitting the side of a stone roof barely run out as the vigilante known as Spider-Man landed on a rooftop, his feet almost touching as he put himself in a slight squatting pose. Putting a hand to his side next, his phone came out of his costume before he lifted the device up to his face and tapped it a few times. Okay, Mr. Nizu gave me several Esuha City locations, which thankfully the trains didn't take too long to get here. Looks like this hammerhead guy, or at least his buddies, like to hang out here. He glanced above his phone, his eyes now staring at what looked like a big old mound of dirt littered with construction equipment. Looking back at his phone, he tapped it again before putting in the address he was at. I don't see anything on this building on the net. He took another glance, now seeing a few movable trailers along with several thugs outside, all talking to each other or taking smokes. Is this place some sort of cover for an operation? Tapping his phone a few more times, the teen then shrugged and put the phone away. Welp, let's see if this one works out. Taking a quick stretch, Izuku leapt off the roof, firing a web line as he cut into a half-swing. The teen adjusted his trajectory at this, soon landing on a small trailer in the middle of the site. A loud clang rang out at this, as the building was made of nothing but cheap metal. Hearing this, about 10 thugs all turned to the noise, only to see the vigilante. Evening fellas. You wouldn't mind answering a few questions, would ya? It's Spider-Man. One of them yelled. That's me. Now dash. Get him, they all roared, a few taking out guns and aiming them at the teen. Never mind. Izuku sighed as he leapt off the trailer while pointing his fingers at the crowd, Weblin soon firing out just as the thugs were about to pull the trigger. But as they did this, every strand of webbing smacked the guns before being yanked out of their hands, the teen quickly whipping the weapons into the trailer he had just landed on. Letting his spider sense take over, He pointed one finger behind himself, firing a glob of webbing that instantly covered all the guns, sticking them to the trailer's outer wall. "Kill him," another thug yelled as three charged at the vigilante. "You know, this isn't going to work out for you guys," Izuku commented as he ducked under a punch. "You see, this new suit of mine is a little too much for guys like you." He then sidestepped another blow before replying with a punch, knocking out one of the thugs instantly. "Seriously, all I need is dash." The teen crouched under two more punches before doing a spinning leg sweep, knocking both to the ground before webbing covered the thugs. "Is some answers, and dash." "Get him," a third thug screamed as two more thugs tried to hit the vigilante, only for both to be knocked off their feet. "Thwip. Thwip. That's not helping," Izuku commented as he webbed up the two thugs, only to turn to the other five thugs as they all just glared at the vigilante. The sight made Izuku blink, not used to not just having the thugs recklessly charge at him. You all okay?" The thugs all started to grin at this, making Izuku raise an eyebrow under his mask. What is it?" "They're smiling at me," replied a loud, gruff voice behind the teen. Izuku spun around at this, only to go slightly wide-eyed. Coming out of the trailer he had just hopped off of, was a large 7-foot man of pure muscle, complete with a mess of brown hair, and wearing a stretching at the seams black leather jacket and blue jeans. His face looked like the most generic thuggish face you could imagine, complete with a squeezed-in nose and pointed eyebrows. "Hello, Bug," the man said in the same gruff tone, the man then cricking his neck before cracking his knuckles. "Oh," Izuku whispered, his feet almost shifting into a backpedal motion before he spoke up. "Who are you?" "They call me Man Mountain Marco," the villain responded, only for Izuku to now see muscles barely contained in the man's leather jacket now pulse and start to grow. "And you are about to find out why." "You said it, Marco," one of the other thugs roared. "Yeah. Kill that Bug," another yelled. "That's not good," the teen thought as he started to take a fighting stance. Not sure if the extra strength from the suit will be enough. Time for a venom punch. He then flexed his fingers, constricting them into a fist as the teen winded back. "Here we go. KR zap. AF." Izuku suddenly screamed, the group staring at him now flinching at the yell. As for the teen himself, it was like a small bomb had gone off in his hand he was about to use for the punch. Nerves flared as pain struck him, making him grab his hand a second later, his eyes instantly going down to what was supposed to be the winning fist. It was there that he saw it. The bioelectricity, something he had used over and over again, was reacting to the black suit. Veins from the costume were flailing and flopping around as electricity tried to form around his hand. "What the dash?" the teen tried to mutter out as he felt more pain hit his nervous system. He clenched his teeth next, almost biting his lip as he felt the pain spiral around where it had tried to form the electric punch. "What just dash? Danger. Pow. Blaff." Izuku yelped as a giant fist smacked his face, sending him off his feet and into a pile of bricks. Pain instantly hit the teen's back, causing him to cry out again. "Ugh." He grunted, his eyes now losing focus as the black veins of his suit covered his hand again as the electricity stopped flowing. And as that pain from the hand began to slow down, his spider sense rang out again. "Danger." Bam. A giant fist slammed into Izuku's face, smacking his head into the bricks behind him. Wham. Another punch hit the teen's face, this time making the vigilante let out a whimper of pain. Pow. Bam. Wham. 3 more punches collided into Izuku, the teen's eyes now fully swirling as he saw another punch smack him in the face. Got to, he tried to think, only for another fist to slam into his face. Got to. Get him, Marco. Tear him apart. Yeah. Show him who's boss. The thugs around the scene continued to cheer as the massive villain punched again and again. And as Marco did this, he pulled back one last punch, gripping his knuckles as a big grin just now appeared on his face. Time to die, Bug. But that moment of hesitation was enough. For in that few seconds of the beating stopping, Izuku felt something. Veins in the suit constricted in the back of his body, kneading and shifting around the back of his head. They then swirled around his arms, the teen's eyes swirling stopping in that instant. And as that punch came down, Izuku moved a palm upward. Smack. Huh? Marco let out as he felt it. It felt like his fist had just hit a wall, only when he tried to pull back the wall was now sticky. He couldn't move his fist. Gotcha. Izuku muttered out, only for Marco to move his other hand at the vigilante. But as this happened, Izuku quickly flicked his other palm, catching the second punch. And as he caught it, Izuku activated his spider ability to stick to anything, including the 2 fists that were now stuck to his palms. What the let go? Marco yelped as he tried to pull back, only to feel Izuku pull back on him. And the vigilante's pull was stronger. Feeling this, Izuku smiled under the mask before narrowing his eyes at the massive, towering man now struggling to escape the teen's grasp. Guess I don't need a venom punch for this. He then flexed one of his legs, quickly pulling it back. Despite it being covered in bricks, only to move it upward. Thwack. The foot slammed into Marco's face, Izuku letting go at the same time as the thug was sent off his feet, his back hitting the dirt a second later. The sight made all the other thugs gasp, Izuku almost chuckling at the sight. And as the teen began to recover, he felt the suit began to tingle all over his body. Veins shifted and pulsed around him, the teen feeling it heal him despite not being able to see his own wounds at the moment. Erg. Marco ummed out next, making Izuku glance down at the thug as he began to try and get up. Oh no, you don't. Izuku commented as pointed both hands at the thug, webbing soon covering the villain neck to toe. And as this happened, Izuku began to stand up himself, his feet slightly wobbly as the suit continued to pulse and shift around him. Ugh. That was rough. But as he stood up, the thugs that had been watching the sight had just stood there. They hadn't reacted or even moved, just stood in shock as their fellow thug had been beaten. That is, till one of them yelled, "Run!" And as if they were all suddenly shocked out of a stupor, the crowd of thugs all cut into a sprint. The sight made Izuku blink before sighing, come on. Don't dash, he tried to say, only for the thugs to let out another sound. Ugh. Oof. Ugh. Izuku blinked at this, his eyes still trying to full gain their focus back. The swirling was still slightly there, but he had begun to fully get back his balance. And as this happened, the teen began to rapidly blink before going wide-eyed as he stared at one of the exits of the construction site. For it was there that he saw exactly why the thugs were no longer running away. Looks like someone was having fun tonight, commented a certain large yellow-jacketed hero. It was Fat Gum, who currently had 3 pairs of legs dangling on his body while he then knocked out 2 more thugs with a couple of quick punches. He glanced up next at this, now seeing the vigilante as he continued to regain his balance from the previous beating. Well, if it isn't Spider-Man, good to see you again. Izuku continued to blink at this, his eyes now finally focusing. He shook his head next, only to feel something else. His body was now shaking, specifically where his phone is. Glancing down at that for a second, seeing the suit slightly flinch at the phone's vibration, he looked back up at Fat Gum as the hero released the 3 thugs from his body. Will you be okay with cleaning up these thugs, Mr. Fat Gum? Izuku asked before even realizing what he was saying. As he asked this, veins appeared behind the teen's head, shifting and pulsing for a second before settling back down into the suit. While this happened, Fat Gum's eyes darted around for a second, only to shrug, "Sure, I don't mind. But first, why don't you dash?" "Okay, thanks." Izuku instantly replied before firing a web line, yanking it and quickly swinging away. The sight made the hero stare up at the night sky, blinking at the leaving vigilante. Now that was odd. And as Izuku began to web swing away, he stared down at his hand, flexing the fingers for a few seconds. The suit reacted as black veins pulsed and shifted around his hand, the sight making the teen blink before continuing his swing. He pulled out his phone at this, ready to read any text or missed call, only to glance down at his hand again, biting his lip as he whispered, "What was that? Why didn't my venom punch work? ... I think the brakes are shot," commented a thug as he stared up at the underbelly of a large truck. "Seriously?" yelped another thug, this one sitting on a stool by the vehicle, a toolbox placed right beside him. "Yeah. Sorry pal, but dash." "Raff," the sitting thug roared as he punched the side of the truck, the vehicle not even remotely moving from the blow. "Hey! Don't get angry at me," exclaimed the thug under the truck. "Shut up," the other thug growled before slumping over, rubbing his face at the same time. "I can't believe this." The sounds of wheels scratching the concrete floor rang out next, soon revealing the thug that was under the truck as he stared up at the sitting thug. "Listen man, I know you need a big truck, but this thing is an old junker." "I know," the other thug sighed before removing his hand from this face, his eyes now glaring at the thug under him. "Is there anything we can do without replacing the brakes? You know we don't have that kind of cash." The thug just grimaced in response, making the other sigh, "Great. The boss is gonna kill us. First off, he's only gonna kill you. That doesn't help." "I know. Second, we only need it for one job. With the money we'll get, we can probably get it replaced. Till then, I'll just try to get some stuff fixed up underneath." The sitting thug crossed his arms at this, closing his eyes as he continued to grumble. Seeing this, the thug rolled back under the truck before sticking out a hand. "Hand me a lug, would ya? I need to test something." Yeah, the sitting thug growled as he opened his eyes and reached into the toolbox. Picking out the tool, he put it in the other thug's hand. "That all you'll need?" "Not sure. It should be for a bit." "Good. I'm gonna take a smoke. Go ahead, the thug under the truck replied as the sitting one got up and walked away. As the thug did this, he pulled out a pack of smokes from his pants pocket and took out a cigarette. He then yanked his shirt up and put the stick to his chest, the man's quirk now activating. The cigarette lit a second later, the thug pulling his shirt back down before taking a small smoke. Well, at least my stupid microwave chest quirk is good from something, he muttered as he left the building, inhaling and exhaling a full puff. The thug leaned on the side of the building next, twirling the stick in his fingers. Can't believe this is happening to me. Can't something go right for me tonight? Probably not, instantly answered a voice above him, making the thug blink before glancing up at the noise. He went wide-eyed as he saw the sight above him, specifically someone in an almost pure black suit with big white eyes. Boo! Thwip! 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 And as the smoking thug was now getting covered in webbing, the thug under the truck continued to work. He readjusted a few pieces before rolling out from under the vehicle. Standing up next, he did a few stretches before walking over to a nearby desk. There, he grabbed a small flask and took a swig of alcohol, soon sighing as he glanced back at the truck. Thing really is an old junker. It sure is, replied a voice, making the thug blink in response. Huh, the thug barely said as he turned his head to the noise, only to let out a yelp. Aya. Hey there, replied a certain upside-down vigilante hanging on a thin line of webbing. I looked around and saw that you and your buddy out there are the only ones here tonight. And you just fainted. The teen let out a long sigh as he saw the thug flop over backwards, the sight making Izuku facepalm. Great. Guess I still need practice on villain interrogation. He put a hand to his chin. Wonder how UA teaches that? He then patted his suit, tiny veins around his belt area moving for a second before a notebook came out of the costume. Taking it in hand, he sighed again as he wrote aloud, Note on future heroics, don't frighten criminals too much that you need to interrogate. Putting the journal back into the suit a second later, the vigilante spun around and landed on his feet before firing a glob of webbing that kept the thug stuck to the floor. Still, it's just my luck that I get the only thug in town that faints. He commented before taking out his phone, There's not much here, but I'll give Mr. Nizu a call anyways. The teen started tapping the device, about to start a call, only to let out a sigh. Honestly, he was disappointed. The night had just started, and he had finished what Nizu had asked him to do. As such, the teen switched to something else on the phone, soon staring at the list of locations. And after a few seconds, the teen tapped one of the addresses and said, No. There's another location just near here in Esuha City. I'll go there for my hunt for Hammerhead instead. The teen put away his phone a second later before walking out of the building, soon leaping and cutting into a web swing. And as he did this, he whispered to himself, Here's hoping this place gives me more. An hour or so later at a seedy pub in Esuha City. Well, there definitely is more guys. Izuku commented as he ducked under a punch before uppercutting a thug, knocking the man into a table. Two more thugs charged at this, both swinging knives at the teen as his spider sense rang out. Backpedaling next, he evaded both attacks before pointing his hands downward, webbing firing out of his fingers that snagged both thugs' shoes. With a quick yank, both let out a yelp before their backs hit the floor, webbing soon covering them a second later. Kill him, a thug yelled as another threw a bottle at the vigilante, his spider sense guiding him as he just lifted his palm and caught the alcohol. Think you dropped this? Izuku replied as flipped the bottle with his wrist before slinging back at the thug, the bottle smacking the man in the head before he flopped over. Two more charged at him at this, Izuku sidestepping both as they swung punches at the teen. Seeing this, Izuku fired a webline past them and pulled, yanking a table that flew across the room and slammed into both thugs, pinning them to the floor. That is, till webbing covered both, keeping them even more secure. And that's another two. Izuku muttered as he glanced back at the bar of the pub, only to see 5 more thugs just outside of the counter, along with 3 behind the bar. All of them were glaring at him, making the teen blink. Mr. Nizu was right. Hammerhead really knows how to recruit anyone. How many guys does he have? Kill him. Get him. Materialize him. The 3 behind the bar roared as the 5 charged, Izuku cricking his neck at the sight. Here we go, he whispered as he ducked under a punch first before slamming his own fist into the first thug. The criminal went flying across the room, the other thugs sidestepping just in time as their comrade slammed into the back wall and slumped over. Die, another barked as they grabbed a chair and swung it down, Izuku's spider sense blaring as he backpedaled, dodging the blow. But as he did this, 2 others threw a bottle and a knife, Izuku quickly sidestepping both before the 4th went around the teen and slammed a chair into the vigilante's back. Oof! Izuku yelped as he felt pain flare in his back, only for a punch to smack his face next. UNF. Get him, one of the thugs yelled as they leapt at the teen, trying to tackle him to the floor. But as he did this, Izuku's spider sense rang out, making the teen sidestep the attempt. But as he did this, another chair slammed into his back. Ugh! Izuku grunted as he felt the wooden furniture shatter on impact. And as this happened, black veins appeared on his back, shifting and vibrating before the teen suddenly stood up straight just mere seconds after the blow. The white eyes on his suit shrunk and expanded as well, only for the teen to just stand there, unmoving. Keep hitting him. We can one of the thugs added, only for Izuku to slam a fist into his face, knocking him into a table. Sorry, I'm at my getting hit limit. Izuku commented as another thug swung a chair at him, only for Izuku to spin around catch it with one hand. Ha! The thug yelped as he tried to yank the chair out of the teen's grasp, only for a fist to slam into his face. Blaff! As the thug crashed into another table, Izuku spun and threw the chair at another thug, knocking him over just as the final one tried to throw a punch. But as he did this, Izuku easily ducked under the blow before sending a jab into the thug's stomach, knocking the wind out of the criminal before he flopped over. The teen pointed his fingers out next, webbing covering the 5 thugs before turning to the pub's bar, seeing all 3 thugs behind the counter. And then there were 3, he quipped before fully turning to face the trio. He pointed one finger at the bar at this, firing a web line that took a bottle before it was yanked into Izuku's hand. Twirling it with his fingers, he pointed the bottle at the trio as he added, "Alright boys, here's the deal. I just want some info. Where's Dot and all 3 of you fainted?" Sighing at the sight, Izuku walked up to the bar and placed the bottle on the counter before firing some webbing, covering all 3 up. Putting a hand to his head next, he rubbed down his face as he let out a "MMMM, I'm still not good at this, am I? How am I supposed to get any info if this keeps happening?" He then sat down at one of the stools of the counter, tapping the side of his suit. A second later, his phone appeared as he took it in his hand. But as he began to tap the screen, he glanced up at the shelves behind the counter. There was a huge assortment of liquors and booze, the sight making the teen hum. "You know that maybe I could use one of these to wake them up? I have no idea which, but dash. WEEWOO. 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 Never mind." Izuku thought as the sound of police sirens rang out. The teen turned to the entrance of the building, only to blink as he saw what was probably the reason why they were now here. When he had first gotten here, the fight started with him accidentally punching a thug through one of the windows. "Guess I'll just call it a night," Izuku muttered to himself as he put his phone to his side, the suit taking it before turning invisible. He then hopped to the ceiling and crawled out of the building, muttering to himself, "Here's hoping I can find a lead tomorrow." The next day. UA. The dream school of hero hopefuls. A place that everyone wants to go to if you're gunning to be a hero, especially in the age of heroics. It's a place of dreams and hopes. That is, for almost everyone. For some, it's a frustrating barrier. One that interrupts your plans and makes you realize just how high the mountain of becoming a hero really is. That was the case for one Katsuki Bakugo as he slumped down in his seat as class started today. It had been a few days since he had encountered that worthless piece of garbage Deku and told Deku to contact that gerbil principal thing to put him back in heroics. After all, that's where Katsuki Bakugo, the greatest hero to ever exist, was supposed to be. It was what he deserved. And yet, nothing had happened. He was still stuck in general services. Not only that, it was another day of just lectures. No physical training. No heroics lessons. No nothing. Just boring class after boring class. It was middle school all over again. Well, with the exception of having no Deku around. Why hasn't anything changed yet? Why am I still here? Bakugo grumbled in his mind as he sulked down in his seat. The teacher hadn't entered the room yet, so the rest of the class was talking, the noise making Bakugo hiss. It was so noisy and irritating. And as he continued to slump, he thought back to the past few days. There's been nothing. The stupid principal hasn't called me up, there's been no news from my old man or the hag. I know both of them would have told me that if that piece of garbage finally took the swan dive. No way Auntie wouldn't tell them. That thought went to another as he let out a low growl. What was with her when I last went over? Auntie never talked back to me like that. It was like she was looking down on me. Tch. No one looks down on me. That thought made his palms pop, tiny explosions appearing before he heard another cheer from the class. It knocked him out of his thoughts, making him turn to see a few teens all crowding around, all staring at their phones. "Isn't he cool?" one of them said. "I know. That costume is so awesome," another replied as they showed the others their phone. It was showing a pic of a certain vigilante in a new black costume with a giant white spider on it. Bakugo blinked at this, his eyes just catching a glimpse of the figure before overhearing his classmates saying how cool a vigilante was. A vigilante? Is it that bug guy again, he thought before rolling his eyes. But as he did this, he couldn't help but feel irritated. He had never met this vigilante, but he couldn't help but feel like he should already hate them. And as that thought went through his head, he glanced away as he let out another grumble. Why am I getting angry about that? After all, I'm training to be a real hero, not some stupid vigilante. I bet whoever this whatever his name is probably some worthless weakling that can't even win a single real fight. He probably wastes his time on losers. Later that day. Oh no, muttered a man as he ran down an aisle of mattresses. The guy was short for his size, his legs wobbly as he ran past a pair of queen-size comforters. Behind him was two thugs, both of them flying overhead before landing on mattresses ahead of the man. The sight made the running man come to a stop, gasping as he saw that the thugs were now both knocked out. Thwip, thwip. Two globs of webbing now covered the thugs, sticking them to the mattresses. A long gulp came next as the man saw this, only for his legs to start moving again. He took another turn, his face switching to a smile as he saw what was up ahead. It was the entrance to the building, which would be his exit out of this place. The building was supposed to be a mattress store, but that was just a front. In actuality, it was a drug trafficking facility, one that was used to easily sneak all kinds of narcotics around the noses of the police. That is, till today. Today, the place had been attacked by the vigilante known as Spiderman. The new black-suited crime fighter had suddenly appeared and began wrecking shop like nobody's business. He came in, quickly got any civilian out as he started webbing up the employees before moving on to the building's manager. The manager was the man now on the run, who had just reached the entrance of the building after he had called in some thugs from a back room and had them attack the vigilante. But as the man grabbed the entrance door's doorknob, he felt something. Specifically, a web line now smacking his back. "Uh-oh," he muttered out before being yanked away from the door. He screamed as his butt hit the floor before being yanked again, his form soon flopping and flipping as he was dragged across the store's floor. "Kill him," another thug yelled just as the man came to a stop, making him groan before slowly getting up. He turned to look back at the store, now seeing the vigilante knock out another two thugs. A third thug then charged at the teen, only to be flung into another mattress, the sight making a shiver go up the man's spine. "I gotta get out of here," he whispered before spinning around and running for the door again. But just as he grabbed the doorknob, he felt it again. A web line had just hit his back, and before he could react, he was yanked off his feet. "Ugh," he yelped as he hit the floor a second later, his form now skidding across the store before coming to a stop. He felt a small foot press itself on his side next, making him look up to see a certain black-suited vigilante. "And where do you think you're going?" Izuku remarked as he fired two more weblins, sticking the man to the floor. Feeling himself now fully trapped to the floor, the man did the one thing he knew best how to do, beg. "Please let me go." He squirmed. "I'll do anything, man. Please, I'm just a legitimate mattress salesman, honest." Izuku blinked at this, surprise taking over the teen as he suddenly found someone cooperative. The sight made him hesitate for a second, only for a few black veins to shift on the back of the teen's head. They vibrated and pulsed, soon making him shake his head before leaning down to the man's level. "I need info. I want to find Hammerhead." The name made the man's face blanch, fear instantly taking over. The sight was familiar to the teen, but the man spoke up despite this. I don't know how to find him. Honest. A low growl came next as Izuku leaned up even closer. "Then who can find him?" The man let out a long gulp before replying, "WWL. You could always try Turk." Izuku's head tilted at this. "Who's Turk?" "Well, you see," the man started, soon spilling out a whole load of info. He told the teen how the city was divided into sections for the thugs, this section being managed by Turk. He was a thug who ran a drug trafficking operation, which Izuku then asked for the location. The man could only give him a block, which Izuku found was more than enough. That is, till Izuku punched him, knocking out the guy before asking himself why he did this. Shrugging it off, he pulled out his phone and tapped the screen a few times before putting it to his ear. "Hey Mr. Nizu? Yeah, it's me. Listen, I got a lead tonight, and I want to try it out. Meanwhile, the building wasn't in the best shape. It was made of reinforced brick, but its age was there. It was a distinct yet faded look to any outsider. Despite this though, the place was just a few blocks away from the main government buildings in Japan. In particular, the headquarters of the Hero Commission. Inside the place, a small thin white cloth slowly rubbed itself around a shot glass, light blue gloves pushing the cloth into the drinking cup. After a few more wipes, the cloth was removed as the gloved hand raised the glass upward, its see-through frame now reflecting a dim light coming from a small ceiling light. The light moved as the glass was spun around in the wrist of the gloved hand, soon shining on a certain purple-masked man. He then placed the glass down on a wooden bar, the man then taking another shot glass out from under the bar and began to wipe it as well. As he cleaned the glass, the masked man's eyes glanced up, now seeing a tall woman walk into the room. She was wearing a jet black suit, her hair graying blonde hair combed back as she sat down in front of the man. The sight made the purple-masked man smile under his mask, his voice quickly speaking up, "Good evening, Miss Commission President. How may I serve you today?" "Give me something strong, Rose." She grumbled as she put a hand to her face, growling and hissing as she did this. "Understood." Rose replied as he spun around and grabbed a bottle before and began to pour into the glass he had just cleaned. He then added a large ball of ice, the sight making the woman groan before taking it and instantly gulping down the liquid. The sight made the Rose chuckle, only to stop as she gave him the stink eye a second later. "Bad day?" he asked a second later. "Shut up," she hissed before slamming down the glass. She placed her hand on her face again, "And before you ask, you know why today and I don't how long it's been now." She nudged the glass and tapped the bar with a few fingers, the Rose pouring her a second drink before she downed it as well. And as she slammed down the glass again, she let out a long hiss, "It's like a never-ending mess." "Spiderman," Rose guessed as he took the glass again, slowly pouring the liquid this time. A low grunt was the only response he got from her this time. The woman took the glass in hand a moment later, only to keep it sitting on the bar as she traced her fingers on its rim. Her eyes slowly went back up to the masked man, one eye twitching as she began to rant, "You know that we still haven't figured out anything about him. Did you know that?" "I did not," Rose replied as he began to clean the other glass again. The woman took a gulp of the drink before slamming the glass down again. She saw Rose gesture to the bottle, only for her to shake her head before speaking up again. "I run the Hero Commission, the government organization designed to find and promote heroes. We have the biggest quirk database of all, one that sees every quirk in this whole stupid country. And I still can't find a thing on him." "Well, nothing," she interrupted, spit flying out of her mouth as she grabbed the empty glass and slammed it down again. "Can you believe that? Some stupid punk is making a mockery of my heroes, my hero society, and there's nothing on him." "I see," Rose quietly replied as he finished cleaning the second glass. Placing it in front of a seat to the left of the president, he then grabbed the bottle and poured a fourth shot for the woman. The president stared long and hard at the drink, only to glare back up at the masked man. Rose just smiled under his mask as he asked, "Yes? I hate you." "I know. No, seriously. I really hate you," she remarked as she glanced back down at the drink, only to put her hand around the glass. She didn't lift it up to drink, instead putting her other hand around it before glaring back up at the Rose. "You and your boss." "I know you do," the Rose responded as he put the lid back on the bottle before putting it away. As he did this, he spun back around to the woman and clasped his hands together. "So, what is your real problem today? Do you need me to take someone out?" The woman continued to glare at him, her eyes shifting back down at the drink for a second before letting out a low hiss, "I want Spiderman dead." "You're not alone on that one." "TCH, the woman grumbled as she released her hands from the glass and put one to her face, feeling the coolness from the glass before rubbing the hand down her face. I know your boss wants him too. I still can't believe I have to work for that fat dash." Click. The woman's hand fell off her face as she stared back up at the Rose, only to see a silver pistol now aimed at the temple of her head. "Do not insult him." Rose hissed as moved the gun closer to her forehead. Yeah, she replied while rolling her eyes, only to feel the tip of the pistol tap her forehead. Her pupils drifted around at this as she stared at the Rose, the drinks now fully taking effect. "You heard me," Rose growled as he slightly pushed the gun into her. "And I don't care," the president slushed out as she put the glass to her lips and began to drink. Seeing this, the Rose slowly moved the gun back, soon putting it in a hidden holster in his suit. Seeing this, the woman finished her drink and chuckled out, "Wuss. Be silent," Rose remarked as he took her glass. He put a cloth to the glass, covering it before glaring at her. "If you are here just to be rude, then get out. Otherwise, tell me what you want, or I will kill you for insulting him." The woman just rolled her eyes again. Yeah, she repeated as she let out a long sigh, "Whatever." The president slumped over at this, her chin sitting on the bar as her now slightly twitching eyes glanced up at the masked man. "So got anything stronger?" "Not for you," the Rose replied as finished cleaning the glass, soon putting down beside her head. "I believe it is time for you to dash." "Rose," suddenly rang out another voice, both turning to the noise. The president blinked at the sight while Rose just stared, the duo now seeing a figure appear out of the darkness of the bar. The light above them flickered on and off, showing the person as he walked up and sat down at the bar, a grim frown on his face. "Hammerhead." Rose responded as he took the glass from before and moved it behind the bar. What are you doing here? You know why I'm here. Hammerhead grumbled as he sat down at the bar beside the president. I have an idea or two, the Rose replied as he pulled out another bottle. The gruff man just glared up at the masked man, growling as slammed a hand down on the bar. Forget the drink. The Rose paused for a second at this. You're sure? Yeah. Hammerhead grumbled as he continued to glare at the man. We need to talk. The Rose turned to the commission president, only for her to shrug. I'm not moving. You either talk here or go somewhere else. Blinking under the mask, Rose glanced back at Hammerhead before saying, very well. What is the problem? Why haven't you hunted down Spiderman yet? Hammerhead instantly responded, Rose slightly taken aback before opening his mouth to reply. But as he did this, Hammerhead then added, I know the boss told you to kill him, so why ain't he dead yet? These things take time. The Rose responded as he put the bottle from before away. No, they don't. They don't. Hammerhead repeated as he reached into his suit and pulled out a case. Opening it, he took out a cigar before pulling out a lighter and lighting the beefy stick. A thin trail of smoke slowly came out of the thing before he glared up at the Rose again. He's been hitting my hangouts. A lot of boys ended up with the cops. I see. I'm sorry that is Dash. No, you're not. Hammerhead interrupted as he took the cigar out of his mouth. He just took down Man Mountain Marco 2 days ago. That's a problem. He let out a long puff of smoke as he continued to glare, a problem you still haven't solved. Hearing this, the Rose just stood still for a second. He didn't respond, didn't move, didn't do anything. Instead, he just went stiff, unresponding before letting out a long sigh. I am sorry, but I am still trying to kill him. Unlike most targets, he is quite elusive. You mean you don't want to get your hands dirty? Hammerhead scoffed as he chewed on the cigar, just like a real hero, when the chips are really down. You're a failure. I will not have you insult me. No, you won't. Hammerhead scoffed as he took the cigar in his hand again before standing up. This is my only warning, Rose, the gruff man growled, his eyes now on level with Rose's. Either get rid of the problem, or I'll ask the boss if I can get rid of you. Hammerhead leaned over a bit more at this, his mouth now showing his teeth as he gritted them. And trust me, I'll get rid of you for good. You and Spiderman. And as his threat hit the Rose's ears, the masked man just did one casual blink before responding. Don't worry. If my trap succeeds tonight. The man snapped his fingers at this, producing a purple rose. Spider-Man's head will be in a box by tomorrow. A little later that same day. Get him! Turk yelled as 4 thugs charged at Izuku. The teen just sighed at the sight. Despite heading over to this location as soon as possible after getting his answers from Mattress Guy, he only found disappointment as there was nothing but more thugs to fight. Now, he knew he was going to be getting into a fight, as the location he was given was a supposedly abandoned block at the edge of Esuha City, which led to him finding what looked like a half-crumbled plain white building that hadn't been used in years that had a few thugs walking in just as he arrived. He slowly followed them inside, mainly taking a small vent he easily crawled through. Inside was a different matter. In the place was what was essentially a big old drag farm. There was lines of tables and plants, with a series of thugs all dressed up in crude look-alike hazmat suits. The place was honestly fully arranged and tidy, showing it had been business only for a little while, but it also showed that it was getting business done. That is, till today. Pow! Ugh! One thug yelped before his back hit a wall, webbing covering him a second later. This was followed by 2 more thugs smacking the wall as well, webbing also sticking them up next. Die! Another thug roared as he swung a knife at the teen, Izuku sidestepping the blow before spinning around, smacking the thug's face with a high kick. Bluff, he grunted out before hitting the floor. Webbing covered him a second later, only for Izuku's spider sense to ring out again. He spun around, only to see 2 more thugs, both with bats in their hands. One swung for the teen's head while the other went for Izuku's stomach, the teen backpedaling to dodge both attacks. And as their swings missed, Izuku fired 2 weblins, grabbing both bats' ends before yanking on both, pulling the weapons out of the thug's hands. What the dash, one of them gasped before a fist slammed into his face, knocking him over. This was followed by the other thug throwing a punch at the teen, only for it to hit the vigilante's palm. Too slow. Izuku commented as he then flexed his palm onto the man's fist. "AAH," the thug screamed as he suddenly felt pressure all over his fist. This was followed by a "ugh" as Izuku's other hand turned into a fist and slammed into the thug's face. The criminal soon hit the floor as well before both thugs were blanketed by a glob of webbing. Flexing his fingers for a second, Izuku glanced back to the rest of the room. He had just gotten here a few minutes ago, and what was a clean lab was now a mess as every thug in the place was now webbed up to the walls or floor. That and a few were stuck to the tables. Everyone was knocked out, except for two, Izuku and a thug at the end of the room. The thug's name is Turk Barrett, a low-time crook that had been recruited by Hammerhead a while back. He was well known in the drag circles, a guy that could get you anything, anytime, and had a reputation for it. But he was also really unlucky. Like, he could never get all he wanted, as something would always happen. Today, that was Spiderman, who had just fired two weblins, both sticking the thug to the wall. Ugh. You little dash, Turk growled as he tried to get free, only for Izuku to slowly walk up to him. The sight made the thug growl, when I get out of this, I'm gonna dash. Do nothing. Izuku replied as he fired two more weblins, these sticking Turk's feet to the wall. You little I'll kill you for this. Izuku just kept walking, the teen taking his time as he slowly made his way to the thug. A few seconds later, he was standing just about 3 feet away from the thug as he continued to struggle against the webbing. And as he did this, Izuku put his hand on the wall just right beside Turk's head before speaking up, now listen here. I've been busting up multiple places to get this info, and I was told you might know who I'm looking for. I ain't telling you squat. I haven't even asked the question. Izuku barked back, only for Turk to sk up his breath. Seeing this, Izuku leaned back, evading a glob of saliva as Turk tried to spit on him. Blinking at the gesture, Izuku pointed his finger at Turk's chest, webbing instantly covering it next. You do that again, and I'll be covering your mouth with webbing. Then go ahead, freak. Turk spat as he continued to squirm. I ain't telling you squat, and I'm gonna kill you when I get out of this. Izuku bit his lip at this. Once again, he was getting nothing out of raiding a place. Just my luck. I really need to figure out how to interrogate people properly. Maybe I could dash. Danger. Huh? Izuku yelped as his eyes went wide from the suddenly warning. He quickly spun around and sidestepped at the same time, only to hear an ear-piercing noise ring out through the building. Blam. A bullet instantly hit the wall, hitting Turk's ear as the thug let out a scream of pain. As for Izuku, he had just fully spun around before going wide-eyed. Before him was the bullet's owner, complete in usual white and silver outfit, along with long flowing white hair and 2 pistols in her hands. Silver Sable, he whispered as the woman pointed both weapons at the vigilante. Time to die, Spider. Time to die, Spider. Those were the 4 words that left Silver Sable's mouth as she pointed both guns at the vigilante. Her eyes were narrow as she stared at the teen, observing his new suit as she rested both fingers on the triggers before glancing around. The hero knew that she was entering some place of significance, as she had just been told that Spider-Man had been making rounds in all sorts of locations. However, this one seemed to be something more precise, as around the vigilante was several knocked-out webbed-up thugs, all seeming to be running some kind of drag farm. The sight made her want to sigh. The vigilante had found something that the heroes should be investigating and taking out. She fought the urge to shake her head as she thought, doesn't matter, she felt her fingers rub the triggers, I must fulfill my mission. And this time that I will not let him get away. But as she began to pull the triggers, the opposite reaction was going through the vigilante she was pointing at. Izuku had started the day with what felt like a rush of adrenaline. The past few days had all felt like that. He would do some homework, then put on the suit and go out. It felt so free. So liberating. Like there were no other problems for the teen. That is, till today. Today, he had ripped up a mattress store that was being used for a drag trafficking facility, only to then follow a lead to a drag lab. It was here that he had hoped he would finally get the info he was looking for, the location of one Kingpin's top men, Hammerhead. Based on the information Nizu had given him, the man frequented a lot of places, all that Izuku had been taking out every day. But today was different, as when he had reached the drag lab and took out the goons inside, he soon found himself in a situation that made him shiver. Silver Sable. She had nearly killed him last time they met. She had tried to assassinate him with the help of the Rose. 2 heroes, both trying to kill him. In all his years of wanting to be a hero, of admiring them and wanting to be a hero, he never imagined he would be hunted down by them instead. It was a scary thought, one that was going through his head at that very moment. He could feel sweat begin to form, his spine shivering as he stared down those 2 guns that she was pointing at him. After all, their last encounter included that exact thing. And as that memory went through his mind, the next memory came to the surface. Kaken. Katsuki Bakugo. The thought made Izuku freeze up. His fingers tensed up, his spine rigid, his feet feeling like their nerves had just left them, as if they had just gone asleep. It was like he had become a statue at the very thought of one person. All that was left for the teen was his mind, which was about to go blank until. Danger. Blam. 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 8 bullets sprayed out of the guns, 4 from each as they all went straight for Spider-Man. And as each round left their chamber, the teen spider-sense screamed at him, reflexes kicking in as his body unfroze. Before he could even think, the teen began to cartwheel to the side before doing a spinning flip, all 8 bullets instantly hitting the wall behind him a second later. And as this happened, the woman's eyes glowed before she shoved her guns back into their holsters just as the vigilante landed on his feet. He pointed his fingers at her next, weblins flying out to strike the hero just as she reached into her belt and pulled out 2 knives. Quirk active, she instantly sliced through each bit of webbing while charging straight ahead, her form making it right in front of Izuku just as the glow in her eyes began to die down. Danger! Izuku's spider sense screamed at him as both knives were moved at him. The sight made him quickly backpedal, his body reflexively trying to dodge both blows. The first knife came for his head, only for the teen to do a slight ducking motion, dodging the blade while the other knife went horizontal, striking his chest. The cut was shallow, but the black suit instantly reacted. Yow! The teen yelped as he felt the knife graze him, his nerves sparking in pain. But as this happened, black veins instantly covered where the knife had struck, the teen feeling a sudden push and pull in his chest only for the pain to vanish. This was followed by his spider sense ringing out again as the hero moved the other knife right at the teen's head, only for him to duck again. And as this happened, veins appeared behind the teen's head, shifting and stretching, making the vigilante go wide-eyed under the suit's mask before narrowing his eyes. Concentration instantly took over, determination following as he clenched both of his hands into fists. Gotta counter her or I'm dead, he immediately thought before reflexively moving a leg upward, his foot smacking a knife right out of the hero's hand. Silver went wide-eyed for a split second at this before hopping back, dodging a punch from the vigilante. This was followed by 2 more jabs, Silver backpedaling away from each blow. She then charged as she moved the knife again, quickly swiping it up at the teen's head. But as this happened, the teen reflexively jerked back, dodging the blow before moving a kick, smacking the hero in the stomach. Ugh! Silver groaned as the blow knocked her skidding back, the woman quickly shuffling her feet as she tried to stay standing. And as this happened, the teen pointed his hands at her, only for 10 weblins to fly out of his fingers. Her eyes instantly started glowing, her knife quickly striking the air as she cut through each thread with ease. And as the last bit of webbing was struck down, Izuku felt himself slightly backpedaling as the hero suddenly appeared in front of his face. Her still glowing eyes shined as she moved her knife straight for his face again. Danger! Izuku instantly leaned back, dodging the blade before moving an upward kick. But as he did this, Silver just hopped back, easily dodging the blow just as her eyes stopped glowing. Huff. Huff. Izuku panted as he put his foot back down from the previously evaded kick. His whole form shook as he stared at the hero before him, the woman glaring at him with deadly eyes. And despite how deadly she looked, his teenager brain took over as he muttered out, "Now hang on, could we just talk dash? Danger. No, wait." Izuku yelped as she charged at him, moving the knife again. The teen responded with a sidestep, evading the blade before moving another upward kick, smacking it out of her hand. But as this happened, his spider sense screamed at him as her other hand swooped in, smacking his throat with a sideways chop. Bluff! He gasped out, wind now leaving his throat before 2 punches slammed into his stomach. This was followed by a jab to his face, his head slightly twisting as he felt the blows, making him close his eyes in pain. Gotta move, he thought as he blindly swung a punch, the hero easily sidestepping back to dodge the blow. This was followed by 2 more punches from the teen, both blindly swiping the air as she continued to backpedal. And as he tried a third attack, the woman reached for her belt and pulled out one of her guns. Hiya! She roared as she moved a kick into the teen's stomach, making him lurch back. Ugh! He yelped as he felt the blow, making him stagger back. He could feel his feet trying to keep him stable, the vigilante almost about to stumble over. But as this happened, his spider sense rang out again. Danger! BLAM! The sound of 1 bullet leaving the chamber rang out as the piece of metal flew out of the gun. And just as it left, the teen tried to lean back, trying to dodge the blow. But as the bullet came and the teen tried to regain his footing, it happened. For as he leaned back, the bullet that was headed straight for his head grazed the top instead. And yet, there was no sound that came out of the teen's mouth. He didn't yell out in pain. Instead, the bullet grazed right through the black suit, the suit reacting instantly as veins scattered and shifted around where the blow had struck. Blood instantly tried to escape the body, only for the suit to cover over the wound, sealing it away. But it had struck. And with that single blow, Izuku's whole body smacked the floor with the back first. A resound thud could be heard as it happened. With that, Spider-Man was now knocked out. The blow had made him black out instantly, the bullet causing all the pain that was already flaring through his body to go into overdrive. And that was it. The teen was now laying out on the drag lab's floor, completely unconscious. It was over. Finally. Silver whispered as she walked up to the teen, gun still gripped in her hand. And as her footsteps rang out, she stopped just in front of the vigilante's feet before pointing the gun at his chest. My apologies, as I do respect what you do. However, I must complete my mission. As such, I hope you find happiness and peace in the next life. And as those words left her mouth, the teen's body began to move. One finger pointed up at her, and instantly flexed. Thwip. Ah, she yelped as a web glob instantly hit the gun, knocking it out of her hand. The moment made her almost gasp, her eyes glancing over to where her gun had suddenly been flung to before back at the teen. But as she did this, her eyes went wide-eyed as she saw the next sight before her. The vigilante known as Spiderman was now standing up, his body rigid and tense. There was no sound to him getting up, no reaction or vibration in the air. It just happened. Instantly. Like he had teleported himself from laying to standing in a split second. The sight made the hero tense up, her mind trying to go over how this suddenly just happened only to see something new. For just as she tried to react, the black suit the teen was wearing began to move. The right arm of the teen began to change as black veiny tentacles started to consume every bit of his arm, from shoulder to hand. Veins began to shift and slither, shake and move as the hand turned into a swirl of tentacles and tendrils, all spreading across the arm. It was like it transforming into something new, something animalistic. What in the dash, Silver whispered as she tried to activate her quirk. And just as his eyes began to glow, it was too late. Tum! Smash! Ugh! She yelped as a giant black tentacle flew out of the teen's arm and slammed into her. The tendril quickly smacked her into the drag lab entrance wall behind her, only for the brick wall to shatter as the tentacle continued to move itself forward. Debris went flying into the street outside as the tentacle continued to stretch out, only to come to a stop just as it reached the other side of the road. It let go of the hero at the same time, Silver gasping as her back hit another building's front wall. She slumped over next, the glow from her eyes already gone as she felt her body slouch over. Ugh, she muttered out, her eyes rapidly blinking as she felt pain cover her whole body. Her long silver hair was now all messed up, and several small tears had now appeared on her suit. And as she continued to sit there, squirming against a building, the teen that had struck her slowly walked up to the hero. His footsteps were silent, almost calculating as they came closer and closer. There was no sound coming for the vigilante, just silence as they slowly approached the fallen hero. Her eyes slowly started to come into focus at this, making her glance up at the vigilante. He had just come to a stop, just a foot or two away. And then he just stood there, staring. Staring at her like she was nothing but prey. Like a beast, ready to strike. Black veins began to shift all over the vigilante's body, like the suit he was wearing was alive. And as it did this, she went wide-eyed at the sight as the teen silently glared down at her. There was no emotion. No words. Nothing. Just silence. Like there was no heart in the being before her. No. It was like an animal. Something she had been told about a long time ago. The past. My name is Sylvija Sablinova, though I'm mostly known as Silver Sable. I am a pro-hero personally trained and administered through the Hero Commission, and have a license to kill under my name. I am also technically an underground hero, and have no ranking. It was not the same for my master, Lady Nagant, as she believed one should be shown for their accomplishments, though she was no glory hog. As for myself, I have no desire for ranking, but am still technically known to the public. To be honest, the commission will never advertise me, as they know I wouldn't be able to really get the ratings they want. And that's fine. That is how I operate, even when I was being trained and working with my master. It is how I always wanted it to be, though my master believes I could go high in the ranking if I wanted. I have no desire, and I also know my quirk would not go over well in advertising anyway. My quirk is something I call accelerate. Essentially, I can accelerate any function of my body of my choosing for a limited amount of time. When I use it, the whole world around me slows down, allowing me to do what looks like super speed actions, though it can only be used for a limited time. It also has an amount of time to charge, and I can't just repeatedly use it. Anyways, it's not these facts that led to what I'm thinking about today. For you see, this day is a day I will never forget. It was something that happened several years ago, and it is something I will never escape. It started when me and my master were doing a stakeout in a southern district in Japan. All for One's organization was vast and teeming with nasty individuals trying to cause chaos to distract the heroes from the villain. And to be honest, it worked. The villains would make giant messes, and the heroes were stuck cleaning. As such, we were on a stakeout for one of the more bigger villains of all for one's organization. The event happened a little past midnight, me and my master now sitting on a rooftop about 2.5 kilometers away from the target. We had been waiting for hours. And as another hour passed, something happened. My master began to talk. She was never one for small talk, and neither am I, but that night, she began to speak. Silver. I replied, turning my head to her as she continued to stare through the scope on her quirk. Yes, master? There was a slight pause in her response. It wasn't anything unusual, but then I saw her expression as she continued to stare into the scope. The frown she would usually wear was weaker looking. As if it was sadness embracing her usual frustrated smile. I need to tell you something. What is it? She continued to stare into the scope at that, her eyes slightly narrowing before she continued to talk to me. Truth is, the target we've been waiting on appeared about 10 minutes ago. I feel myself slightly flinch, my hand reached for my holster as I reply, what? Why didn't you say anything? Because the target is a hero. What? I repeat. The data we had been given clearly stated the villain was a villain, not a hero. Why would? Seems it's happening again. She added, cutting me from my thoughts. I'm going to kill them both. Both? Both. After all, our target is meeting a villain. She reached back into her hair at this, quickly making 2 bullets from her hair. They both must die. But master, we weren't told that BLAM. BLAM. 2 shots went out of her quirk. It was instant, like always. My master was the greatest markswoman to ever exist. She could kill anything within a 3-kilometer radius without fail. It was something I could never do, but I knew what the best was in this world. And then she cancelled her quirk, her arm turning back to normal. The action she had done was so instant, so sudden. It was like she had done it a million times. I had seen her do it over and over, time and time again, and it was still incredible to my eyes. She could do it without hesitation, without remorse, and without a single moment of error. I could not even speak before she would succeed in eliminating the target. But then she turned to me. My master, who I had accompanied to many missions with, fought beside her when the mission went wrong, and was taught by her on gun and knife play. Just frowned at me. Her face was lifeless. I had never seen her like this before. She had recently been slower than usual, but nothing too bad. It was normal when she would be taking mission after mission. Constantly fighting the good fight. That was our job after all, eliminate evil as it continued to try and harm this world and society. But she just stared at me with that frown. A frown that I'm sure I was slightly wearing myself as she continued to just stare. And as she did this, I spoke up, Master? Are you alright? No, I'm not. She glanced back at where she had been staring before looking back at me again. I'm sorry I made you wait so long. Were they here sooner? No, but I knew this mission would take a while. My master let out a long sigh at this, only to sit down at the edge of the roof before glancing up at me. Do you know why I had you come along on this mission? I shook my head. No, master. You've done the last 10 missions solo, and the commission say you've passed them all with flying colors. I was glad to hear that. I blinked at the praise, as my master wasn't one to praise me much, making me speak up, Master, what are you ? I brought you along because I want to tell you something. She interrupted as her frown grew. The sight made me want to gulp, but I kept it in my throat. A second later, she continued, What, master, She glanced down at the rooftop's floor. I wanted to tell you. I'm sorry. I could feel my head tilting at this. You're sorry? Yes. I'm sorry. She turned to me, her face showing the biggest frown. If I'm honest, I should have seen it coming. She was so depressed lately, more than usual. But even then, I couldn't contain my shock as she then said, You see. I'm leaving the commission. What? I almost yelled, as if on reflex. My brain caught up only a second later as I asked the really important question, why? But my teacher did not react normally. She did not lecture, or reprimand me for yelling. She barely reacted as she replied, because I'm tired of looking through ruby-tinted glasses. I know I opened my mouth to ask what she meant by that, but she merely turned away as she continued to speak, You see. I think I've lost my heart, doing this job. Lost. Your heart? Her head went low again, my master now raising her hands to the point they were above her chest. My hands are covered in blood. Blood that. If I'm honest, shouldn't need to be spilled. She turned to me, and it's blood they'll make you spill too. Her face showed that same frown. You've already spilled plenty. Master. I whispered, unable to say anything else. She put her hands down at this, a small tear going down her face as she added, I'm sorry. I opened my mouth to respond, but couldn't find any words. I didn't know what to do. Instead, I just sat there, staring at my master. And as I did this, she got up and walked over to me, her face changing into a small smile. "Thank you for being my apprentice." I opened my mouth again, but she put a finger over it, silencing me in an instant. Instead, she just kept talking. "I'm proud of you, and I don't want you to quit the commission. Find your own way, just like I did." The words, while simple, just flowed into my head. It was like my mind was filing every letter, every second, as this memory would continue to go through my head for years. That is, till she spoke up one more time. "But I want you to remember just one thing, Sylvija," she said as she put her hand to my face, cupping my cheek. She felt cold. So cold to the touch. Despite that, I replied with a question. "What's that?" "Don't ever lose your heart." Her smile began to form into a frown. "If you do, the commission will turn you into an animal." "An animal?" She did a small nod. "Yeah. And when you're an animal, they can justify getting rid of you whenever they want. Don't ever let that happen, understand?" I never found any words to respond to her with. I could only nod. That was the last thing she ever said to me. After that, she went to the Hero Commission, killed the president, and was sent to Tartarus. They said she killed a hero, but that was just a cover. As for myself, I went to the commission and declared myself a full operative for anything they wanted. Most didn't trust me, mainly due to who my teacher was, but I gave them a deal. I would do anything, as long as it would take time off of my master's sentence. And after a new commission president was selected, she agreed to my terms. Granted, she told me that my master had been given 3 life sentences, something technically not possible within the range of the law as I later researched, but I agreed to it nonetheless. I knew what I had to do, and I would do it with as much efficiency as I could. I just wish I knew what my master meant that day. The present. "Master, is this what you meant?" Silver thought as she watched the vigilante known as Spiderman now contort in front of her. The teen had her dead to rights, only for more black tentacles to sprout out of the vigilante's suit. She could only blink as the vigilante went rigid, standing over her as tentacles began to form what looked like a sharp tendril out of the suit. It was like an animal staring down its prey. The sight made her gasp, making her realize just what she was seeing. She had been trying to follow the vigilante for the past few days, and now it made sense. She was like him, constantly fighting and nothing else. No other interactions, no other duties, no nothing. Just fighting, fighting, and more fighting. In other words, the one before her was about to become like an animal. The tendril from before began to lift up at this, the hero staring at the weapon as it slowly moved to point at the woman. It looked like it was aiming for the chest, ready to tear right through the hero's body in one move. And as the tentacles around it began to slowly stop shifting and vibrating, the hero knew what this meant. And in one desperate outcry, she suddenly yelled, "Stop." It was like time had frozen in that moment. For just as she said that one word, the vigilante obeyed. He just stood there, staring down at her. Unmoving, unreacting, just still. Nothing. Nothing at all. Silver could only blink as she stared at this, only to almost gasp as she saw the tendril suddenly shrink back into the black suit. Her eyes went wide, only to see the vigilante point behind itself, fire a web line and yank on it. Within seconds, the teen was web-swinging away, leaving the hero to herself. Reflexes instantly kicked in at this, her right going for her belt as she pulled out a spare gun and pointed it at the fleeing vigilante. But as she saw the figure flee into the night, she put the gun down to her side. "I see. So that's what Master meant." She glanced down at the gun in her hand. Her mind's thoughts came out of her mouth next as she continued to stare at the pistol. "It seems I still have a lot to learn, Master. I'm sorry I haven't caught up to you yet." With that, she put her gun away and spun around, glancing over to the other side of the street. There, she stared down at what was the drag lab Spiderman had just busted before glancing away. Perhaps it is time for a change. Meanwhile, bluff. Izuku gasped as fell to his knees, his hands palms pressing into a rooftop as he kneeled over. He wasn't sure how he got here. All he remembered was that he was fighting the pro-hero Silver Sable, only to feel some kind of pain in his head, and now he was on a rooftop he didn't recognize. There was no hero around, no villains either. Just him and the suit. As such, his suit began to react at this, black veins shifting and peeling as it began to move the bottom of the suit's mask, showing the teen's mouth as he began to heave out a glob of spit. Coughing next, the teen put a hand to his mouth and wiped it, soon leaning back and putting himself in a half-sitting position as he ummed out, "What was that? What just happened? How did I get here?" His hands dropped back to the rooftop, slightly sliding on the concrete as he started to cough again. The suit began to react at this, peeling away to show his face while the rest remained on his body. His eyes shook, the pupils vibrating back and forth as he continued to hack and wheeze. He wasn't sure how long he sat there, gasping for air as his mind tried to reboot itself. But as he sat there, the suit began to move again. Small black veins appeared on the back of his neck, shifting and slithering as they continued to move. And as the last cough came out, Izuku put his hand to his head again, this time rubbing his face. "What is I don't," he muttered out, his mind taking over the next few words. "What just happened to me?" The veins continued to shift, the back of the teen's head now being slightly covered in black veins as he continued to think, what just happened? "I know I found that drag lab, then Silver Sable showed up, and then, he removed his hand from his face and stared down at both palms, I got shot." He flexed his fingers for a few seconds, his eyes glancing back down at the suit again. Did you save me?" And as that question left his mouth, he saw tiny black veins shift all over his hands, making him flinch for a second, only for the veins to die down almost instantly. He blinked at the sight before lifting his hands closer to his face, flipping them over for a bit as he stared at the black suit. "But how did you save me? You weren't wearing me or something, were you?" As the words continued to flow out of his mouth, veins appeared behind his head and began to tense up, making his eyes slightly widen for a second before he shook his head. "Okay, just think Izuku. You busted up that drag lab, then Silver Sable appeared, you got shot, and then you ended up here somehow. There's gotta be an explanation." But as he said those words, he felt the suit react. He looked down again, only to see the suit shift. It began to peel away at his belt area, revealing the teen's phone. "My phone? Why would?" His mouth stopped moving as the veins behind his head shifted again, new thoughts coming into the teen's mind next. "Oh yeah, Mr. Nizu." He reached down and grabbed the device in an almost robotic manner. "Guess I should call him and say I busted up a drag lab. That is, till I got attacked by a hero." Izuku began tapping the device next, the veins behind his head still vibrating as he put the phone to his ear and began to talk. The stoat on the other end of the line quickly picked up, Izuku soon telling him about what had happened and how it ended in a dead end for Hammerhead. He told him how he beat up the thugs, tried to interrogate Turk, and then encountered Silver Sable. However, as he told this story, tiny veins appeared on the back of his head, shifting just as he got to the part with Silver Sable, only to just tell Nizu he fled the scene. The stoat listened intently, not responding for a bit before telling the teen he had already sent a call for the police to investigate the drag lab's location. This was followed by the principal talking to the teen about the dead end. "Well, to be honest, this too is part of being a hero," Nizu commented as the sound of a lighter being flicked on could be heard. "Really?" Izuku asked in a slightly curious tone. "Absolutely. Dead ends happen all the time. It is the action of not giving up that truly matters for the hero." "Not giving up?" Izuku whispered before staring back down at the suit, flexing his free hand. "Indeed. You wouldn't be happening to be giving up on me, are you?" "Ha! No sir. I would never give up." Izuku gasped as he started to reply in a panicking tone, I want to be a hero, sir. I want to join UA, and I won't let this discourage me." "Ahahaha. I know you will, young Midoriya." Nizu chuckled before taking a small puff. "After all, you have talent and ability to spare. Not only that, but you've also taken your first true step against the Kingpin." Izuku went wide-eyed at the statement. I have?" "Yes. After all, even if this was a small drag lab, it was still an operation he was running. This will cause damage to his empire." Izuku blinked at this, only to shine a small smile. "Really? Indeed. This is your first step of many. You should be proud." The teen glanced down at himself again, the suit reacting by shifting veins all over the suit, only to make the mask over his face. It hid the growing smile on the teen's face, only for Nizu to ask one last question. "You said you encountered Silver Sable again, though you said you are all right. Did anything else happen?" And as the suit covered his body again, veins shifting and vibrating all over his body, a certain bit slithering behind his head. The teen's smile continued to widen at this, making him smirk before he replied, "No. I think I'm good. In fact, I feel great." It began with two massive hands resting beside a plate of food. On the dish was a pair of freshly cooked sausages, a small pile of hash browns, 2 poached eggs, and a soft toasted piece of bread. One of the hands grabbed a shining silver fork at this and slowly, silently, and carefully poked one of the eggs before a silver knife stabbed into the food, cutting it in half. And as it was split, one half was struck by the fork before being lifted into a mouth with pearly white teeth. The sound of food being consumed came next, the teeth chomping the egg before the individual glanced up. Before his eyes was a man wearing a thick purple mask and a smooth white suit. The man did a small bow as the second half of the egg went into the eating individual's mouth. "Rose. Good morning, sir." Rose replied as he did a small bow. The eating man responded by putting a napkin to his lips before snorting out a blast of air from his nostrils. A light shined down on the man at this, showing it to be the Kingpin. He was wearing a large white robe, and his face was wearing a rough, slightly annoyed expression as he spoke up. You being here this early means something went wrong. What happened? The Rose hesitated only for a second, his voice almost cracking before saying, the assassin failed. Again. I figured. Kingpin instantly responded as he took one of the sausages and put it in his mouth. A few chomps later, he glanced back up at the purple-masked man. How goes the hunt for the girl? Still working on it. We believe we have narrowed it down to Dash. Rose. Kingpin interrupted, making the man shiver. The large individual put another sausage into his mouth at this, slowly eating it before continuing, I expect results, not reports. Reports are for when we are doing ongoing business, not orders. I ordered you to find the girl, and I want her found. I don't understand, sir. I know you do. Kingpin replied as he put the napkin up to his lips again, taking a long deep breath next. He put his fork into the hash browns next, his eyes slowly glancing back up at the masked man. Now, what is the agenda today? You don't have a meeting, sir. Ah yes, the man chuckled as he gulped down a forkful of browns, finishing his meal. The monthly meeting. Meanwhile, a certain pale white-haired individual let out a long groan as one of his fingers traced around a small glass of alcohol. Ugh, he hummed as his body was slumped over an old-timey bar. What is the matter, Master Shigaraki? Asked a low monotone-like voice, making Shigaraki glance up to see a man looked like a cross between a smoky fog and a well-dressed bartender. I'm bored. Kurogyri did a small nod, I understand. Unfortunately, the master has instructed us to wait. Meh. Shigaraki spat as he glanced away, I want to go to the next level already. He then pointed at the bartender despite not looking at him. Instead, we're just sitting here, waiting as that spider something gets all the attention, just like the hero killer. I know. Kurogyri added as he refilled Shigaraki's drink. It seems we will not be able to make our move just yet. It began in an almost purely white room. The room was spacious, large, and only slightly rectangular, complete with a giant round table in the middle. On the sides of the table were 5 chairs, 4 on one side, a 5th on the other. There were also only 2 entrances, 2 pairs of brown double doors on either sides of the table. And with that, the doors on the side with 4 chairs opened, presenting the first of the arrivals. The first was a late 20s, early 30s aged man with jet black hair that had a strand dangling over his face. His face wielded a tiny mustache and purple-tinted glasses, along with a small smile. He was also wearing a basic black suit with tie, his footsteps simple and methodical as he wore basic black dress pants and shoes. Behind him was a man in a fully buttoned-up light blue parka, complete with big gray boots. The man's face was fully covered by the parka's hood, with the exception of 2 tiny white dot-like eyes, and a chill surrounding his body, as if being around him would lower the temperature of a room. The suited man waltzed up to the most left chair and sat down, his smile growing as he leaned back while the parka-wearing man just stood behind him. Seems I'm first, he commented, only for the sound of doors opening behind him to ring out. The duo turned to see the second arrival. It was another man, this one showing significant age, as his hair was faded white, wrinkles covering his face, and his teeth a fragile pearly white. He was wearing a basic black suit as well, complete with an orange tie, along with black dress pants and shoes. There was a certain scowl on his face as well, though as he walked up to the second most left chair, he slowly sat down as he adjusted the suit he was wearing with slightly wrinkled hands. Behind him were 2 women, both much younger than the old man. The first was a woman in a light green jumpsuit, with black coverings on the hands, feet, chest, and under area. Her face was completely visible, sporting short yet luscious black hair, and a vile smile as she walked up and leaned over the old man that had just sat down. She draped one of her arms over him, her smile growing as a long black tail slowly appeared from behind her body, a sharp blade on the end of it as she slowly had it float over the old man. At the same time, a second woman walked up to the old man's side, draping herself over him as well. This one also had black hair, but was wearing a white hoodie, its hood showing tiny black ears pointing out on top of the hood. It also had black mainly around the neck, and only went down to the top of their legs. She was wearing long black boots, and her arms were pure black and furry, along with what looked like animal claws for her hands. Good morning, the first man said, only for the elderly man to just glare at him back. What? Not in a good mood today. The elderly man just growled, only for the doors behind them to open again. This time it was a man looking in his 40s with vibrant chestnut-colored hair, the style pointing upward in 2 points in the back of the head. He was wearing a large scowl, a dark green cloak and suit with a red ribbon tie, along with dark green pants and brown shoes. Behind him was a very large, very tall man wearing a bright blue helmet-like mask. The massive man was also wearing a yellow vest with 3 blue diamonds on it, along with tight blue jeans and silver shining boots. His muscles were on full display, only hiding a little bit of it behind a pair of blue gloves. The first man sat down on the third chair at this, the massive man standing behind him as the man in the green suit slumped back in the chair. Everyone turned to them, the other sitters about to open their mouths to comment, only for the doors to open again. Their eyes turning to the next arrival, they saw it was a man in another pure black suit. The clothes were nothing but a black suit, black dress pants, black shoes, and a small black hat. Their face was completely hidden, a dark shadow covering the man's face despite the lights in the room shining nice and bright. The man sat down in the final 4th chair, their movements silent and quiet. All in the room stared at the man for a second, not showing they were slightly unnerved by the silent movements on the man. That is, till the doors across the room opened. The noise from this was loud yet subtle, like a creaking that was designed to be an alarm. All turned to see a large bald man in a bright white suit, white pants with black shoes, completed with a purple tie. In his right hand was what looked like a cane with a shining diamond-like jewel for the handle. His expression was dull, a look of perception crossed with patience as he slowly walked up to the 5th chair at the table, one that was directly across from the other 4. Behind him was a man wearing a purple mask, along with a white suit and white pants. And as he entered the room, they all knew who this was. It was the Kingpin, who was now slowly making his way to the final chair. He put the cane down beside himself before slowly sitting down. His expression did not change as he did this, his fingers tapping the table as he stared down at the hard old wood before glancing up at the other sitting 4. "Gentlemen," he slowly said before his eyes went to the elderly man with the 2 women draped over him, "Ladies," he added before putting both of his hands together, showing a type of thinking posture. "Let us begin." Nizu stared at the computer at his desk, his beady eyes staring at several documents. One was a current list of locations, the stoat marking off several. And then there's that," he muttered as he moved his mouse around, this time opening a file with multiple pictures. "And then there's these." He leaned back and pulled out a small cigarette out of nowhere, quickly lighting it before letting out a puff. The stoat sighed as he rested the stick in his paw as he stared at the pictures on the screen. One picture was on an elderly man, complete with a wrinkled face, simple suit and pants, along with an orange tie. Beside his picture was a list of crimes that would make most criminals look like nothing, and that was just the beginning of the list. The second picture had a list just as bad beside it. The image showed a chestnut-haired man in a green cloak and green suit and pants. There was a large scowl on his face, an expression that would make sense due to the list of crimes beside him. It was just like the first one, a list filled with felonies after felonies, like a database of crime. Taking another small puff, he put the cigarette on an ashtray and reached into his desk. This time, he pulled out a small case, putting it on the desk and opening it. Inside was a chess set, one that he took out to reveal a different set than usual. Unlike most chess sets that showed 2 sets of black and white figures, this one had only 1 white figure. It had the rest of the black figures, which were all set on one side of the board while the 1 white figure sat in the middle of the board. He stared at it for a second, only to move one of black pawns closer to the white piece. He whispered as he then put his paw over the white piece. "Now, what will our next move be?" It began with the Kingpin reaching into a small BRST pocket, his large fingers pulling out a small case. Clicking it open, it revealed a pack of Cuban cigars, the man taking one and putting it to his mouth while closing the case. And as he did this, the Rose was instantly by his side, leaning over and igniting a small lighter up to the end of the cigar. The flame soon began to burn on the brown stick, causing the Rose to lean back and shut off the device just as Fisk inhaled. A large puff of smoke came next, Fisk slightly leaning back in his chair as his eyes turned to the first person that had entered the room. "Hanabata, is it?" "That's me, sir. But please, call me Trumpet." "Why are you here and not Yatsubashi? I thought he was the representative of your little group." Fisk replied, his tone lowering at the end of the statement. Hanabata shined a small grin, one that most would consider to be slimy as he responded, "My apologies, but due to circumstances, he was busy with several interviews today. As such, he asked me to come and dash." "Quiet," Fisk interrupted, making the man's smile vanish. "I don't need a full story, Trumpet. That's not how things work here." He then let out another puff of smoke before resting the cigar between 2 fingers. "If you're his replacement for this meeting, say as such. I won't tolerate rambling." Hanabata tried to hide his flinch at this, the parka-wearing individual behind him now glaring at the Kingpin as Trumpet replied, I see, sir." "Good. Now, if you have his report, say it." Clearing his throat for a second, Hanabata reached into his vest and pulled out a folder. Opening it, he readjusted his glasses before speaking up. As with the last meeting, the Meta Liberation Army has currently had an upswing of recruits. We're currently expanding over multiple districts and have seen a 5% recruitment increase since last month. So your cult is still growing. Kingpin commented as he placed the cigar on a small ashtray beside him, tiny flakes of ash falling into the disc. Trumpet rapidly blinked at this before replying, "Sir, we are not a cult. We are You're a cult." Fisk interrupted again before putting the cigar back in his mouth, the tone of his voice sounding like it had just cut the room in half. Hanabata just flinched at this, only for Fisk to glance up at the ceiling and let out another puff. "That's all you are, and the only reason I let you run around is because you're good at making sure idiots don't run around and attract heroes to our operations. And if I'm honest, that's all you're good for." The Kingpin's eyes turned back to Trumpet at this. "Yatsubashi knows this well, and so should you." Hanabata slightly leaned back at this, his mouth trembling before he muttered out, "Well sir, no offense, but I don't care." Fisk cut in as he put the cigar back to his lips, glancing down at the stick to see more ash falling off it before glaring back at Trumpet. "What is your current standing in the diet?" Trumpet blinked again before clearing his throat. "Oh. That, right?" He flipped through a few pages in the folder before replying, "Well, due to recent elections happening in the next month, we currently have 60 seats guaranteed, another 35 are currently in a majority vote while another 12 are being worked on." "Good." Fisk chimed in before putting the cigar on the ashtray again. "That's all I want to hear." "But sir Quiet." Kingpin hissed, making Hanabata flinch as he saw the large man glare at him. His eyes bore right into the glasses-wearing man's skull, making him gulp. And as he slumped back into his seat, Fisk's eyes turned to the individual sitting beside Trumpet. It was the elderly man with the two women draped over him, both smiling at Kingpin as he spoke up, "Silvermane." The elderly man stared back at Fisk, his expression unchanging. Report. The old man licked his lips at this, two lower teeth showing themselves for a second as he sat up straight in his seat. He let out a long sigh before replying, "Sorry to say, but I don't got much good news." Fisk did a small shrug at this, his face unchanging as he said, "That's fine. All businesses have issues. What happened?" Silvermane tapped a few fingers on the table at this. "Well, to start, I'm still unable to get the operation you wanted going in Hosu due to the hero killer." The name everyone slightly twitch, Silvermane feeling the stares as he continued, "Unfortunately, the nutjob has a good way of making some of the boys antsy. Even for better pay, none of them want to stay in Hosu long, both because of what happened and the heroes have tightened up their patrols there." "I see. Is it only in Hosu?" The elder shook his head at this. "Not quite. For one, as I suspect Hammerhead probably already informed ya, but a bunch of my boys are having trouble in Esuha City. Regularly, that means I just either get the boys out of town for a bit but I think one of my moles in the police has been caught. We haven't gotten any info from him for days." Fisk let out a snort before replying, "Does this mole need to be taken out? I could use some help." Silvermane glanced over at Rose before back at Kingpin, "If you know what I mean." "That's fine. Talk to Rose after this meeting." Fisk responded before tapping his fingers on the table. In response, the Rose walked to the side of the room and pulled out a glass and bottle from behind a pillar. He then placed in front of Fisk, pouring a small drink while the Kingpin continued to stare at Silvermane. "Anything else?" Doing a small click of the tongue, Silvermane replied, "One more thing. The fighting rings I run have been well, something's been happening with M." "What is it?" Fisk asked as he took a small sip. The elder let out a long sigh, "Not sure. All I know is that my boys that run the rings have been telling me that fighters are they're all disappearing. They've been vanishing for a while, but it's increased." Kingpin replied as he put the glass back down. "Understood. Talk to Hammerhead later and have him recruit some men to watch your fighters. See why they're disappearing." "Got it." Silvermane nodded back. "Thanks." Fisk didn't respond to the last word, instead glancing over at the third person across the table. The chestnut-haired man had been silent and still, just the same as the large man behind him. Taking another sip of his drink, the Kingpin spoke up as he put the glass back down. "Owl, report." Reaching into his green cloak, the owl took out a folder. Opening it, he flipped a few pages before speaking up, "As you requested last time, I was able to make a deal with Roxanne of America. They had recently set themselves up by selling a bunch of weapons to one of the remaining Yakuza rings, and I persuaded them to make a deal with us." "Good. What did they offer?" "Oh, the usual." The owl chuckled as he flipped through a few pages. "High-grade explosives, plenty of firearms. The usual work since our past few buyers were caught by All Might. The owl flinched at his own words as he glanced up at Kingpin, knowing that referencing that event would make the man angry. However, there was no sign on the large man's face, making the owl glance back down at the papers. That being said, that's not enough for the other project you asked for me to do. Kingpin took another sip at this. Is this about the district property? Yes. Owl nodded before stopping at a certain page. You see, there's a block of small-time businesses that are well, they won't let go of their buildings. We need the room, and they just aren't budging, even with my persuasive tactics. The owl glanced back up at the Kingpin at this, smirking at the man. I see. Fisk replied as he leaned back, considering the look on your face. You have another idea? The owl shined a small grin. You know me well. I'd like to recruit a few hammerheads boys to how you say, relieve the small-time businesses' inventories. After all, if they have nothing to sell. Understood. Kingpin responded before gesturing to the rows. After Silvermane gets set up, I'll have Hammerhead give you some extra muscle. Much obliged. The owl nodded before leaning back in his chair. And as he did that, Fisk turned to the last member in the room. This one had been silent the whole meeting, their face still covered in the shadow of their small hat, their form sitting perfecting still in their chair. Now, the final order of monthly business. Fisk commented as he watched the figure turn to stare at him. How is the special project going? The man responded with a small shrug. It's going well. The main stages are complete, and it is currently in testing. Once the testing is done, the hero problem will be more manageable. And for the first time in the meeting, Fisk shined a small smile. Excellent. The grin disappeared in an instant though as he then asked, I was told through my contacts that you had to how you say, go to a certain forbidden buyer. We did, the man replied, doing a slight nod. We know it's from someone you don't trust, but we believe it was necessary to further our goals. Our goals? Kingpin instantly responded, his mouth slowly showing a frown. Yes. Our goals. After all, if you want to make progress. The man raised his hand and gestured to the rest of the room. You sometimes have to make deals with devils. Fisk tapped his fingers at that, his eyes glaring at the man before doing a small nod. Very well. He turned to the rest of the table. As you can see, we are all trying to maintain what control we have over society. It belongs to us, and we will continue to wield its power. He snapped his fingers at this, the Rose walking up and placing a few papers down in front of the man. The Kingpin picked up the first one, flipping through it before staring back at the other table occupants. Now, onto our next order of business. As you know, the Yakuza were recently taken out of the picture, and we were able to obtain their trigger formula. Due to this, I have been trying to get multiple labs set up around the country. However, a recent one was shut down last night. How's that possible? The owl spoke up. I thought the areas we've been setting up are places the heroes won't touch. Indeed. Fisk responded as he turned to the green-cloaked man. It was shut down thanks to a vigilante. Spiderman. Ah? Owl remarked as he slumped back in his seat, crossing his arms. That's that new blood that's been knocking heads, isn't it? Indeed. Kingpin replied as he tapped his fingers on the table again, and I believe this is merely the beginning. Vigilantes, unlike heroes, are not bound by the law. They will continue to poke and prod. As such, I have instructed the Rose, along with the Hero Commission President, to eliminate this pest. Referencing the woman-made Silvermane let out a scoff, all turning to him as he said, that drunken idiot? She can barely control that flimsy organization of hers. Trumpet chuckled at this, the owl shaking his head while the two girls draped over Silvermane both giggled. And as the laughing continued for a few moments, Fisk took in a deep breath before replying, while what you say may be true, she does have her uses. She keeps most heroes out of our business. He leaned back and stared at the papers on the table before him. Humming to himself for a second, he then turned to Hanabata. Trumpet, the glasses-wearing man almost flinched. Tell me, who are her current political opponents? Perhaps there's something there that can be used for motivation. Hanabata reached into his suit and pulled out a mobile phone, tapping the screen a few times. A slow minute passed at this, only for the man to glance up and say, I have a few candidates we could use. Good. Fisk replied before gesturing to the purple-masked man behind him, give the list to the Rose later. Trumpet tilted his head at this, why not try to persuade her right now? The Kingpin just closed his eyes and let out a long breath. No. I believe she will be busy today. The sound of a pen tapping paper barely rang out in the room as a certain woman stared at the white sheet before her. Her expression was one of exhaustion, age and weariness taking her over. She was the Hero Commission President, and just like her past few weeks, she was not having a good day. It had started with a report stating a certain vigilante had found a drag lab and shut it down before the police could even realize it existed. Not only that, the agent she had sent after the vigilante had gotten to the scene, only to suddenly disappear. For a full night, the one called Silver Sable had not responded to any call, any text, or shown any signal of what happened last night. All that remained was a busted drag lab full of webbed-up goons. And no captured vigilante to show for it. The thought made her growl as she signed another paper. Then another. And another. It was endless. She had spent the last 2 hours filling out paperwork, all to cover everything. The cover-up had at least worked, as according to what little news would report what happened last night, the news said it was the police stopping a gang hiding out in an abandoned building. Simple lies with hints of truth in them are the best after all. It never ends. She muttered as she signed another paper, only to push the sheet away. And reveal she had finally reached the end of the stack. Turning to the stack, she sighed and reached behind her desk, pressing a small button. A second later, the office's door opened, a man in a full black suit and shades appearing. She grabbed the stack and gestured to him. Here, take this to resources. Tell them to keep it quiet. Understood. The man replied, grabbing the stack before spinning around to leave the room. And as he exited through the now closing door, taking a left and striding down a hallway, a small white shoe moved itself into the closing door. Stopping it just before it could hit its lock, the president turned to see a figure slowly open the door. The sight made her eyes twitch, a low growl escaping her breath as the individual fully opened the door and walked right in. "You," the president grumbled as she saw a certain silver-haired woman now walk in front of her desk, the door now fully closing just as the woman came to a stop. Seeing this, the president let out a snarl as she asked, "Where have you been?" The woman called Silver Sable just glared back at her, standing over the president as a moment of silence embraced the room. Neither said a word for a minute, the president's face scrunching up at this. And with a long huff, she opened her mouth and asked again, "Where have you been?" The last word came out like a hiss, the older woman behind the desk now giving the best death glare she could give. "I've been thinking." Silver responded, making the president raise an eyebrow. "Thinking?" "Yes. Thinking." "And what has the president started, only for her mouth to stop moving as she felt something tap her forehead. Glancing up, she now saw the hero Silver Sable's eyes glowing and wielding a gun pointed straight at the president. The end of the barrel was touching the president's forehead, her eyes staring up at the killing device for a second before glaring back at Silver and asking, "What are you doing?" "Getting answers." Silver instantly replied before resting her thumb on the hammer of the gun, "And you're going to give them to me?" "First question Get that gun out of my face," the president interrupted as she glared straight into Silver's eyes. "Not before you answer my questions." Silver responded while clicking the hammer back. "Now, first question. How much time have I really took off my mentor's sentence?" And as those words left her mouth, the president just continued to glare, only to repeat her previous words. "Get that gun out of my face. Answer my question first." "You have no right to demand anything," the president snapped back before leaning forward, causing Silver's hand to go slightly back. "Now, get that gun out of my face." "Not until Get that gun out of my face," the president repeated in start and stop manner, her glare somehow getting stronger as she stared up at the hero before hissing out, "Now." Silver felt her fingers rest of the trigger, her eyes squinting as she stared directly at the commission president. She wanted to do it. To pull the trigger and end it all. Just one measly push of the finger. That's all it would take. But she didn't. She just kept that gun pointing straight at the woman as she spoke up again, "I'm not moving this gun till you answer my question. How much time have I really took off my mentor's sentence? And I already told you, you have no right to ask me that. And you have no right to tell me not to shoot a bullet through your head." Silver instantly countered, only to see the president's eyes twitch. "How dare you?" the president began to roar, "I am your superior, and you will do as I command. I'll only do it if you tell me what I want." Silver barked back, her own expression twitching as she added, "And you best get something going now, because I will kill you if you don't answer questions soon." "You wouldn't dare "I would." Silver replied, her tone suddenly smoothing over, as if it had become cold and dark. "Something happened to me last night that reminded me of something my master once told me. She told me what you people at the commission really are. And she was right. TCH. The president spat as her glare continued to bore holes through Silver's head, as if that woman could teach anything worthwhile. She then felt the gun push her forehead, Silver's eyes narrowing as she responded, "Don't you dare insult my master. And don't think I don't know the truth. I know she didn't kill some hero. She killed the previous commission president, and you covered it up." And as those words left the woman's mouth, the president instantly let out a cackle, making Silver yell, "Don't you dare laugh either." And as the one note of laughter finished its job, the president's expression quickly changed. It was no longer a glare, but a simple, dull, almost lifeless expression as she remarked, "I'll insult that piece of gutter trash as much as I want, Sablanova." Silver pushed the gun again, only to find it couldn't move against the president's forehead, making her growl, "You. Don't you dare growl at me either, you same piece of gutter trash." The president spat, only for Silver to not respond to the insult. She didn't make a sound, instead just continuing to point the gun at the president's forehead. And as the two glared at each other, the commission president did a small shrug before adding, "Then again, why am I not surprised? After all, savages will only raise more savages." "What are you dash? You want the answer to your question?" The president interrupted, making Silver almost lean back as the woman continued, "I'll tell you then. I know you made a deal with us when Lady Nagant was arrested. The deal was simple after all, just that you would do any mission we asked as long as it chipped away at her triple life sentences." Silver's eyes narrowed at this, trying to hide the shock that the president was just not talking about it. She had come into this room expecting that she would end up with a dead president and blood on her hands. Instead, the woman just kept talking. "To answer your question," the president stopped for a second as a big, shining smile appeared on her face, "We lied to you." Silver's eyes slightly widened at this, the gun resting on the president's forehead now shaking as she felt her fingers vibrate over the trigger, only for the president to add, "We never shaved off a year, a month, a day, an hour, a minute, or even a second off of Lady Nagant's sentence." Her grin grew just a centimeter more at this. "She doesn't deserve freedom, and she will never obtain it." You. Silver growled, her whole body now shaking as she tried to keep her gun steady. "Now," the president calmly replied, "Get that gun out of my face." And as the hero shook more and more, she felt herself about to pull the trigger. Only to stop. Her whole body stopped shaking as she felt a small tear try to well up in one of her eyes. But before it could form, Silver closed her eyes for a second, took in a deep breath, and then reopened them to a darkest death glare she had ever given in her entire life. Her mouth hissed as she asked one simple word, "Why? Why?" The president scoffed, fake rolling her eyes at the same time, "It should be quite obvious, Sablanova. We can't let a violent animal like her out." She then smirked at this, "Especially one that was born in the gutter, just like you." Silver barely heard those words. It was almost like the woman before wasn't there. But as she heard the word animal, it reminded her of her mentor. Of those words that night. "The commission will turn you into an animal." An animal? Yeah. And when you're an animal, they can justify getting rid of you whenever they want. Don't ever let that happen, understand? That's about to happen to me, isn't it, master? Silver thought as she continued to glare at the commission president. In other words, if she killed the commission president right now, she would never save her master. Instead, she would end up right where her master did. "Why?" she asked again. "Why? Surely you can do better than that." The president scoffed again. "Fine." Silver instantly responded, her tone slightly lowering as her glare began to vanish a bit. "Second question, what makes you so special? What makes you so superior?" The president just stared back at her, her face showing the dullest look possible, as if she had been asked the most obvious thing in the world. "Seriously," she replied in a draining tone, "you seriously have to ask that?" "I do." The president shrugged again, "I suppose gutter trash wouldn't understand." The woman leaned back at this, removing her forehead from the gun as Silver continued to point it at her. She let out a long sigh before ranting out, "It's quite simple actually. You see, this so-called hero society that exists that you and your master used to work for exists to protect the stupid ignorant masses. That was why it was created, that is why it works, and that is why it will continue to work even if you stop working for it right now. It is a product that we, the Hero Commission, have created. It is something that proves that we in power have the right to be in power, just like we've always been." And as those words hit Silver's ears, she just growled as she asked, "And that includes the kingpin?" The president's dull expression hardened slightly at that, the woman biting her lip for a second before replying, "No. That overgrown tub of lard is an exception. He was born in the gutter like you and got lucky. Like All for One and his lucky quirk he was born with. They're both trash, and they have no real right to exist. That's all they are. And why have you never asked me to go kill the kingpin?" "Because he has dirt on me." The president instantly responded, making Silver's eyes twitch again. "Seriously? That's why?" Silver screeched back. "Yes." The president leaned back even more. "I can't allow the public to know what we do. They're ignorant masses for a reason. They must stay ignorant. I will one day kill the kingpin, don't worry about that." The president added, ignoring the few words from Silver, "Unfortunately, he owns over 51% of the commission's stocks at the moment, along with a pile of dirt on us. I'll fix it one day though. He'll never truly accomplish his goals after all. And why is that? Silver hissed out. That's not something you need to know. The president replied while crossing one of her legs over another, what you need to do is choose one of two options. Silver felt her fingers about to pull the trigger again as the president just stared at her with the previous dull expression, either take that gun out of my face and continue to go out and kill worthless idiotic vermin who think they can increase their standards in life through evil acts, in other words, villains, like a good little soldier, or... She crossed her arms at this, you can kill me, and spend the rest of your pathetic life on the run or in a box like your mentor. Your choice. Silver felt herself starting to shake again, her mouth quivering as her mind went over everything she had just heard. She had spent several years now trying to help her master. Going out and killing hundreds of targets, all to help shave even seconds off the sentence her master now served, only to learn it meant nothing. She was just a tool. A tool to be used, a cog in the machine. One that could easily be used and replaced. That made her so angry. So angry that she could only say one more thing. You know, my master truly believed what she was doing would let her become a hero. She believed dash. She obviously didn't since she killed an innocent man, the president cut in, scoffing at the hero's words. But she did. Silver replied, not skipping a beat. She believed it so much. She took another deep breath before glaring back at the president, and then she figured you guys out. She figured out that the commission was just as corrupt as the villains. And as those words hit the president's ears, she let out another scoff before saying, TCH. What nonsense. She was villain through and through. After all, we are the Hero Commission. We create heroes, and we show the world how great they are. Your master was just a misguided, broken fool. Silver felt her teeth grind at that statement, only for her brain to go back to last night. That night of fighting a certain vigilante. One that had found something even the heroes and the police could not find. And in that moment, she had her answer as she asked, and what happens when a vigilante does a better job than your heroes? A small twitch appeared on the commission president's forehead, her right eye twitching as well as she slowly replied, what did you just say? You heard me. Silver responded as she smirked for the first time since the confrontation had started, what happens when someone like Spiderman takes down the Kingpin, something you can't even do? Silence instantly covered the room. The president just stared at her, her form fully still as Silver continued to point the gun at her head. And as she rested her finger on the trigger again, she asked two more questions, well? What would you do if one single vigilante does the job better than any hero out there? But the president didn't respond. Instead, she continued to stare at Silver Sable, uncrossed her arms, and slowly, very slowly, reached her right hand down into a drawer on her desk. She grabbed the knob and pulled it back, revealing a loaded revolver inside the wooden frame. Her hand then reached out for the weapon as she said, I would do this. And what happened next could only be described with one word. Bang! 5 massive fingers tapped the table as the Kingpin watched the 4 men in front of him say their last words for the meeting. And as they did this, Fisk put his hands to his tie and adjusted it before staring directly at the 4. Very good, gentlemen. I believe we have made great progress today. They all nodded back, no words coming out of their mouths as they watched the Kingpin stare at them. He did a small nod as well, only to continue speaking. As you know, the current underworld is one that must be run like a business. There is no need for anything personal, anything chaotic or destructive. Like vigilantes. He slowly reached over and grabbed the diamond-handled cane, putting it to his side as one hand rested on the top of it. Because of this, I have only one order for all of you. Continue what you are doing, and make sure it is for the betterment of this country. With this, he rose from his seat, his expression hardening as he said his final words to the 4, order must be maintained. There will be no exceptions. Only results. He spun around at this, his cane tapping the floor as he exited the room. The Rose followed right behind him, the rest in the room quickly leaving as well. And as they all left, the Kingpin came to a stop and turned to the Rose, that goes for you too. Order must be maintained. And that includes getting rid of certain vigilantes. The Rose just nodded back, understood, sir. See to it that you truly understand. Fisk replied as he opened a door, glancing back for only a second, or it will be the last thing you ever do. I understand. The Rose responded as the Kingpin closed the door. And as the hero stared at the frame, he bit his lip before snapping a finger, creating a tiny rose in his hand. He glanced down at it, his eyes dull and emotionless as he added, there truly is no rest for the wicked. Woo! Izuku cheered as he leapt out of his bed, the teen then doing a few stretches as black veins appeared around his body. The tentacles all flexed and vibrated as the teen shined a big grin. A second later, the veins disappeared back into his body, leaving him in his pajamas as he let out a long yawn before doing one final stretch. Man, I feel great. Izuku chuckled to himself before cricking his neck. Heck, I can't remember the last time I slept that well, he thought before glancing down at his hands, seeing tiny black veins appear for a second before shifting back into him body. Gotta say, I have been having nothing but good sleep since you came into my life. It feels so good. With that, Izuku made his way into the bathroom, doing his morning routine with a pep in his step. The teen was constantly smiling as he did this, soon walking into the living room. As he did this, he saw that his mother and Himiko had already fixed breakfast, the sight of the food making him almost drool as he zipped over to the dining table. And as he sat down, the other two sat down beside him, both staring at the teen as he shined a big grin. "Morning, Mom, morning Himiko," he said as he scooted the chair up to the table. "Morning," Inko slowly replied, her eyes blinking at the teen as he smiled at the food. She hadn't seen him smile at food like that for a long time. Well, when the food isn't Katustan, that is. Despite this, the woman inhaled for a second before saying, "Let's eat." "Yes." Izuku cheered before turning to her with a big grin, "Thanks, Mom." Inko opened her mouth to respond, only to see her son stuff a bunch of scrambled eggs down his mouth before taking a glass of orange juice to his throat next. She could only blink at the sight before turning to Himiko, the girl slowly eating as she watched Izuku just devour his food. Granted, he didn't do it like an animal, but more like a machine. He just dropped it in his mouth, chomped once or twice, and then it was gone. "Wow!" Himiko whispered while Inko bit her lip as she watched Izuku finish off his breakfast. But as the last bit of food went down his gullet, finishing the meal before Inko could even get started, the woman took another deep breath before speaking up, "Izuku." The teen responded by putting a glass of orange juice to his mouth and gulping the rest in one go. He let out a satisfied sigh after that before turning to his mother, "That was great, Mom." Well, thank you, but we need to talk." Inko tried to start, her eyes shifting to Himiko for a second, only for the girl to just shrug at her. Her face tightening up for a second at that, Inko looked back at her son before saying, "Me and Himiko have been talking the past few days about something that we need to tell you." Izuku tilted his head at this, "What's that?" Izuku glanced over at Himiko for a second before looking back at his mother, "Did something happen?" "Yes." Inko instantly replied, her voice finding itself as she pointed at her son, "That happened." Izuku looked down at himself for a second before replying, "What do you mean?" "That black suit thing." She clarified. The tone made Izuku shake his head, "Mom, I told you I'm fine. This whatever this suit thing is, it's awesome, and it's helping me be a better Spider-Man." "I know it is." Inko responded as she held back a sigh, "However, ever since you started wearing it, you've been distant." Izuku blinked at the word, only to tilt his head again, "I have?" "Yes." Inko and Himiko replied in unison, only for Inko to add, "Izuku, you've barely talked to us the past week." Izuku leaned back at this, only to put a finger to his chin and thought, I haven't? I thought I had. You've been either sleeping, doing homework, or being Spider-Man. Inko countered, "You haven't spent a second with either of us." Izuku looked back at them, ready to respond, only for Himiko to add, "Yeah. I mean, I know that suit is cool and all but you've kinda stopped talking to us after you got it." Izuku glanced over at her, now seeing the big frown on the girl's face. He turned to Inko next, only to see the same frown. The sight made him frown, only for tiny black veins to appear behind his neck, shifting and vibrating as he slightly cricked his neck for a second. "Oh. The teen's eyes shifted slightly away for a bit, "Sorry about that. I just guess I got caught up in the whole hero thing and yeah." Inko and Himiko shared a glance before the mother reached over and grabbed her son's shoulder. Izuku stared back at this, Inko then saying, "We know. As such, I want you to spend today with us." Izuku almost grimaced at this, but no buts. Inko interrupted, patting his shoulder, "Today, you're going to be Izuku Midoriya, who's going to volunteer at Feast, and help Himiko with her homework." "Yeah." Himiko chimed in, Izuku turning to see a huge frown on her face, "I really need your help." Izuku blinked at this, his eyes going between the two as they both stared at him with expectant faces. The sight made him clinch up, only to let out a long sigh. "Okay. I'll be Izuku Midoriya today." Inko's frown disappeared at this, patting her son as he looked back at her, "Thank you, Izuku. Don't worry, I'll let you be Spider-Man tomorrow, okay?" Yeah." Izuku replied, all three not noticing the black veins shifting at the back of the teen's head. "I'll take a break just for today." Meanwhile, a tiny finger tapped a desk as two beady eyes stared at a chessboard. On one side was a single white piece, the other was filled with every black piece that could be placed on the board, with the exception of one knocked-over pawn. The sight made Nizu put a paw to his chin, humming to himself before his eyes turned to the computer screen beside the board. He soon began to move the mouse, pulling up photos and documents, all showing literal years of work for the stoat. He had not told Izuku Midoriya this yet, but he had been playing a game with Kingpin for a long time. That game was the battle for the state of the Hero Society, something Nizu believed was good for the world at the moment. It allowed people to have peace and faith in their protectors, something that was difficult to do at times. History had shown that the concept of police has never been a perfect one. Even in this advanced age that Nizu lived in, people had a trying relationship when it came to trusting officers. Heroes were much the same, and Nizu believed that they were the key to keeping peace, and in turn, helped bring humanity out of the dark age that happened when quirks first emerged. History had shown that quirks weren't the best thing for humanity. At the time they first appeared, humanity had been in conflict, but had steadily been advancing to beyond the planet, beyond its origins. However, quirks then came into the picture, and the worst of them all came with it, all for one. A monster that tore the world apart, chaos reigning as disasters quaked the world. And yet that he is barely known to society now. That was the age of heroes for you. They had beaten and covered up the worst humanity had to offer. Well, in some people's opinions. In Nizu's, he felt there was much worse in humanity than all for one. For starters, there was Destro. A maniac that believed that humans had rights to their quirks, and should be allowed to run free, causing as much chaos as they want. The man was an absurdity to the principal, and he had read the man's original book before it had been massively edited. In the stoat's humble opinion, the book was boring. Boring, and honestly, too black and white for humanity. It stated that humanity had rights to what they were born with, that they had the right to fight the government, in other words, terrorism, and well, that was it. Nothing on the quirkless. In other words, only convenient for Destro. However, Nizu also knew that his current opponent was different from those two. The Kingpin was not a terrorist disguised as an activist. He was not some quirk-stealing monster that craved more and more power. No, the Kingpin is a businessman, and a really good one at that. He understands the power of money, politics, and loyalty. Not only that, unlike the other two, the Kingpin is one that put himself in a position power not by revolution or mass murder, but rather through favors, blackmail, bribery, and good old-fashioned strong-arming. To make a long story short, the Kingpin knew how to play the game. He didn't try to cheat his way to the top, but rather went along with the rest of society's rules, and then began to bend and meld those rules to his favor. That being said, there are flaws to such a way of doing business. If you play by the rules without truly breaking the important ones, in turn, the rules can be used against you. That, and you don't have a way to defend yourself completely from someone outside of the rules. This leads to the board, something the stoat was heavily staring at before glancing back at his screen. There, it showed the one thing outside of the rules, Spiderman, Nizu's ace in the hole. He greatest tool against someone who had even beaten the Hero Commission. A being so good that he had spent the last week busting heads in all sorts of hideouts and places the Kingpin ran without barely a scratch. At least, of what Izuku Midoriya would tell him about. The sight made the stoat smile. That is, till he tapped his mouse a few times, switching the screen from the documents to some camera footage. Specifically, footage of two classrooms. The first was Class 1A, which had been improving recently. Thanks to the other teachers' complaints, they had been allowed to help the students relax and not be overwhelmed by Aizawa's current temper tantrum. In particular, All Might had been hitting really well with the class. Nizu was hesitant with having the hero with no teaching experience join UA, but he had done something that Aizawa could never do, teach the students how to show themselves as true heroes. Not ones that go and beat villains all the time, but ones that inspire hopes and dreams to others. Unfortunately, it was still Aizawa's class, and when he could, he drilled the students as much as possible. Nizu had wondered if he should step in, but as he had watched the past week, he knew everything would work out. Despite Aizawa's harsh treatment, thanks to the other teachers, the students had improved leaps and bounds. He still wasn't sure if they were ready for the finals next, but he knew most would do well. His eyes went to the second classroom at this one showing a Gen Ed group. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be paying too much attention to them, but as he watched, he quickly frowned at the sight. In the class was Katsuki Bakugo, who was showing the biggest scowl on his face that the stoat had ever seen. The boy was a problem, one that after doing some research, that being hacking Aldera's cameras since the principal refused to give any good information, he found the boy was well, it wasn't pretty. It also didn't help that Aizawa had basically told Nizu every other day that he wanted Bakugo back, stating he was the best student he had, and he was necessary to move the class forward. The idea made Nizu glance back at the board. The game was still going, and Nizu needed to keep his piece close at hand. No. He would not fall for Aizawa's demands today. That is, till he glanced back at the screen and minimized the camera footage. There, it showed one picture from before he hadn't closed. It was a picture of Spider-Man swinging away after foiling 2 jewelry store robbers. Except, Spider-Man looked different. He wasn't in his dark green suit but a jet black one. One that Nizu had to admit looked good on him, especially the large white spider on it, but it was still something new. Something different. Nizu reached into his desk at this, pulling out a box of cigarettes as he put a stick to his teeth and lit one with a lighter that had been sitting beside the box. Young Midoriya. Why haven't you told me anything about this new suit of yours? I gotta say Inko, and I mean no offense, but this is weird, a certain snake-headed lady commented as she watched Izuku Midoriya lift up several tables with a smile on his face. I know. It's like looking at a different person. Inko added as she looked up from some soup she was cooking. It had been an hour or so since they had arrived at Feast. And when they had got there, Inko and Himiko soon found out that having Izuku suddenly be so happy wasn't only weird for them. All of Feast quickly commented about it as they watched the teen be so happy. So what happened? Gloria asked while searching through a cabinet for ingredients. He sure wasn't like that the last time I saw him. Heck, it's been over a week, and I know that isn't something that just happens in a week. You'd be surprised. Inko replied as Gloria handed her a bottle. Izuku has been well, he's been going through some changes, and I'm still not sure what I think about them. No kidding. Gloria chuckled as she watched Izuku grab the last tables and take them outside, the two staring at the sight before adding, heck, I wish Ochako and them were here to see this. Inko didn't respond to that, just looking back at the soup as she continued to cook. Seeing this, Gloria opened her mouth to ask why the woman looked so glum, only for Inko to speak up, I know it's strange. And I am worried. But well, the mother glanced away at this, her hand absently stirring the soup with a spoon. You're glad he's happy, aren't ya? Gloria finished for her, Inko slowly nodding in response. Patting her back shoulder next, Inko glanced up to see a smile on the snake-headed lady's face. Don't worry about then. Let the kid be happy. She glanced up to see Izuku walk back inside with Himiko, even if it's a little off-putting. The two watched the teens walk back into the main center of the building, soon sitting down beside a few that were playing a game of chess. Ready to beat all the old-timers again? Himiko whispered to the green-haired teen. Izuku opened his mouth to reply, only for one of the elders to turn to them and grumble, we ain't that old. The duo glanced back at him, the old man glaring back only to sigh, fine. We're old. I'm 1.5 years younger than you, the other elder at the chess table laughed, making the first one glare at him. The sight made Izuku and Himiko chuckle, Izuku then turning to Himiko, hey Himiko. Yeah? She replied as she glanced over at him. Thank you. For this. Himiko tilted her head, what do you mean? Izuku glanced away, the teen feeling something shift in the back of his head before replying, I don't know. I guess I didn't really think about it, but you and Mom were right. I've been distant. Himiko grinned at this, soon slinging her arm around him, making him glance back at her as she showed off her fanged smile, don't worry about it. Heck, if this helps me pay off the massive debt I owe you, I'll remind you anytime. Debt? What debt? The one I owe you for saving me, silly. Himiko giggled while poking his chest with her other hand. What are you don't owe me anything, Himiko. Izuku stuttered out, only for Himiko to just giggle again. Hey, what's so funny? I knew you'd say that. Himiko chuckled before shaking her head, and even if you don't think I owe you, I do. I just need to figure out how to repay you back. Himiko. You don't need to Izuku tried to say, only to see the smile on the girl's face. It said everything he needed to know. The sight made him come to a stop, only to give his own grin before replying, okay. I understand. Good. She turned back to the elders still playing chess, now, how about you Soup's ready, yelled a sudden voice, making both turn to see Gloria and Inko, the latter carrying a large pot. Time to go help. Izuku commented as the duo hopped off their chairs and ran over to the building's entrance. Soon they were outside, helping the last bit of setup as a line of homeless walked up to the soup kitchen. Himiko began to help with the drinks while Izuku put on an apron and began to serve soup to the first few homeless people. You know, maybe it was good for me to do this today, he thought a few minutes later, the soup kitchen now going into full swing. He began to pour some more food for an old homeless man at this, his mind going over another thought, heck, you know what? I think I'll call Mr. Nizu after this and see if he can help me arrange another meeting with Eri. I should go see her every once in a while. A little bit later. Nizu tapped his phone screen before sliding it into his desk, the stoat leaning back in his chair a second later. Izuku Midoriya had just called, asking to help him set up a meeting with the young girl, Eri. As such, he had just called Ryukyu, who seemed happy to get a call from the principal. Turns out, Eri had been feeling very lonely recently, and had been asking for when Spider-Man could come around again. Helping children is one of the greatest things a hero can do, even if the hero is currently a vigilante. Nizu thought as he glanced back at the board on his desk, I suppose I should be glad for the break. I still need to figure out my next move. His eyes went to his computer screen next. This time it was showing two pictures of what could only be described as old-school villains. One was an old, elderly, wrinkled man in a simple suit and pants. The other was a chestnut-haired man in a green cloak. Below their pictures were the names, Silvermane and the Owl. Members of what the underground hero scene called the King's Cabal. Should I start with them? The Hammerhead's case has been getting colder, but dash. Slam. The stoat's words stopping coming out of his mouth as he turned to the noise. His office's door had just been thrown open, showing a certain disgruntled employee, Shoyuta Aizawa. Good afternoon, Aizawa. Nizu commented as he turned to his computer screen and minimized the pictures before glancing back at the hero. How may I help you on this fine dash? You know why I'm here. This made a long, tiring sigh leave Nizu's mouth. He wanted to say, this again. Seriously, but he more tact. Instead, he merely shook his head and replied, the answer is still no. Nizu. Don't bother trying. Nizu responded as he turned to the teacher, now giving his full attention as he stared deep into the tired hero's eyes. You will continue to have a class of 18, and that is final until I can add your 19th student, which I might add, is going quite well. Spider-Man has successfully dash. He has no right to be a student. Aizawa interrupted in the deadest tone possible. Nizu felt his nose twitch at this, making him reply, you know I don't like being interrupted, Aizawa. He put both his paws together in a temple-like formation. Still, tell me why Izuku Midoriya has no right to be a student. He's shown he's beyond capable, and his current task will be dash. One that gets him killed. Aizawa interrupted again, making Nizu almost bite his lip. Aizawa. Izuku Midoriya will get killed, just like the rest of the heroes that went after Kingpin. Aizawa replied as he lazily pointed at the stoat, and before you ask why I don't do it, you won't let me, and you know I have shut down his operations before. Which caused several lawsuits. Nizu countered, granted, we were able to throw them out of court, but regardless, any hero with a license cannot touch him without having to go through every bit of the commission. Aizawa opened his mouth to respond, but Nizu flashed a paw at him, but that's a road we don't need to talk about. Instead, tell me why you don't want Izuku Midoriya in your class. And don't say it's because I want him to join. Aizawa grit his teeth at this, letting out a low growl before replying, he doesn't deserve his quirk, or to be a hero. You've already told me this before. Nizu instantly snapped back. I know. Aizawa grumbled before taking a deep breath. And began to raise his voice. But regardless of what I say, you won't listen. That's why I'm telling you this, that kid is going to get killed because of your plans and schemes. He won't die to dash. He will. Aizawa yelled, making Nizu start to glare back at him. But as this happened, Aizawa just growled before fully pointing at the stoat, I'm trying to save that kid. Granted, he probably deserves worse because of the stupidity he told us, but still. Nizu just glared back, not saying a word. The sight made Aizawa growl, his face now showing true emotion as he glared back at the principal. It made him think back to that night when they had gone to the Midoriya's house, and what that woman had said to him. That's why I don't trust you. I don't need any evidence or proof or anything to tell me that you're nothing but a bully. I can tell just by looking at you that you're the same as all those other teachers. The memory made Aizawa feel like he was about to explode. That woman. She has no idea what she's talking about. She has no right. That thought went to another, as he remembered she was the main reason his class was in shambles right now. All because of her condition on letting her son join his class. He could feel his hands clenching into fists at the very thought of that quirkless reckless snot joining his class. This led to one more thought, this one coming out of his mouth as he said, I want Bakugo back. No. Nizu responded in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm not asking. Aizawa countered, I want him back. And my answer is the same. No. Nizu replied as he leaned back in his chair, and no matter what you do, you will not get him back. He doesn't belong in general services. Aizawa yelled, only to see Nizu open his mouth again. Pointing at the stoat, the hero added, and don't tell me he can't join because of those lies that woman told us. He's the best student I had. I want him back. Nizu shook his head at this, and you will not get him back. Aizawa increased his glare at this, the two staring at each other for a second before Nizu let out a small sigh. That being said, since you keep coming back to this, perhaps we can consider a different deal. Aizawa grinded his teeth at this, only to hiss out, go on. Have your class pass their finals? All of them. Aizawa opened his mouth, but Nizu flashed his paw again, don't. Start there, and I'll negotiate with Izuku Midoriya. Till then, just concentrate on finals. The hero had both fists clenching so hard they were about to white, only to let out a long sigh, fine. He growled before spinning around and stomping out of the room, the sight making Nizu shake his head. It's just one problem after another, the stoat sighed as he watched Aizawa slam the door close. Blinking at the sight, he said his next thoughts aloud, I suppose things won't be calming down even when I have Izuku join UA. He did a small shrug next, oh well. Glancing back at his computer screen, he reopened the pictures of Owl and Silvermane, the stoat staring at both before pulling up a third picture. This one showed the pro hero, the Rose, standing tall in front of several hero commission agents. The sight was something different, as it made it look like the man was a true hero. But the stoat knew better. It was the devil in disguise. His eyes went back to the chessboard, staring at the one piece facing a full board on the other side. Blinking at this, he turned back to the screen, putting a paw to his chin, perhaps I'm looking at this the wrong way. After all, you were predicting my moves at the start. So maybe I should wait and see what you and your boss do next, Rose. Meanwhile, the smell of thick cigarette smoke and thin whiskey flowed into every nostril as a certain purple-masked man walked up to a daft, dirty, and cracked building. It was hidden in the dredge-filled alleyways of the Shizuoka prefecture, a place that most would only consider to be a trash heap. In truth, it was the perfect place for criminals to hang out, as the commission owned just about every block, and they made sure both hero and police didn't touch a speck of it. Though to be fair, no one wants to just go into what looked like a trash heap from the outside. As such, the purple-masked man known as the Rose stopped in front of the building, the man tugging on his purple tie for a second. And as he did this, the door in front of him opened, revealing two of the enforcers, Fancy Dan and Ox. There was a moment of silence at this, only for Dan to say, hey boss. Are they all here? Dan nodded back, yeah. They're about to start a game. He turned his head to his partner, Ox, get the boss a drink. I'll take care of the rest. Ox silently nodded and spun around, disappearing inside as Dan gestured to Rose. The masked man quickly went inside, Dan closing the door behind them before striding in front of Rose. As he did this, the masked man snapped his fingers, summoning a tiny red rose in his right hand as he spoke up, so about these new recruits, Dan glanced back at him, I suspect Montana is sizing them up? He's got a good eye. Dan replied as he looked away, the two now walking down a narrow hallway. Taking a left turn a moment later, the duo then went down some stairs before arriving at a much more open room. It was a bar, complete with several tables covered in cigarette smoke as several men in overcoats all sat around the tables, smoking and drinking it up. There were also 3 billiards tables, 2 of them being used by several seedy-looking men. More men were also at the bar, including Ox, who was waiting on the bartender as he poured a glass for the large thug. But this wasn't what the Rose was looking for. Instead, he skimmed the area, only to see a table in the back with 7 people around it. The table was designed to be half a circle, and 6 of the 7 were on the round side while the 7th was on the half side. It made Rose smile under his mask, as he recognized a certain Stetson that one of them was wearing as one dim light hung over the table. As such, he slowly made his way over to the table, only to come to a stop just a few paces away. Dan followed, his eyes staring right at Montana, only for the cowboy hat-wearing man to glance back at him. He then nodded to Dan for a second before looking back at the table. Looks like Montana approves of M. Dan whispered to Rose. I see. Let's watch the game from over here. Rose replied as the two walked over and sat down at a small round table nearby. As they did this, Ox silently appeared beside them and sat down, sliding 2 glasses over to the duo. And as they took the drinks, Rose lifting only the very bottom of his mask to take a sip, the scene changed to the table Montana was sitting at. The enforcer stared up at the person standing on the half side of the circular table, the sight making him smile. Alright boys, let's play, the person Montana was staring at announced as they showed a deck of cards in their hands. They began to shuffle it in midair before pointing the deck at the 6. With a few flicks of their top finger, 2 cards flew down to the 6. Around the table. A grin appeared on their face as they turned to Montana, him being on one end of the table as they asked, you first. Montana silently glanced down at his 2 cards before letting out a quiet, TCH. He then put his hand over a small stack of chips and pushed them into the middle of the table, I bet. Huh. Nice. Gotta love it when a game starts strong, laughed the person sitting right beside Montana. The light above them slightly swung over to the individual, revealing them to be a man with large curly black hair, a pale white face, and a symbol of an 8 on his forehead. He was wearing a black suit with a white circular symbol on its chest with a black 8 on the white symbol. His suit's arms had white-filled circles down them, along with jet black gloves. The person continued to laugh before pushing some chips in as well, I'll call as well. And as the small stack of chips fell over due to the push, the dealer turned to the third one as the light over the table swung over them. This one was wearing a full-body black suit, the costume going from head to toe. There were no designs on the black suit, their face looking like a pure black mask. The only other thing they had on was a long open brown overcoat that went down to their ankles. An almost silent voice came out of the person, the voice deep and low as they pushed their 2 cards forward. I fold. All right. The dealer replied before turning to the fourth. And you? The table's light moved over the fourth, this one being a bulky blonde man. He was wearing a brown fur vest, no shirt, and thick orange pants with just as thick brown boots. He showed a large frown, growling slightly as he just pushed a few chips into the middle of the table, showing they were calling like the second player at the table. I must say, you are all quite reckless, chimed in the fifth, the light swinging over them as well. This one was a man wearing a jet black bandana-like mask that covered on the top half of the head. Their body frame was slimmer than the fourth, but still muscular, and they were wearing a red bodysuit with a black spider symbol spreading over the main chest area. Thick black gloves and boots were also part of their attire, and there was a decisive frown on their face as they peeked at their 2 cards before sighing and pushing some chips across the table, but it seems I will call as well. A series of giggles came out of the dealer next, all turning to them as the light shone over that side of the table. It was here that anyone could clearly see that the dealer was that of the female SEC, their face feminine with long flowing golden hair. Their face was pale white, though with slight whiskers on their cheeks. The woman was wearing a white bunny suit, complete with her own little bunny tail on her lower back, along with wearing an open blue checkered suit with coattails. She was also wearing knee-high white boots, and to top it all off, had 2 long thin floppy white bunny ears coming out of the top of her head. You boys sure are starting strong, she laughed before turning to the final player of the game. How about you? The last player sat in silence at this, the light over the table slowly moving over them. And as it did this, it showed another bulky, muscle-bound man. This one wasn't wearing any bodysuit, but just a basic red tank top shirt, dark green pants, and a large scar down the left side of his face. Inside the scar was a glass eye, along with a tuft of blonde hair covering the top of his head. His face wore a sadistic-looking grin as his arms slightly vibrated, looking like they were alive as he glanced up at the dealer. I'm thinking of something more to start with. And what would that be? The dealer asked with an ever-growing grin. He raised his arm at this, showing a massive, almost pulsing hand as he grabbed all of his chips on the table and pushed them into the middle, all in. AUGH, screamed a thug as he went flying into 2 more thugs, all 3 hitting a wall and slumping over. Get him, yelled another as they charged at the center of the room, only for a fist to smack the thug's head, instantly knocking him into another wall. Bluff. Weak, hissed a low voice, its owner staring at the down thugs around them. There were 49 on the floor or leaning on walls, leaving only 1 thug as he stared at the individual standing in the middle of the room. The figure turned to him, making the thug gulp before a fist instantly hit his gut, the blow faster than he could possibly react. A second later, the thug was on his knees before his face kissed the floor. The sight made the man in the middle of the room sigh again, a light on the ceiling soon shining over the figure. It was the one known as the Kingpin, the large man growling as he turned and snapped his fingers to a person standing at the corner of the room. The man quickly ran over with a towel, Fisk taking it and wiping it once over his face. He glanced down at the cloth a second later, only to grumble out, 50 men and not even a bead of sweat. Fisk turned to the man who had given him the towel, get rid of them. Now. Yes sir, the man slowly bowed. And get me 60 men next time. These are worthless. Yes sir. The large man let out a long sigh before walking out of the room, soon striding into a bathroom. Cleaning up for a few minutes, the man then went to a closet and walked out in a fully black suit, white inner vest, and a thin black tie. Cane in hand, he walked into a small office, only to see a certain purple-masked man standing in front of the office's desk. Rose. Good morning, sir. Fisk walked up to the desk and sat down behind the desk, putting his cane beside the desk. His face showed a long frown as he leaned back in his chair. What is today's agenda? The Rose did a small nod, the usual sir. However, I do have something to inform you about before we get started. Letting out a small, TCH sound, the Kingpin reached into his desk's drawer, opening it to reveal a small leather case. Opening it, he pulled out a cigar, the Rose leaning over and taking out a lighter to light it. A giant puff of smoke came next as he leaned back in his chair again. Go ahead. Yes, sir. The Rose put the lighter away before reaching into his vest and pulling out a folder. I have recently acquired some new help. Specifically, the vigilante killing kind. I see. Fisk replied as he took the folder, skimming it through. He saw it showed 6 profiles, complete with names, backgrounds, and villain rankings. He hummed at this before glancing back up at Rose. They seem to be quite the scum. They will definitely do. What do you need to make sure they succeed? Nothing too drastic. Just a building or 2 for trap making. Or more precisely, I rather not deal with all over it. Another puff of smoke left the Kingpin's breath before doing a small shrug. All right. Give me a setup and place you want to use. The Rose opened his mouth to respond, only for Fisk to point his cigar at the hero, and they better succeed, Rose. Or else. There was a small moment of silence after this, the hero almost shaking as he slowly said, Yes, sir. Woo! Izuku exclaimed as he leapt out of bed, the teen flipping at the same time. With a flick of his feet mid-flip, he quickly found himself standing upside down in his room, his feet sticking to the ceiling. He followed this with a few arm stretches, a few cricks ringing out as he chuckled, Man, I feel great. Snapping his fingers next, black ooze suddenly covered his whole body, quickly forming the black Spiderman suit. He almost jumped at this, glancing upward due to upside-down perspective to see the suit already making itself home on his body. Whoa there. Someone's excited, he laughed before letting go of the ceiling, quickly flipping back to the floor. I like the look, but I need my face for my morning routine, suit. He looked himself over, the suit responding as black liquid slowly left his head, revealing the teen's face. There we go. Gotta say, that is too cool how you can do that. The teen zipped into the bathroom next, quickly doing his morning routine just as he had mentioned before. And after a quick shower, the teen snapped his fingers as the suit changed into a casual wear of shorts and a shirt that said, Clothes. He walked into the living room next, a big smile on his face as he saw Himiko already done with her breakfast and now typing away at the family computer. She had been doing several online classes at once, the teen having been told that she would have to finish all her schooling she had missed due to being on the run, and so forth. Not only that, Inko had told the family that the court case against the girl's parents was still a month away, but that didn't mean Himiko couldn't get other things done. As for Inko, while Izuku was showering, she had yelled over the sound of the rushing water that she was leaving for the day, a full shift of work at the hospital now waiting for her. Morning, Himiko. Izuku commented as he opened a cabinet and pulled out a cereal box. Morning. Himiko muttered back, her head not turning from the computer. Hearing her grumbly tone, Izuku didn't say another word as he made himself some breakfast, quickly devouring it before putting the bowl and spoon away. After this, he slowly walked up to the girl, a big smile still on his face as he asked, Need some help with your classes? A low growl escaped Himiko's mouth at this, only for her sigh, I want to say yes. But no. I don't need to figure this stuff out on my own. I get ya. Izuku replied, patting her shoulder at the same time. She turned to see that big smile Izuku had been wearing the past few days. It still looked off on the teen. That is, till Izuku spun around and went over to his room's door before glancing back. Well, just tell me if you need help. I'll help you anytime. I know. The girl showed her own little smile, thanks. No prob. Izuku opened the door, only to glance back at her. Oh, I will be going out early today. I'm gonna go meet Eri, and then go bust some more villain heads. Himiko blinked at this, still staring at the teen as he saw his smile slightly change. This one seemed more genuine, as if it knew it was going to do something it really enjoyed. As such, she silently nodded back as the teen disappeared into his room. Walking up to his desk, Izuku turned on his computer and quickly shuffled through his own online classes. Unlike Himiko, the teen was well ahead of his work. He had to admit, he enjoyed the online nature of the course, mainly because he wasn't at Aldera, but it also helped that the teacher really wasn't judgmental about anything but grades, which he kept himself ahead of at all times. 2 to 3 hours later, he finished another batch of homework before glancing at the clock, seeing it was a bit till the time Nizu had scheduled for him to meet with Ryukyu and Eri. Honestly, Izuku was so glad he had the principal helping him with things like this. The school-running hero truly was something else, having helped the teen time and again in his quest to becoming a hero. After all, what other hero student actually takes down villains to become a hero in their current society? Not many. Granted, Izuku did feel it was a bit much, but as soon as he thought it, black veins shifted in the back of his head, and the thought went away. After all, he had a chance to get into UA now, and he wasn't going to squander it. Well, time to get going. Izuku told himself as he shut off his computer. He pushed his chair back before standing up, only to feel the suit shift around him. Glancing down, he saw it slightly move, but didn't change the shorts or shirt. "Don't worry, suit, we'll be web-swinging soon. There is one thing though." The suit almost vibrated at this. "Yeah. I need to show me in my old suit at one point today. It's the only one Eri knows me wearing, so I don't want to confuse her." The suit was silent at that, the teen blinking at the sight. After a few seconds, the suit just covered him, turning it into the usual black suit with a giant white spider on it. "I'm guessing you understand," he said with a shrug. "Let's go web-swinging. Maybe we can even get a patrol or two after visiting Eri." And after a quick goodbye to Himiko, the teen turned invisible, crawled out of his window before closing it, and swung into the city. There was smile under that mask as he turned visible a minute later, swinging down a block as he thought about the future. "I wonder just what is it going to be like for me at UA once I finish these jobs for Mr. Nizu? I mean, if I get in there, I get to meet and learn under All Might." His grin grew wider at the thought. "That's so cool. I wonder what learning under him is like." The sounds of light footsteps barely rang out as a certain thin, almost stringy-looking man walked down a UA hallway. Lights above him shone down, revealing the scarecrow of a man called Toshinori Yagi. Also known as the greatest hero of All Might, he was wearing a large frown on his face as he continued to make his way through the school. As for why he was wearing this sad expression, it was because of what was scheduled today. For the past few weeks, the hero-turned-teacher had found that certain things at UA weren't exactly cracked up to what they were supposed to be. Don't get him wrong, he found some pride and enjoyment in being a teacher. But it only went so far. For starters, his successor, Ochako Uraraka, was struggling with the great power he had passed to her. Granted, she had figured out how to summon it. But only for what was about 1 to 5% of its true potential. Now, he would normally be fine with this slow growth, but he knew that may no longer be an option thanks to recent events. Turned out, the one thing he never wanted to happen ended up happening. His greatest enemy, All for One, was back. At least, according to most evidence. In other words, he still had All Might business to deal with before going full teacher. He glanced down at this, staring at a file of papers in his hands. It was over today's lesson plans, a simple hostage simulation that the hero was proud of making up. Unfortunately, he also knew he would have to work with someone he didn't want to respond with right now, Shoyuta Aizawa. The teacher hero wasn't exactly something he was expecting when he first started working at UA. Granted, All Might had met the hero on many small jobs, encounters where the hero was quick, efficient and tidy. He was a very no-nonsense kind of hero, something that Yagi wasn't exactly thrilled with, but respected. After all, his ex-sidekick Sir Night-Eye was the same way. Or, at least something close to it. But that changed a while back. And it all happened after a student, young Bakugo, which was one that Yagi did not like, left the class. After this, and young Uraraka confirmed it for him as well, that Aizawa began to change. He began to push the students. And it wasn't just a small push, it was the really hard kind. The kind that made the kids go against mountains and tell them, destroy this mountain with nothing but your bare hands. You have one day. It was that kind of pushing, and Toshinori Yagi did not like it one bit. It was here in these negative thoughts that made him come to a stop. Glancing to his side, he saw he was about to pass Class 1A's classroom. The sight made him bite his lip, as he knew what was coming. The past few days of going in there had been rough. Every time he tried to hype up the students, try to make them happy to be heroes, to learn to smile, they wouldn't. They looked like they had been put through the ringer over and over. And yet, the hero had gone and complained about the teacher to the principal. He had tried to make Nizu listen. But the principal said no. Said it was a lesson that both the students and Aizawa needed, though for different reasons. He did allow Yagi and the other teachers to take over, to slow things down, and they had. They had helped the students relax all of 2 weeks ago, only for Aizawa to come back and take over again. Now, the students were miserable, and only one hero could cheer them up. Taking a long, deep breath, the hero glanced around, seeing no one was in the hallway. Snapping his finger, the man struck a pose as his body transformed, turning the scarecrow-like figure into a buff titan of a man. Shining his signature grin, the hero grabbed the papers that went flying from his transformation before opening the door, ready to face the students and help them with their finals. Do no worry, my dear students, for I am here. Meanwhile, Woohoo! Izuku exclaimed as he did a mid-air flip, the teen striking a pose next before firing another webline, the vigilante quickly passing another block. He had just left the train he had taken last time to get to Ryukyu's agency, a smile on his face as he quickly changed back to his vigilante costume and started web-swinging. He had to admit, even if he couldn't succeed in everything, he still had web-swinging, something he had very quickly grown to love. If he was honest, he loved everything about the power that Spider had given him. The enhanced body, the spider sense, though he did find that annoying sometimes, the invisibility, the reflexes. And the bioelectricity powers. That last one was a bit of an issue lately. Despite everything he tried, whenever he summoned even the tiniest spark, the suit reacted. It didn't like anything of his venom abilities, quickly shifting and vibrating over him, causing the only kind of pain the suit would give him. It was strange. But, considering just how much the suit helped him, how much power he could now feel flowing through his body, he didn't really care. Everything just worked out now. After all, he had spent the last week just going out as Spider-Man and winning almost every fight. He would arrive at a thug hideout, be it a bar or a restaurant or a mattress store, whoop the bad guys, web 'em up, and then web swing away without a care. It felt great. It was like all he needed now was this suit and nothing else. He sighed as he swung down another block. This is so nice. I can't believe I never had this quirk like 2 months ago. It feels like I've had it for my whole life. He glanced down next, grinning under his mask as he stared at the suit, and then there's you. You have to be the coolest thing that's happened to me ever since I became Spider-Man. Heck, I still don't know where you came from and dash. Danger. Huh? Izuku blinked as he felt his spider sense ring out, the teen glancing back up only to see a tiny 8-ball flying towards his face. What the dash? Boom. Whoa. Izuku yelped as the ball suddenly exploded in front of him, the teen swinging directly into the explosion. He quickly swung out of it, as the explosion was relatively small, the teen gasping as he prepared to start coughing, only for the suit to shield him from the explosion smoke. What in the dash? Danger. 3 more flying 8-ball appeared before the teen, Izuku going wide-eyed for a second before letting go of the webline he was currently holding onto. Quickly pointing to his side, he fired another webline and yanked it, the teen zipping over to a nearby building. Landing on its side, he let out a gasp of air before glancing back at where the spheres had been, only to see them all explode mid-air, all missing their target by several feet. He glanced up next, his eyes darting around a bit before seeing a figure appear on the rooftop across the street. Squinting his eyes, the teen saw it was a man with long jet-black shaggy hair, a costume that covered him head to toe in black except an 8-ball symbol on his face, chest, and several 8-ball symbols covering both of his arms. Beside him was another man in a pure black costume, one that you couldn't even see his face on. It covered him head to toe as well, though he also had a brown trench coat on. Along with 2 submachine guns, both in each hand. Well, look at that, Mr. Nobody. Our prey just happened to swing by. The one with the 8-ball symbol said before rubbing his hands together, I can just taste the bounty money. He turned to the man in a trench coat called Mr. Nobody. What do you say, wanna kill him and split the take 50-50? It'll be much easier than splitting it with those other pathetic poker players. Mr. Nobody responded not with his voice, but rather pointing both guns down at the vigilante. Nice. Oh. Izuku whispered as his spider sense rang out, the teen quickly leaping off the building just as gunfire struck the wall he had just stuck onto. He fired a webline next, the webbing hitting the rooftop the two were standing on as the teen yanked on the line. Moving himself upward, the one with the visible face just grinned before tapping one of his arms. The 8-ball symbols on his arm quickly shifted before 3 little 8-ball bombs appeared, seemingly coming out of his arm before he threw them at the incoming vigilante. Firing another webline, Izuku yanked and swung himself sideways, dodging the explosives before firing 2 weblines at the rooftop again. Pulling on both, he slingshot himself straight up, soon landing in the middle of the roof before spinning around, now facing the duo. Okay, that's enough. Who are you and why are you attacking me? The two shared a glance before the one with the 8-ball symbol let out a laugh before replying, seriously? You're seriously asking that? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, only for the man to continue by pointing to himself, name's Crazy 8. He pointed to his companion, this is Mr. Nobody. We're both what you call villains for hire. Izuku blinked at that. For hire? Yup. Crazy 8 chuckled as tapped his arm again, 3 tiny bombs appearing next as he took them in one hand. You see, your hide is worth a lot of cash. Something I intend to collect with my little quirk. He spun the explosives on top of 3 fingers, I call it breakout bombs, his grin grew at this, and it's gonna let me turn you into a profitable pile of ash. Danger. Izuku's spider sense screamed as the villain threw the 3 bombs at the teen, only to gasp as he saw them get bigger while in midair. Letting his spider sense reflexes take over, the teen quickly cartwheeled and flipped away, dodging each explosion just as Crazy 8 summoned even more bombs. And as Izuku did this, his spider sense kept ringing, only for the sound of gunfire to hit his ears. BLAM. 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 Bullets sprayed out of Mr. Nobody's guns, Izuku continuing to flip and cartwheel across the rooftop as he evaded every bullet. And as he did this, another set of bombs suddenly appeared above him, causing the teen to gasp before flipping backwards, only to flip off the side of the building. Whoa! He yelped as he found there was now no ground. Gasping for a second, his reflexes kicked in, quickly firing 2 weblins before pulling on them, yanking himself upward. The teen soon flew above the rooftop, only for another bomb to come flying straight for him. But the teen was ready. Pointing his hand at the bomb, the suit reacted and fired a web line, instantly striking the projectile and covering it in black goo. Smiling at this, Izuku yanked at the line, spinning it for a single rotation before slinging it back at the duo below him. Return to sender. Izuku exclaimed as the bomb headed straight for the two, only for Mr. Nobody to put one of his guns into his trench coat and grab Crazy 8's arm. A flash of light covered them next, the duo disappearing just as the bomb smacked the rooftop and exploded. What the dash, the teen gasped as he began to fall, the teen firing some webbing below himself, creating a slight webbing cushion that he landed on with a thug and an ow. Rolling himself back up, he then glanced up to see the duo of villains had now appeared on the other side of the rooftop. What was that? Did they just teleport? Wait, did I ask that the other villain's quirk? Little bugger is a sneaky one, isn't he, Mr. Nobody? Crazy 8 laughed as he created 3 more explosives. Agreed. Mr. Nobody remarked as he pulled out the other submachine gun, pointing both at the teen. No more playing around. Sounds good to me. Crazy 8 chuckled as created some more bombs out of his other arm, all of them growing in size in his hands. How about we dash? WEEWOO. 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 All 3 on the rooftop flinched at the sound, soon recognizing it as police sirens. Crazy 8 then let out a long sigh. Great. And now the police are here to ruin our fun. He glanced down at the bombs he had just made before shining a small grin and looking up at the vigilante. Hey kid. Izuku just stared at him in response. You want to be a hero, don't ya? Izuku muttered out, not liking where this was going. The villain's smile widened. Go see if these bombs are about to hurt some civilians then. He then spun and threw all 6 explosives over the rooftop and down to the street below. Gasping at this, Izuku quickly raced over and leapt off the building, explosion soon following. Crazy 8 just laughed at the sight before turning to his partner. Time to bail. Shall we? Mr. Nobody nodded back before replying, with pleasure. Turned out, there was no one on the street below the building. In fact, though Izuku would not find out, most civilians had already left the area by the time the bombs were thrown off the rooftop. After the first explosive went off, a civilian had called the police, asking for a hero. Knowing that this was Ryukyu's district, they suspected the villains would be caught soon. Instead, the police had quickly made their way to the sound of explosives and gunfire as well. This was followed by several cars stopping by the street where the 3 had been fighting. As for Izuku, he web-zipped back up to the rooftop, only to find the 2 villains were already gone. Sighing at the sight, the teen swung off into the distance, the few cops now arriving to see the figure leave. Was that Spiderman? One of them asked. Think so, another replied. Huh? What's he doing here? Isn't he based in Muzurafu? A third added. No idea, a fourth finished. And as the officers started to investigate the building that the fight had been on, one officer stared up at the building with a long frown. Figures. I just can't seem to evade that bug, the cop grumbled before motioning to another officer. The officer nodded and walked away, the cop going back to their patrol car. There, they took out a phone and tapped the screen a few times before putting it to their ear. This is Chameleon. Your new minions decided to try to get the bug early. A voice muttered out of the phone for a few seconds. Yeah, yet out I know. Just get them under control and out of this district. The cop glanced around, staring at the few officers walking around and investigating the building. Leaning back in the car seat at this, a long sigh came out next before the cop added, I'm close. I just need one more clue and I'll find the girl. There it is. Izuku commented to himself as he landed on a rooftop, the teen quickly coming to a stop at the roof's edge. Across the street was Ryukyu's agency building, the sight making the vigilante grin before firing a web line, quickly sticking it to Ryukyu's building's roof and the roof he was on before walking over the street on the web line. So cool, he thought as got to the other rooftop. Coming to a stop, he glanced back at the block he had just web-swung down, the teen biting his lip as his mind went over what had just happened. What was that about? Those guys were obviously villains, but they said there was a bounty on me. Can villains get the bounty the hero commission put on me? He put a hand to his chin, making a thinking pose. Maybe I should ask Mr. Nizu about it. A few seconds later, he decided to not think about it and went over to the rooftop's door. Raising his hand to knock the door, the teen then glanced down at his costume. Hey, suit? Black veins suddenly shifted all around his body, only for the black to switch to a version of his old dark green one. The sight made him grin. Nice. Thanks, suit. Knocking the door, the teen took a deep breath, trying to ready himself. A few seconds later, the door opened to reveal the number 9 hero, a skeptical look on her face. The sight made the teen almost freeze up, his mouth trying to keep shut, only for black veins to appear behind his head, shifting and vibrating for a second. After this, the teen let out a small breath before saying, hello. Hello. Ryukyu instantly replied, her eyes scanning the teen over. Heard from the police you ran into some issues getting here. Yeah. Izuku began scratching the back of his head. I don't really know how to explain it. Sorry. Regularly I would question that, Ryukyu remarked back, the teen almost flinching, only for the hero to add, but Eri has asking about you almost every day, so I'll let it go. Really? Izuku muttered out, the hero nodding back. That made a smile appear on his face before she gestured him inside. Walking in, the little girl known as Eri soon appeared, trying to tackle the vigilante in a hug. Hey Eri. How's it going? Spider-Man. Eri exclaimed, her face trying to show a smile. Izuku chuckled at this and patted her head, ruffling her head. How you been? Wanna show me your room again? Yeah. Izuku took the girl's hand, both soon walking through the building, Ryukyu smiling at the sight. It was so nice to see the little girl actually happy. Despite everything she tried, including her intern Hato, no one could seem to make the girl even remotely show happiness. That is, except the vigilante known as Spider-Man. And as they disappeared into the girl's room, the hero's smile disappeared before spinning around and walking over to her office. There, what Hato called Ryukyu's work face appeared on her expression as she saw a certain individual sitting on a chair in her office. It was someone she didn't always get along with, but she knew the man was a necessity to the current situation. As such, she let out a sigh before saying, he's here, Sir Night-Eye. The hero responded by putting a finger to the middle of his glasses and pushed it up his nose before replying, excellent. Thwip, thwip, thwip. That was sound of webbing flying out of Izuku's fingers as he made a makeshift swing for Eri. Soon putting the little girl on the webbing-made ride, he began to push her back and forth as she let out a small cheer. Faster, faster, she exclaimed, Izuku chuckling as he pushed just a teeny tiny bit harder. Glad to see you still like the swing, Eri. Izuku laughed as they continued to have fun. A few minutes passed at this, the teen soon stopping as he helped Eri back down and the duo sat down on her bed. So, how you been? The girl glanced up at him, her face still not able to fully show a smile as she replied, well, kinda bored actually. Oh? Yeah. She glanced away, I mainly just stay here in this room. She looked back up at the vigilante, they keep saying it's too dangerous for me to see anything. I see. Izuku crossed his arms and tilted his head, trying to show a thoughtful expression despite having his face fully masked. That is a problem. He then saw a frown start to grow on the girl's face, making him wave his arms around before saying, BB, but I'm here now. He put a hand on her shoulder, waving a finger with his other hand, let's not worry about that right now. What would you like to play next? Eri blinked at him for a second before putting a finger to her chin, I don't know. Izuku chuckled at this, alright, then I'll figure something out. He glanced around the room, only to see just the bed and a few drawers. You sure keep the place clean. Where's your toys? The girl responded by hopping off the bed and guiding the teen to a nearby drawer. And as they opened it up, 2 pairs of eyes stared into the room through a slightly ajar door. The first was the hero known as Ryukyu, the woman staring at the sight with a small smile on her face. She was so glad to see Eri be happy again. Granted, the girl still wasn't smiling, but there was motivation and drive in the girl's eyes. That alone would be enough for now. That is, till her eyes turned to the other standing right beside her. It was a tall man with sharp dark green hair with yellow streaks in it. He was wearing a gray suit with a white dress shirt underneath, along with a fully green tie. His eyes were sharp despite being behind a pair of glasses, and the expression on his face was one of pure observation. To most, it would look rude, but it was how the one called Sir Night-Eye operated. With that in mind, he raised a hand and pushed up his glasses with a single finger. So that's Spider-Man, he commented as he looked the teen over, strange. According to recent reports, he changed his outfit to a more slicker fully black costume with a large white spider on the chest. I heard about that. Ryukyu chimed in, maybe he came in this costume because he knew Eri would recognize him better? Perhaps. Night-Eye turned to the other hero, tell me, do you let little Eri hear anything about Spider-Man? Ryukyu shook her head, not really. She asks about him sometimes, but I never tell her much. She mainly asks when he'll come around again. Her eyes scanned over the girl's room, now seeing the vigilante take a doll and use his webbing to move it around. It was on puppet strings. The sight Eri stare in wonder, making Ryukyu sigh, I just wish I could make her look like that when I'm around. Mirai glanced back at the scene, blinking once before slightly nodding, I understand. The girl does seem to not want to interact with anyone except Spider-Man. The heroine turned to him with a deadpan stare, you do know that you're not exactly friendly looking, right? That's why Eri won't respond to you. I know. Night Eye responded before biting his lip as he said his next words. Let's wait a moment. When they're done with their next little game. Then I'll introduce myself. Ryukyu didn't say anything back, instead just staring at Eri as she continued to play with the vigilante. Humming to herself, she did a small nod before whispering, let's just hope this goes well. Meanwhile, there's two problems with what you just suggested. Oh? And what's that? 1. It's too early. And I thought I was the overly cautious one, replied a certain teenage girl named Phineas Mason, also known as the Tinkerer, as she leaned back in a chair. Listen, Spider-Man is hitting all of Hammerhead's places. That means he's gonna ask for Kingpin's guys, which means it'll be less guarded. And I told you it's still too risky, responded the teen known as Robert Farrell, aka the Rocket Racer, as he glared at the girl in front of him. You knew the risks when you asked to join me. I did. I also knew that you were the cautious one, which brings me to issue number 2. We shouldn't be discussing this at school? Phineas countered as she crossed her arms, glaring up at the teen standing over her. Yes. Finals are next week, and we should dash. We both have our projects done, Farrell. Phineas interrupted before pointing at the computer behind her, and before you say anything else, once this last program has downloaded, I'll be done. As for the being at school part, the current section of the support lab has no microphones, taps, or cameras. I know, I've checked multiple times, including making a device to check for anything hidden early last year. Also, before you ask, the 2 cameras that are supposed to be above us are fried thanks to that handsome girl. Robert glanced up, soon seeing 2 broken cameras on the sides of the walls. Okay, you got me there. He looked back down at Phineas. Why hasn't Power Loader done anything? He's tired of replacing it, so I'm betting he's waiting for after the finals before doing anything. 'Cause Hatsum won't be here. Farrell concluded while letting out a sigh. He then returned to his glare from before. All right. If we won't be heard, then I'll say it again. It's still too risky. And I say you should do it. She showed off her own glare as she continued, after all, I helped you make that board of yours, and it's perfect for this job. I know. Robert replied while glancing away, his eyes darting around to see anyone was in earshot. After confirming this, he looked back at Phineas with a look full of worry, but still think about it. If we do this, the target on our back will grow 10 times what it is right now. I mean, you've operated for 2 years and the police don't have a clue on how to catch you or that you even exist. Don't you? He fumbled his words for a second before saying, don't you want to keep hidden? Phineas just shook her head, her arms still crossed. I don't care, Farrell. I have to do this. It's the only way to accomplish my goal. Mason, come on. Robert instantly chimed in, think about it. There's no way dash. I have to do it. Phineas interrupted as she glared up at him, I need what we're going to steal. I have to have it. If I don't. Her expression darkened, the teen gritting her teeth as she hissed out, I need to be able to create weapons capable of finally killing those fake worthless heroes, and him. The final words dripped off her tongue like they were made of poison, making the racer lean back. He had seen this plenty of times before. Despite her intelligence, he had found out very quickly that Phineas wore her hatred on her sleeve. It was in his opinion, possibly her biggest flaw. And with a long sigh, he crossed both arms and replied, fine. Phineas's glare started to vanish, only for Racer to add, but we need to be careful with every plan and every move. Her glare was about to return, only to see the serious expression on the thrill-seeker's face. Remember, we're going after the Kingpin's wallet. That's not gonna go well no matter what happens. I know. The Tinkerer replied, that's why it's going to work. And I'm gonna get ya, said a little doll as it flimsily stumbled across the floor. No, you're not. Eri replied as she raised her own doll and pushed the other back. No. Izuku chuckled as the doll he was controlling with his webs went limp, the toy flopping over onto the floor. He glanced back at Eri at this, seeing the smile trying to form on her face. The sight made him frown under his mask, only for tiny black tendrils to shift and vibrate on the back of his head. A second later, he was showing a small smile under his mask, the teen then reaching over and patting the girl's shoulder. What do you think? She glanced up at him, it was funny. Izuku shined a big grin, good. He slowly stood up at this, Eri doing the same. And as they did this, a small gasp left the girl's mouth, only for the girl to suddenly walk up and grab his pant leg, making him glance down at her. "What's wrong?" "It's because of my guest," replied a voice, making the teen turn to see the bedroom's door now fully open. There, the vigilante's eyes went wide as he saw Ryukyu standing with a sharply dressed man, a slight gasp escaping his breath. As this happened, Ryukyu showed a small frown. "Sorry about this, but she pointed to the man behind her, "he wanted to meet you." You're Sir Night Eye." Izuku gasped, his brain instantly going over everything he knew about the hero. But just as he started to process, he felt a tug on his pant leg again, making him glance down. There, he saw a big frown on Eri's face, the girl slightly shivering as she hid behind him. What's wrong, Eri?" "She does not like me." "Don't worry about it." Mirai responded, making Izuku look back at the hero, only to see Night Eye push up his glasses before saying in a firm tone, "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Spider-Man." "Oh, and nice to meet you too." Izuku tried to reply, his mind fully frying at the sight. "Holy cow! It's All Might's sidekick? He's one of the coolest heroes out there. I can't believe his thoughts came to a halt as glanced down to see Night Eye gesturing to give the teen a handshake. The sight made Izuku's eyes go wide as dinner plates, gasping and shaking as he saw the hand just extend. No way, he thought, only to let a long gulp go down his throat. Glancing back up at the man, Izuku slowly took the hand. And as he did this, his fingers grasping the hero's, he suddenly felt something. "Ah!" Night Eye yelped as Izuku looked down and saw black tendrils shoot out of his hand, pushing Night Eye's hand away. Gasping at this, Izuku quickly smacked the tendrils. "No! Bad suit! Don't do that!" he yelled, only for the suit to suddenly shift and vibrate around the teen's full body. What are you?" And with a quick jolt through his body, the costume around the teen changed, turning into the full black one with the big white spider. The sight made Ryukyu and Eri gasp, only for Izuku to bark out, "Suit! Stop that!" "What in the name of Ryukyu whispered as she watched the teen vibrate, black tendrils dancing around his body. Her eyes then turned to Night Eye, only to see him put his hand to his face, his eyes shaking. It was here that she saw that Night Eye wasn't even looking at Spider-Man, but rather was just standing there, looking confused. His hand that was on his face was now shaking, the man shivering on the spot as he looked completely out of it. As such, she glanced back to see the suit turned back into Spider-Man's old costume, the teen letting out a long sigh before bowing to the heroes. "Sorry about that. This suit is Izuku glanced down and pulled on the sleeve of the suit, making it stretch out like it was made of slime. "Well, let's just say it's not the most cooperative thing." Ryukyu blinked at the statement, only to ask, "What is that?" Izuku froze up at this, his mind going over about 10 different answers he could give. That is, till his brain decided to just spurt out the truth as he said, "I don't fully know what it is." Realizing what he just said, the teen went wide-eyed, Ryukyu raising an eyebrow at the vigilante before Izuku added, "Let's just say Tiny black tendrils appeared behind the teen's head, vibrating a bit before he completed the answer. "Found this suit one day and it's helped me a lot." The heroine narrowed her eyes at the teen. "I.see," she responded before turning to Night Eye. The hero was still standing and clutching his face, now slightly gasping. Seeing this, Ryukyu slowly walked up to him, grabbed his shoulder and spun the hero around before trying to lead him out of the room. And as she began to leave, she glanced back at the vigilante. "Could you Ryukyu paused as she tried to form words. "Play with Eri a bit longer?" Sure." Izuku slowly replied as he watched Ryukyu lead Night Eye out of the room, Izuku gulping under the mask as he thought, "I hope I didn't hurt Sir Night Eye." Spider-Man?" Izuku turned to the voice, seeing Eri look up at him with slightly frightened eyes. "Why did your costume do that?" Izuku glanced down at his hands, only to shrug, "Not sure. The suit just kinda does its own thing sometimes." He then shined a small smile behind his mask as leaned down to Eri's level. "Say, why don't I make you another swing?" Okay. Eri replied, nodding. Meanwhile, the sound of a small stream of liquid dripping into a shot glass slowly rang out as bottle of whiskey was tipped sideways, pouring the drink into the glass. A second later, the bottle was turned upright and placed down beside the glass, the individual handling the bottle now letting go of the container. Lights from the ceiling above flickered, trying to stay on as it revealed the person making the drink. It was a man in a white suit, white shirt underneath, a light blue tie, and a distinct purple mask. They snapped their fingers, creating a small red rose, which they put on their suit before lifting the bottom of their mask to take a small drink. After a sip of whiskey, the man closed his mask back down, only for his eyes to turn to two individuals walking into the room. One had shaggy hair and a costume with a giant number 8 on it. Beside him was a man who had a fully body suit and brown trenchcoat on. Crazy 8. Mr. Nobody. Rose commented as they two sat down in front of the man, Rose reaching under the bar and pulling out 2 shot glasses. What would you like? Just some basic bourbon. 8 replied, give me some hard ice with it. Rose nodded before turning to the Mr. Nobody, and you? Mr. Nobody just waved his hand, signaling he was saying, no thanks. I see. The Rose pulled out a bottle of bourbon next, soon pouring it as he asked, and how goes the hunt for your bounty I gave you? We just had an encounter with him. Oh? Yup. 8 let out a small chuckle, he's a tricky one. I can see why you're having problems with him. I know. Rose grumbled as he finished pouring the bourbon. And as 8 took the glass, the door opened again, making Rose turn to see 2 more figures walk in. One was a slim yet muscular man wearing a jet black bandana-like mask that covered on the top half of the head, along with a red bodysuit with a black spider symbol spreading over the main chest area. The other was a blonde bulky-looking thug wearing a brown fur vest and thick orange pants. Ah! My fellow villains, the bandana-wearing man laughed as he walked into the room, his companion just glaring at the rest before sitting down. Hey there! 8 replied as he finished a shot of bourbon before spinning around on the stool he was sitting on. Didn't figure you guys to show up here so soon. Indeed, the bandana wearer chuckled before taking a stool beside 8, despite my appearance, I am a very punctual man. He gestured to the other, who just glared up at Rose, same with him, though he does not seem to like to use his tongue. He's like nobody here. The strong, silent type. 8 cackled before placing the glass on the bar, another shot. Very well. Rose replied as he began to pour some more bourbon before glancing over at the newcomers, and you too? Nothing for me, the bandana wearer replied. Rose turned to the other, only to see him let out a grunt. I see. Rose added as he finished refilling the shot. And as 8 took a sip, the purple-masked man stood up straight, snapping his fingers as a small rose appeared in his hand. Considering how many of you came, I suppose I will start the meeting. We're not waiting for that other muscle guy? 8 asked as gulped down the rest of his drink. Or that wonderful bunny lady, the bandana wearer continued, only to see Rose shake his head. No. The lady already informed me she won't be coming. As for the other, the Rose sighed at this, the very motion giving the 4 everything they needed to know. As such, the hero then reached into his suit and pulled out a folder, opening on the bar with a flick of the wrist. There, it showed several pictures of the vigilante they all knew as Spiderman. And as 4 pairs of eyes stared at the images, the Rose spoke up, now, as you all know, I have hired you to take out this vigilante. The menace has been breaking and ruining multiple operations, along with scaring criminals under our payroll. They glanced up at the Rose, the man snapping his fingers as the rose in his hand disappeared, and as mentioned before, the pay for killing him will be quite good. We already know that. 8 replied as he leaned back in the stool, so why'd you call this meeting? Because I don't want you all to make a mess. They all stared at him at this, making him chuckle. I know, it's stupid to ask that. However, some things must be handled cleanly. As such, the amount will go up the cleaner you finish the job. The 4 all shared a glance at each other, 8 shrugging as he looked back at Rose, so that muscle guy is gonna get less, isn't he? Probably. Rose responded, shrugging as well. Ha! 8 cackled before smacking the bar, sounds good to me. He shined the biggest grin at this before turning to the others, so, who wants the first crack at him? Me and Nobody had some fun, but his words died out as the 4th member stood up from his seat, spun around, and walked straight for the door. Hey! Where you going? The blonde man who hadn't said a single word just glanced back, his face darkening as a gravelly voice rang out, I alone will find Spider-Man and kill him in one blow. Alright Eri, it's time for supper. Ryukyu said as she entered the room again. Izuku had the girl in another swing, pushing her back and forth for a bit. The girl turned to the heroine, are we gonna have apples? Ryukyu shined a small smile, sure. Drool suddenly appeared under the girl's lip, Izuku chuckling at the sight before helping her down. And as he did this, the teen kneeled down beside Eri and said, Hey Eri, the girl turned to him, while you're at supper, I'm gonna get going. Huh? She gasped. Izuku nodded back, yeah. I gotta go out and do a lot of stuff. The girl opened her mouth to respond, but he knew what she was going to say. Instead, he gave her a small hug and whispered, don't worry. I'll come play with you again soon. And as he let go of the hug, the girl showed him the biggest frown as she asked, promise? Izuku nodded again, promise. Eri nodded this time, okay. She spun around and looked up at Ryukyu, let's go. Ryukyu took her by the hand and smiled at Izuku, thank you, she mouthed to him, the teen nodding back as the trio left the room. And as Ryukyu guided Eri to the building's dining room, Izuku took a different turn, slowly making his way to the building's rooftop. And as he took a right into a hallway, he came to a stop. There, standing in the hallway, was Sir Night-Eye. The man had the biggest glare on his face, one that made Izuku feel a shiver go down his spine. He felt himself almost start to backpedal, and his mind went back to that moment from before where his suit reacted to the hero. As such, the teen began to sputter out, "SS Sir Night-Eye. I just wanted to say I'm SS sorry about dash." "Don't." Night-Eye interrupted, making Izuku stiffen like a board at the man's tone of voice. "That is, till the hero said, we need to talk." Izuku felt his mouth dry up as he weakly responded, "Talk? Yes." Night-Eye pushed up his glasses at this, specifically about one thing. His glare somehow got more intense at this as he then added, "What can you tell me about a man named Martinley?" A few minutes later, Mirai slowly pushed his glasses up his nose as he watched the now invisible Spider-Man fire a web line and swing away into the city. The sight made him want to let out the longest sigh possible, but he refrained from doing so. Instead, he just looked away, his teeth grinding behind his lips as he began to walk back into the building. But as he did this, he turned to see a certain heroine staring at him. "What did you see?" asked the Dragoon hero. Sir Night-Eye didn't respond. The man just stood there, not moving a single centimeter as words began to swirl in his brain. As such, he scanned over the heroine, his eyes glancing around for a certain unicorn girl. "Where's Eri?" "She's still eating." "I see." Mirai replied as he closed his eyes, letting out a long breath. The sight made Ryukyu's eyes narrow. "Night-Eye, I let you come here so you could dash." "That suit of his interfered with my quirk," he interrupted, the hero slightly leaning back at the statement. "What?" He responded with another push of his glasses. "I don't know what he did, but I only got to see a glimpse of the boy's future." Ryukyu opened her mouth, only for Night-Eye to flash a palm at her. "Don't. I did find what you were looking for." "Oh," the heroine tilted her head. "Yes. I know why the boy is working with Nizu. It seems Nizu is using the boy to fight a certain villain." Mirai's eyes narrowed at this, one that us heroes cannot touch. Ryukyu blinked at the implication, only to go wide-eyed. "You don't mean..." Night-Eye nodded back, making her gasp, "My word." She put a hand to her chin, to think Nizu would try that. No wonder the kid wouldn't reveal to me who he is, especially if he's going after Fisk. The heroine had heard of the Kingpin before. She prided herself as a hero that tried to do as many team-ups as possible, believing that it was something all heroes should do. The idea of helping your fellow heroes always made sure the odds against evil could be beaten. As such, she had also teamed up with plenty of underground heroes, and their network was far and wide. It was thanks to this that she knew about the villain, and the hold he had on the hero commission. However, she was not a wild card like All Might, but rather a simple government agent. In other words, her hands were tied, purely because it would be illegal for her to be a hero without the commission's permission. Mirai watched her for a second, the gears in the heroine's brain turning before he added, "If you're wondering about what else I saw." She glanced back up at him, only to see him shake his head. "One scene may have involved Eri." She grimaced at the man's tone. "Let me guess, it's not good, is it?" Mirai closed his eyes before responding, "I'm not sure. As you know, I can only see what the person sees when I use my quirk on them. There is no audio." The woman crossed her arms at this. "What did you see?" "I saw a scene of the Vigilante on a rampage. He was fighting several thugs rather violently." Ryukyu almost flinched. "That's not good." Of what little time she had spent with the teen, she couldn't imagine seeing the boy get angry. But then again, the idea that if something did happen to Eri, she could see him lose himself in a fit of rage. Agreed. Night-Eye sighed before reaching into his pant pocket and pulling out a phone. Staring at the screen for a second, he put it away and said, "I need to go. I have to update my notes on what Spider-Man told me about Lee." He pushed up his glasses one more time. "Keep Eri safe." "Of course." Ryukyu nodded back. With a quick spin, the man made his way through the building. And as he rode the elevator down, he put a full hand to his face as he whispered, "I'm sorry for lying, Ryukyu, but what I saw I can't tell you just yet." A ding rang out next, signifying the elevator was done moving. Leaving the box and exiting the building, the man slowly made his way down a street as three scenes replayed in his head. Night-Eye knew his quirk well. It allowed him to see the future of anyone he touched, though it had some restrictions. Its main one is that he can only see what the person sees in their future. There's also no sound, which is something he's always struggled with. Though there are ways around this, including learning how to read lips, which is something he did learn, it didn't always help. That was how every scene he saw with his quirk went, regardless of who or what it was. But that suit. That vigilante suit had interfered somehow. Instead of seeing the future years he would usually see, there was only 3 scenes. And Mirai knew they were all going to happen soon. The first was what he told Ryukyu. It was a scene of Spider-Man fighting a group of thugs, knocking 2 flying as other thugs began to run away from the vigilante. What followed was the teen grabbing a nearby staircase in a building, one that was made of metal, and ripping it off its hinges before throwing it across the room, thugs screaming in terror at the sight. While that first scene was worrisome, his memories cut to the second scene, one where the vigilante was standing in front of a very familiar face. It was Fisk, the Kingpin. The two were standing in a shining, almost overly fancy marble room, the large muscular villain wearing a striking pure white suit. He slowly walked up to the vigilante as he began to do some kind of monologue that Mirai couldn't translate despite trying to read the man's lips. The emotion on the villain's face was one of calm, collected, and businesslike. In other words, it was a defining moment for the vigilante, something that Night Eye knew he would need more information to understand. But that scene wasn't the most interesting. No, it was last scene that he saw that made him feel a pit form in his stomach. His mind felt like it was melting from even thinking about the last scene. He could feel his hand rubbing down his face, his mouth muttering the same words over and over. Why? Why did I see you there, Mirio? Why? For in that last scene, he saw his student, his intern named Mirio Togata, also known as Lemillion, standing over the vigilante in his hero costume. The blonde teen had one hand over Spider-Man's neck, and his other hand was in a fist. And the fist was bloody. But that wasn't what was disturbing to the hero. No, it was what he read on Mirio's lips. He was saying one sentence, "This is for what you did to Harry." And then Lemillion's fist slammed into the vigilante's face. The sounds of keys clicking and clacking rang out as one Mirai Sasaki stared at the computer screen before him. His face was wearing its usual scowl, the man feeling his fingers twitch and squirm as he continued to type word after word, sentence after sentence. It was like a spiral of letters splattering the page as he continued to type, the sight slightly disgusting the hero as he kept going. He had been like this ever since he left Ryukyu's office and returned to his own. As soon as he entered the building, he told his new assistant, Bubble Girl, that he would be busy, and instantly got to work. Before him was a series of folders and files, all over the recent case he had been pouring hours upon days into, the case of the girl known as Eri. The girl was focal point of disaster and grief, all coming from her quirk. An S-class ability, she had the power to rewind time itself on a living target. A truly terrifying ability in most circles, and one he could understand why the former head of the Shai Hasaikai Chisaki wanted to use it to erase all quirks. A scary notion, but it made sense in terms of the girl's ability. After all, with that kind of power, she could change the world. Well, if the ability was used improperly, that is. The very idea was honestly pure lunacy. Yet it did make sense in the philosophical point of view. Quirks were something that Mirai would debate to be both a boon. And a curse for humanity. But that wasn't what was on his mind at that moment. No, it was something else. Something that lived to interfere. One that keeps popping up no matter what Miria did, no matter what he tried to change or do. Or more specifically, someone. Spider-Man. A vigilante that had been the center of attention for some time now, and was also linked to the case of the little girl known as Eri. Now, the man knew the vigilante would get involved at some point. After all, the whole reason why he had to assemble a hero team to take down Yakuza around 2 weeks ago was because of the vigilante. Spider-Man had fought 2 heads of the drag trade in Japan, and had helped take both down. In response, the criminal underworld shifted, and all eyes went to the Yakuza, who weren't ready for the sudden shift. As such, Chisaki panicked exactly how Night Eye predicted he would if his operation was threatened at any time. He fled to a new location. However, this is where everything went wrong. For when the Yakuza fled, he attracted both the attention of Fisk, the current king of the criminal underworld. And somehow, Spider-Man. The vigilante had somehow found his way directly into the crosshairs of the Yakuza, Fisk, and the heroes Night Eye was leading. In fact, according to his intern Mirio, who was the greatest student Mirai could ever ask for and Mirai would always trust over everyone else, the vigilante somehow believed his intern killed someone that night. What a stupid idea. How crazy was this vigilante that he thought Mirio would kill someone? Now, Night Eye knew who the dead person was in question. It was Martin Lee, another piece of the puzzle. The man was a philanthropist, one that opened charity buildings and helped others. One that no matter what the man could look up, never really fit with the other pieces. That is, except when it came to Spider-Man. After all, the vigilante had caught the man before all the incidents with Eri, and when he had Ryukyu ask Eri about Martin Lee, she would always clam up and not respond. It was like the man was a supervillain that somehow had no criminal information on him. And yet, Spider-Man knew all about him. Why, earlier today, the hero had successfully asked the vigilante about the man while they were at Ryukyu's office building. But the response was not what the hero expected. The vigilante was nervous, timid, and spoke quickly. He was constantly shaking, but looked like he was trying to be as formal and cordial as possible. That is, till Mirai asked him one simple question: "What can you tell me about a man named Martinly?" In response, the vigilante tensed up but said nothing. Seeing this, Mirai lowered his voice and changed the question: "What do you know about the murder of Martinly?" The vigilante froze at this, his mouth muttering out, The teen glanced away for a second before adding, "Well, all I know is that he was killed." Mirai pushed up his glasses at this and added, "And do you know who killed him?" The vigilante continued to look away as he replied, "He called himself the Chameleon." Mirai found himself unable to ask any more questions. He tried to open his mouth, but no words would form. Instead, the vigilante stated he had to leave, turned invisible, and opened a nearby window before firing a web line and swinging away. And all Night Eye could do was watch. Watch as his main suspect swung away. After that, he went back to his office, pondering over the facts he had just learned. First, he had successfully met Spiderman, tried to use his quirk on him and semi-failed, and then learned of something he didn't expect. Chameleon. Night Eye whispered as he typed out that name again, only to bite his lip as he grumbled, "Why is the chameleon involved of all things?" He clicked his mouse a few times, pulling up a profile on his machine. The screen showed an image of a blonde woman with a flowing ponytail, a big smirk on her face and a gun in her hand. Below the picture was the words, "A-rank villain." The sight made him lean back and cross his arms as he thought aloud, did the Rose hire her? If he did, it would explain why he was one step ahead of us with the Yakuza. And if that's the case, that also means she could be under Fisk's payroll. It was here that he remembered the other part of his trip to Ryukyu's building. He had used his quirk on the vigilante, only for the vigilante's suit he was wearing to interfere. He did see some glimpses of the future though, including one with the Kingpin. Ryukyu told me that Spider-Man is under Nizu's employ somehow. He pushed up his glasses at this. If that's true, that means Nizu is once again trying to take down Fisk, and actually using something that can avoid all the red tape. The man looked back at the profile picture of the villain, but that also means if I try to interfere, the commission will soon breathe down my neck. Putting his hand to his chin, his mind went over everything he had seen, thought, and heard. His memories aligned themselves like a report, going over each bit with precise detail. And as he did this, he thought about the visions he had seen with Quirk. Mirio somehow gets angry at Spider-Man and attacks him. That happened last, so it won't happen for some time. I'll shelve that for now. He closed his eyes as he continued to speak his thoughts aloud. Spider-Man meets Fisk face-to-face at some point. And then there was that first vision. Spider-Man was tearing up a metal staircase and what looked like black tendrils were flailing out of his body. He reopened his eyes and stared at the screen, taking the mouse in hand and clicking it around a few times. It was here that it showed a picture some amateur had taken with their phone of Spider-Man in his new black suit. The image was blurry and unfocused. But it showed exactly what the hero needed to see. That suit. It's alive, and Spider-Man somehow acquired it. He glanced down at his hand, the one he had tried to shake the vigilante's hand with to use his quirk, only for the suit to react. Looking back up at the image, he pushed his glasses up next as he added, "Whatever that suit is. I don't like it." He leaned back again, his eyes glaring at the image of the black suit before biting his lip and saying, "In fact, it reminds me of him. Does that mean that monster is involved? If he is." Mirai reached up and readjusted his glasses this time as he said one last piece, "Then that suit will be nothing but trouble." The next day. "Woohoo!" Izuku exclaimed as he fired a long web line, quickly cutting into a swing down 2 blocks before firing another strand. The teen felt so good right now. He had been web-swinging for an hour or so, the vigilante having hopped off a train beforehand. He was currently in the Dotharian district, a division in Japan that Nizu had been investigating for some time. Unlike most districts, the Dotharian district was a city that was designed to look like a small Shibuya. As such, the place had plenty of high-rise buildings for the teen to web-swing off of. "Woohoo," he repeated as he went down another block, soon taking a sharp right a moment later. And as he did this, his mind went over the past few hours. It had started after he had come home from meeting with Eri, Ryukyu, and Sir Night Eye. Despite having a good time with the little girl, he had found the time being there to be awkward. He wasn't sure why, but he could feel a chill down his spine while he was at Ryukyu's agency building. Perhaps it was because of Sir Night Eye, or it was something else. Regardless, he found himself happy to leave as soon as he could after playing with Eri. After that, he went on a small patrol, as Nizu has told the vigilante he wanted Izuku to try a much farther district than usual tomorrow. That was fine for the teen, as he spent the rest of the day just swinging around, taking out small crimes like a mugging and a car theft. Turns out, even when criminals know you're swinging around, they'll still try to get away with stuff. A few hours later, the teen headed home, quickly eating a microwave supper before scooting off to bed. As such, he fell into a deep sleep, one that made him sleep part of the next day, or today for that matter, away. And so, he woke up around noon and did his usual routine, some homework, and then said goodbye to Himiko before she could even respond. After all, he knew he had to go out and be Spider-Man. It was who he was. He went to the train station first, waiting around for the announcer to say that a train to the Dotharian district was about to get going. Hopping on top, he rode the transit vehicle to the area and leapt off a bit later, soon swinging into the city. That led up to now, where after a few quick turns, he landed on a building just a street over from what he was looking for. Before him was a large warehouse, its sides filled with cracks and faded paint. Barely any of it looked new, as it showed nothing but signs of decay, even more so in the light of the dimming afternoon sun. The sight made him turn invisible and fire a web line over the street, the teen soon tightrope walking on the line over to the building. He then saw it had skylights, allowing him to glance down into the building. There, he saw it was another building filled with stacks upon stacks of wooden crates. And nobody inside. In fact, as he stared at the inside of the warehouse, he realized he hadn't seen any cars parked around the building. No one's home, meaning there's no goons to interrogate. He commented to himself before tapping the side of his suit, black tendrils responding as his phone appeared between the tentacles. Taking it in hand, he glanced over Nizu's text about the area. Mr. Nizu said this place is used for storage for the Kingpin, but nothing else is known. The Commission owns the lot though. He looked back down into the warehouse. I don't see anything important inside. He glanced over his phone screen again. Mr. Nizu said this place is important and might be a good place to get info. He didn't say anything about breaking and entering. But that might not give me anything. Glancing between his phone and the warehouse, the teen did a small shrug before putting his phone to his side, the suit responding by devouring the phone in a tiny mess of tentacles. And as the suit absorbed the phone, the teen pointed his fingers and webbing shot out a spray of fluid. In seconds, he created a small web hammock right beside the skylight and laid down on it, his eyes still staring down at the building below. Let's just wait and see if someone pops up. Then maybe I can finally get some info. 1 hour later. Nothing, he commented as he laid back in the hammock, mindlessly skimming on his phone. Heck, the police scanner hasn't found anything around here. He glanced back down at the still empty warehouse, the sun now gone as the moon shined down on the building. Maybe this was a bad idea. 2 hours later. Ugh. Still nothing. Izuku ummed as he reapplied the webbing to the hammock. I even went and got some ramen and came back to still nothing. And as he finished the hammock again, the teen laid back down and let out a long yawn. Here's hoping someone pops up soon. And then, the teen closed his eyes. Another hour later. A pair of dirty boots tapped the concrete below as a hooded figure walked down an alleyway. Their face was fully covered by their hoodie, its color dark brown, while they were also wearing a pair of ripped faded jeans. It was the perfect cover, especially since the moon had taken the place of the sun for the day. On the figure's back was a large backpack, its sides poking out, showing that whatever was inside had been stuffed into the container. And as they continued to walk down that alleyway, the figure's eyes glanced up at the end of the alleyway. There it is, a low voice whispered as they exited the alleyway, soon staring up at a large warehouse. The sight made the figure smile before reaching up to their face and tapping their ear, a device now appearing over the sound organ. Seconds after the gadget appeared, a small mechanical frame covered the figure's ear and a small microphone shot and extended to the figure's mouth. Tapping the device again, the figure whispered, "Tinkerer, come in." "I'm here," a feminine voice in the device replied. "How's it look?" The figure's grin grew at this, like easy pickings for the rocket racer. The figure then flipped his hood back, revealing himself to be one Robert Farrell. He pulled off his backpack next, unzipping it and reaching in to pull out the helmet for his costume. Tapping the side of the helmet next, his hoodie and faded jeans vanished as a red and yellow skinned suit appeared over his body, complete with a V-shaped chest plate, gauntlets, knee pads and boots. The golden board he would use as his ride then appeared, resting on a cylinder that had tubes connected to his gauntlets. Nice. Robert chuckled as he looked himself over. That outfit stands out way too much. You do know that, right? Yeah. Racer replied as he walked up to the warehouse, glancing around the building, only to see no one was around. Seems you were right. No one's been here for a while. It checks out. This warehouse is a front for a bunch of stuff the Kingpin keeps for. Backup plans. At least, that's the word on his computers. Which you're sure he can't trace you from your hacking? Racer asked as he walked up to the only door he could find for the building. They won't know it's me. I made myself look like I'm one of those 2-bit hackers from the commission. Doesn't he run the commission? Or at least own it. They're all garbage feral. We're just messing over the worst of the garbage. Now get in there and find what we're looking for. Tinkerer snidely replied, making Robert roll his eyes. I know. And remember, don't hit the alarms. Last thing we need is the police on our radar. I got it. Racer responded as he put his gauntlet to the door, a tiny laser coming out and melting the doorknob. A few seconds later, the metal frame was nothing but goop, allowing him to reach in and open the door. Slowly creaking it open, he tapped his helmet, and a visor flipped over his eyes, its color switching several times. What do you see? No security lasers. Racer replied as he kept tapping the helmet while scanning the room, no tripwires or anything on the X-ray scan. He hesitated for a moment before saying his next words, I don't see any security measures at all. We sure this is the right place? Keep looking. This place isn't that valuable to the Kingpin, but he won't tolerate someone stealing even the most minor things. Got it. Racer continued to scan the place at this, his feet still outside the door despite opening it. And as he did a third scan over, he stopped tapping his helmet and said, I think we're good. If there is security, it has to be something I can't see. All right. Now, remember the deal. Find the chip, then trash this place. Make it look like burglary gone wrong. Racer didn't respond to that, instead smirking as he took that first step in. Tapping the helmet again, this time it shined out a bright flashlight, the teen walking in and glancing around as he stared at the mountains of boxes. Let's see. Where would you be? He went up to some boxes and began opening them, quickly going through them one by one. An hour or so passed at this, the teen shuffling through box after box. And as he finished looking through yet another pile, he came to a stop as he found a box hidden beneath 2 more piles. What's this? He pulled it out, seeing that unlike the piles of wooden crates, this one was made of metal and had a lock on it. Grinning at the sight, he pointed his gauntlet and fired the tiny laser from before, quickly melting the lock. Seconds later, he popped the crate open, only for his smile to grow as he saw what was inside. Bingo, he chuckled as he reached in and pulled out what looked like a small computer chip. Tapping his helmet next, he spoke into his mic, found it. Finally. Tinkerer replied with a heavy sigh, now get out of there before. What the dash? Racer tilted his head at this, what? What is it? I just saw an alert on my police scanner. They saw a silent alarm has been tripped in Dotharian. Get out of there now. What? Racer yelped as he quickly fumbled to put the chip in a secure device before putting it in his pocket, but how didn't trip anything? Doesn't matter. Trash the place, and then get out of there before the police arrive. But ugh. Racer growled as he readjusted his gauntlets, can't believe this. I was sure I dash. And as he began to grumble about the inconvenience, the teen came to a stop. For in that moment, his helmet, which allowed him to see in an almost perfect 360 degrees, alerted him. More specifically, right above him. For in the skylights of the warehouse, a figure appeared on the screen on his chance helmet. What? What is it? Tinkerer suddenly interrupted as she heard Racer's words die out of his mouth. Spiderman. Racer replied before spinning and pointing his gauntlet straight up at the skylight. Blam. A beam of light fired out of his gauntlet, instantly blasting the window into pieces. But as the glass began to fall into the warehouse, multiple shots of webbing flew down at the teen, Robert quickly hopping back as the fluid splattered the floor before him. Guess I missed. Racer chuckled as he pointed his gauntlets up and fired again, beam after beam instantly shooting out of the devices. Racer. If Spider-Man is there, get out now. Don't worry, he can't do a thing to dash, Racer started to say as he kept firing beams at the broken skylight, only to go wide-eyed as he saw what looked like a giant black tendril appear. What the dash? The tentacle suddenly shot down into the building at this, making him yelp as he leapt away. Whoa! Racer! Get out of there! On it! Robert squeaked out as he smacked his chest, the board on his back instantly falling off the cylinder before he quickly adjusted his feet onto the device. Tapping it for a second, he pointed the board to the door he had broken earlier and toom! The board fired out a pair of tiny jet boosters, instantly shooting him through the broken door. Laughing as he did this, the teen quickly hit the streets and tapped the board again, its boosters responding with more speed. But as he did this, his helmet showed him everything in a 360-degree view, only to see a certain vigilante already giving chase just above him. Spider-Man's on my tail. Any suggestions? Yeah. Get out of there. Now. Tinkerer responded in a grating voice. Hey, you're the one that wanted woe. Racer yelped as he saw a blast of webbing coming for him, making the skater take a quick right turn with his board. And as he did this, he zipped his board down a block of buildings before coming to a skyscraper at the end of the road. Seeing this, he did a small wheelie-like motion, his board responding and letting him then go straight up the building. His helmet alerted him next, the teen seeing the vigilante starting to swing up to the skyscraper. Looks like I gotta do this the hard way. Maybe I can lose him if his words died out again as his helmet's viewpoints shifted, only to see something else. Something bouncing on buildings behind Spiderman. What is Thwip, thwip, thwip. 3 strands of webbing came for the racer, making him quickly do a series of turns, dodging each attack, only for his helmet to show the webs linger now just to the right of him. No, wait, he cried out, only for 2 feet to slam into the rocket racer's side, making him yelp out in pain as he was flung off the building and his board. Oof, he screamed as he hit the roof of a lower building beside the skyscraper, the teen spinning and flopping across the roof. Ugh, he ummed as he came to a stop, only to hear something land beside him. Glancing up, he saw the vigilante standing over him, silent and pointing his fingers at the teen. Thwip. Webbing instantly came out of the vigilante's hand, tying the teen up. Robert felt the webbing tighten a second later, showing it was already over. In one blow, he had been caught. Racer. You okay? Tinkerer yelled into his ear. I'm in trouble. He whispered before glancing up at the Spiderman. Say you wouldn't mind if we talk this out, would ya? Maybe we could come to a deal or dash. The vigilante just responded by pointing their finger at the teen, Racer going wide-eyed as he readied himself for another round of webbing. And just as the vigilante began to summon the fluid. Bam! A sudden figure slammed into the vigilante, smacking him across the rooftop. The sight made Robert flinch, the night's moon shining down on the building as he saw the individual that attacked the vigilante. It was a bulky blond man wearing a brown fur vest, no shirt, and thick orange pants with thick brown boots. The man just glared at the vigilante, only for his feet to suddenly get bigger before leaping up and shooting down like a rocket. And as he did this, the vigilante leapt away, dodging the giant stomping attack. Who the heck is that? Rocket Racer muttered as he watched Spiderman do a few flips as the man kept hopping around, trying to stomp the vigilante with their growing feet. And as he asked this question, the Tinkerer stared through the Racer's helmet screen and spoke up. I recognize that guy. He's on the commission villain list. Seriously? Yeah. He's called the Kangaroo. He's a B-rank villain. The Kangaroo? Racer whispered as he saw Spiderman do another flip, leaping over the villain before firing a web line at the villain. And as the webbing caught the thug, the vigilante pulled on the web line before moving themselves into the villain, slamming both legs into the villain. The blow knocked both off the rooftop, Robert gasping at the action. That is, till Tinkerer yelled in his ear, now's your chance. Get out of there. Robert wanted to yell at her, saying he was stuck in a webbing cocoon, but then remembered what his gauntlets could do. Twisting his fingers, the gauntlet soon activating and firing a beam, burning through the webbing. Yes, he exclaimed before pulling his arms out of the webbing. Quickly zapping the webbing with the smaller laser from before, he soon stood back up, only to hear another new noise. Weewoo. Weewoo. Police sirens. Time to go. Racer muttered as he tapped his chest, the symbol shining before a shrieking sound rang out, only for the skater's board to suddenly hop onto the rooftop. Nice. He chuckled as he got onto the board and tapped his helmet. I'm bailing. Anything else I need to do before leaving? No. Get out of there. He then tapped the board with his feet, the board's jet boosters turning on before the teen flew into the distance. And as this happened, something else began to take place on the street below. Raah! The kangaroo roared as he leapt off a building and slammed his feet into a light pole, shattering the fixture before leaping away as he continued to try and hit Spiderman with his feet. 2 hops later, the villain missed again, the vigilante dodging each blow as the thug yelled, "Stop dodging. Stop MMPH." His mouth became muffled as webbing suddenly smacked his face. The blow made him stop hopping for a second, both of his hands grabbing his mouth and pulling at it, only for webbing to suddenly cover the rest of his body. MMPH, he yelped out as Spiderman began to pull on the webbing, yanking the kangaroo off his feet. And with a quick tug and swing, the villain was slung into a red car parked on the side of the road. Smash! MMPH, the thug cried out, only for the vigilante to stand over the villain. Several punches then slammed into his face, smacking him into car further and further until... Holy cow! Look at that! Stop right there! Several voices rang out to their right, the vigilante turning to see both a news crew and several police cars parking a few yards away. Camera flashes and yells came next, the vigilante just staring at the sight before glancing back down at the villain. The kangaroo had lost consciousness, his face battered and beaten, but a slight wheeze of air coming out of the man. Seeing this, the vigilante turned and fired a web line, leaping and yanking at the line before swinging away. Meanwhile, "To think we'd finally get some footage," remarked a man in a white lab coat, his glasses shining at the sight of the screen before him. Several switches and buttons moved and clicked as he stared at the footage, his body not moving a centimeter. And as he did this, a door to his left shifted open as a well-dressed man walked in. The shadows of the room covered his face as he strided over, a slightly growing smirk on his face as he spoke up, "I see our test subject is having fun." Indeed, the lab coat man responded as another switch moved, the screen now zooming in on a black figure slamming someone into a car. And why it still seems primitive. All first tests do. Remember, the first scientists were a bunch of hunched-over mudslingers rubbing sticks together until they created fire. Heh. I suppose, the lab coat man chuckled as the footage zoomed in a percentage more, now showing some red and blue lights appearing in the distance. The sight made the man sigh, shaking his head, and I suppose the first scientists never had to deal with idiotic officers interfering with their work? The suited man shook his head, "No, but I have a feeling they had other problems." He spun around at this, seeing several large tubes in the middle of the room. Walking up to one of them, he stared inside, seeing a puddle of black goo. His eyes glanced over to a small screen beside the tube, the man tapping it with his finger as a list appeared on the screen. Scanning the data over, he let out a small "tch" before turning back to the lab coat man. "Still no response?" "No," the lab coat man replied while glancing back, his eyes glued to the screen. "It seems no matter what I do, the only reaction I've been able to get comes directly from Spiderman." "I see," the suited man grumbled as he walked back over to the lab coat man, his eyes looking up at the screen once more. "I suppose it can't be helped considering the other lab results." Indeed, the lab coat man added as the footage now showed Spider-Man web swinging away. The sight made the man grind his teeth before leaning back in his chair. "It seems our operation can't move forward unless we get a little more personal." The next day. A certain teen as his eyes creaked open, pupils shifting around. As their focus slowly came together. And as this happened, he went wide-eyed as he saw the ceiling above him. What the dash? He blinked a few times at this, only to see it was still the same ceiling. "Ha!" Izuku shot up at this, his eyes now glancing around to see where he was. "I'm in my room? But I was on that rooftop a minute ago. How did I?" He looked down at himself, seeing he was now in his pajamas. "What in the dash? BZZT." He turned to the sudden sound, seeing it was his phone sitting on his desk. Pointing his finger at the device, a black thread of webbing shot out and snatched the phone, the teen yanking it over to him a split second later. Tapping the gadget next, the teen went wide-eyed again. "What the heck?" On the phone screen was a text from Nizu, which was showing a news report, one that he had never seen before. It showed an image of Spider-Man, complete in the black suit, taking down a villain. Tapping the screen and swiping right, another report showed the vigilante swinging away, a paragraph of debates following the image. As for the text, Nizu was asking what was happening here, but the teen's eyes were more focused on what the article said. "When did that happen? I don't remember doing that," he thought before glancing up at the date. "Wait, that says this just happened." Or, he swiped down on the phone, soon seeing that the phone showed him it was not the date he thought it was. It was tomorrow morning. Blinking at this, the teen slumped down in his bed before glancing down at his body again, soon seeing black tendrils appear. They swirled around his arms and chest, only to rest inside a second later, leaving him in his pajamas. Glancing back at the phone, his mind began to race. According to this news report, the warehouse I was staking out got attacked by villains. Or they showed up, and Spider-Man took them out. The news crew says they saw me take down one of the villains. He blinked at the next words, in a brutal but efficient manner. He clicked the power on the phone, its screen vanishing. Slumping back again, he looked down at his hands, his eyes slightly dilating as he thought one thing, I didn't do that. I mean, I don't remember doing it. And his next thoughts came straight out of his mouth as he asked, "Suit. Were you wearing me?" This time, the suit didn't respond. There were no tendrils, no tentacles, no vibrations. Nothing. That is, except a few small black tendrils behind the teen's head. They slowly shifted behind his brain, and the teen's expression began to change. The shocked look on his face melted away. Soon shifting to a smirk. Why I am questioning this? I mean, the bad guys were beaten, and it's one more marked location down in the path to become a hero. After all. The teen then leaned back, put his hands behind his head, and shined the biggest grin. "We're Spider-Man. The morning began with a few stretches, Izuku letting out a small yawn as he hopped out of bed. He had just woken up from the previous outing as Spider-Man, the teen not remembering half of the adventure, but shelving that thought for later. After all, he's Spider-Man, and that's all Izuku needs. A big smile then plastered itself on his face as he did his morning routine, the teen soon leaving the bathroom and walking up to his closet. But as he did this, he felt a vibration go through his body, making him glance down to see black tentacles cover his body before melting into him, revealing a pair of shorts and a black shirt with white kanji that said, "Shirt." Nice. Thanks suit. Izuku chuckled as he closed the door to his closet. And as he did this, another door opened, making him spin around to see his mother, Izuku Midoriya. "Morning, Mom. How are you? The woman flashed her phone at him, showing a news feed that said, "Spider-Man beats villains in brutal beatdown." Mind explaining this? Izuku blinked at the article, small tentacles shifting and vibrating in the back of his head before the teen did a small shrug. The fight got a little rough. "Izuku," she slowly said as she glanced back at the phone before starting to read out the article, "it says here that you beat some villain called Kangaroo by slamming him into a car." She glared back at her son. "Izuku, I didn't raise you to be a thug, so why are you acting like one as Spider-Man?" "We weren't being a thug." Izuku casually replied, "The fight got rough, and that's how it ended." "Izuku," she repeated, her tone lowering as she showed him the news article again, "don't you dare lie to me. And why did you just saw we dash? BZZT. Her question was cut off by another phone vibrating, Izuku pulling it out of his pocket. The teen blinked at the screen before saying, "Mr. Nizu is calling." He glanced up at her, the smile he had been wearing now vanishing as he showed her a small frown. The sight made the woman sigh and shake her head. "Answer it. I know you want to." She then pointed at him, "But once the call is done, we're talking, got it?" "Got it." Izuku nodded before putting the phone to his ear, his mother spinning around to leave the room. "Hey Mr. Nizu, what's up?" "Good morning, young Midoriya." Nizu replied into his own phone as he sat behind his desk at UA. A small cigarette was being twirled in his right paw as he continued to speak, "Considering the tone of your voice, are you feeling well today?" "Never better." "What's up?" "I like you enthusiasm. Anyways, I wanted to start today by asking if you got my text over that news article?" Izuku blinked at the question, only to look back at him phone, remembering what the text was as he had forgotten it while doing his morning routine. It was the same news article his mom had just shown him, and as a few black vibrations appeared on the back of his head, he just did a shrug before responding, "Oh that. Yet let's just say the fight got a little rough. Sorry about the bad press." There was a short pause, only for the stoat to say, "I see. I figured things might be getting worse considering a C-rank villain like the Kangaroo was after you, but I won't dig. I do wish to ask you a different question." "What is it?" "What is with the new costume?" The question made Izuku freeze up, only for Nizu to add, "I've noticed the past few days that you completely changed outfits and never once brought it up to me. Why the sudden change?" Izuku could feel his mind suddenly blank, only to wince as he felt something grip the back of his head. "Huh?" he whispered out, the word not registering through the phone. More vibrations appeared on the back of his head, the teen unknowingly changing his tune as the pain went away, and his smile returned. And with a slightly gleeful tone, he replied, "Just trying a different style. We think the new suit looks really cool." "I.see." Nizu slowly responded, the sound of a puff of smoke coming out of his mouth registering through the computer next. This was followed by a few sounds of keyboard clicking and clacking before he added, "Very well. I will say, I'm glad to see you're still in a good mood." "Yup." Izuku chuckled, "Let's just say my life has been getting a lot happier recently." The teen's smile slightly morphed, showing that it was trying to become a frown before returning to a grin. "So got any new locations for me?" "I have two, and they're quite far away. I suspect it'll take you a few hours to get there. As such, I dash." "Sounds good. Send M to us and we'll get things going." Nizu paused again, no sounds of smoking coming out of the phone before he replied, "We." Izuku waved his hand as he responded, "Don't worry about it. I'll make sure I take down the other locations. Just send them to me and I'll get started." The principal continued to pause, only to let out a small hum. "Very well. I suppose it won't be a problem if we push Hammerhead into a corner. Just remember, you're going to these locations to see if anyone can give you info, not to just beat thugs up." "Got it. We'll get going now, Mr. Nizu." And with that, Izuku hung up the call, his grin slightly growing before snapping a finger. Black ooze covered his body at this, transforming his clothes into the black Spider-Man suit with a white spider on the chest. Flexing his fingers at this, he chuckled before walking over to his window, opening it with a single pull. Izuku, yelled a voice at this, his room's door slamming open. It was his mother again, but the teen just turned invisible and disappeared through the frame. The sight made her rush up to the window, glancing around before showing the biggest frown she had ever made in a long time. Oh, Izuku. Meanwhile, in another district. The sound of liquid slowly draining into a shot glass rang into a certain bandana-wearing villain's ears as he stared at the alcohol. Before him was the server, a woman in a bunny suit, complete with flowing golden hair and whiskers on her face, along with a bright blue jacket. She giggled as he watched the liquid flow, only to come to a stop as she put the bottle beside the glass. There you go, Mr. Tarantula, she chuckled before pushing the glass up with just a finger. The man responded by taking the glass and gulping the drink down in one go. Wiping his lips next, he put the glass down before glancing up at the woman. Thank you, my lady. No prob. She giggled as she refilled his glass. So what brings you here? Waiting on an order from Rose? Indeed. The B-rank villain Tarantula replied as took the glass again, this time only drinking half of the alcohol. Seems the Rose is not happy with yesterday's debacle. You mean the stuff with the kangaroo? I'm not surprised, she responded while placing the bottle down again. I know Crazy 8 and nobody also took a shot at Spiderman, but they said it was what again? Recon? Something like that. And what about that glass eye guy? Tarantula finished his drink before replying, currently helping Silvermane in his fighting rings. Apparently, the man has a knack for bloodbaths, which the audiences love. Ha! Sounds like Silvermane. The girl laughed before reaching into her jacket and pulling out a golden pocket watch. It's still early. She commented before closing the watch, I suppose you're next in line for the bounty? I am. And as an insect myself, I intend to collect the bug's head, along with all the money that comes with it. Tarantula chuckled as he leaned back in the stool before glancing up at the woman. How about you, White Rabbit? Would you like to help me? Perhaps, make sure he dies and we can split the take. The villainess known as White Rabbit just shined a big grin at this, only to shake her head. I'd say yes, but I don't team up with boys. She let out a small giggle at this before leaning over as a huge smirk appeared on her face. In fact, I was gonna ask if I could get a turn next. Oh, the man raised an eyebrow despite it being impossible to see behind his bandana mask. And what would your plan to kill Spiderman be? Something real fun. She leaned in even further, the two's faces now almost touching. You wouldn't mind letting me try, would ya? A few hours later. Ugh, yelped a thug as he went flying over a table, slamming into another thug as both smacked the floor. And as their bodies skidded across the cheap hardwood, a glob of webbing covered both. This was followed by two more thugs running over the webbed-up goons, both yelling before two punches caused them to go flying across the room. Bam! Wham! Their bodies hit a nearby wall, both thugs slumping over a second later. And as this happened, more webbing came and stuck them to the wall, instantly neutralizing the duo. Get him, yelled another thug as him and three others all charged across the room. One thug grabbed a chair while the two others pulled out knives. The yelling thug activated his quirk, his hands turning into crab claws as they all continued to sprint toward their foe. Thwip! 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 Yah! Yelped one thug as three strands of webbing smacked the faces of the charging thugs, the ones with knives and a chair now all blinded as webbing covered the eyes. This was followed by all three tripping over various objects around the already destroyed room, all letting out grunts of pain as the crab claw thug got close to their opponent. Die! He roared as he moved a claw the individual's head. Not today, Krabby. Spider-Man quipped as ducked under the claw, only for the second claw to come straight for his head. The teen leaned back next, dodging the second blow before the claw man moved his first claw again. And as he did this, Izuku reached out and grabbed the claw, his grip instantly causing the thug to freeze. How did UGH? The thug screamed as he felt Izuku's grip tighten, blinking at the pain before reopening his eyes to see the vigilante pulling back a punch with his other hand. Oh! Pow! Blaff! The thug spat as he went flying over the other thugs that had tripped and fallen. And as webbing soon covered the crabman, the thugs all got the webbing off their eyes, only for three new strands of webbing to hit their feet. Oof! One gasped as the other two let out grunts as Izuku pulled on the threads, knocking all three off their feet. Their backs smacked the floor with a loud thud, only for globs of webbing to instantly cover their bodies. That's three more. Izuku commented before glancing around the room. The sight was not a pleasant one. It was a now destroyed CD bar, complete with about 20 or so webbed-up thugs, along with a bartender hiding behind the counter. And as Izuku scanned the room, he saw he had made sure there were no more thugs ready to fight. As such, he casually walked up to the bar, glancing over the counter to see the bartender shivering in a corner. Hi there. The bartender screamed before gripping his head, please don't hurt me. Izuku raised his hand at this, only for the man to screech out, I don't know anything, seriously. Please don't hurt me, I have a wife and 2 kids. Izuku sighed at this, seeing that even raising a hand was frightening the final thug in the room. Just like when he first entered, everyone refused to listen and either attacked him, or just fled the scene. And to be honest, it was getting kinda tiresome for the teen, as it just kept happening at every villain hangout hideout he went to. And as he walked over the bar, about to start talking, another thug suddenly ran up to the teen. They had been knocked out at the start, but were now charging at the vigilante with a knife, ready to strike the teen's back until smack. A black tendril shot out of Izuku's back, instantly hitting the thug's face and knocking him flying across the room. The sound of the following crash caused Izuku to glance back, only to see the thug was already unconscious again. Blinking at the sight, he just shrugged, not noticing the change in the back of his suit as he glanced back at the bartender. That is, till he saw that the frightened bartender had just fainted. Not again. Izuku ummed as he facepalmed, only to let out a long growl. His eyes under his mask darkened at this, his eyebrows narrowing as he hissed out, why are all these thugs such wimps? Why won't they just tell me what I want to know? 2 more tendrils appeared out of his back at this, both flailing around as he let out a few deep breaths, only for both to shrink back into his body. He shined a big smile under the mask as he then said, that's how it goes. He tapped his side, his phone appearing out of the costume a second later as he began poking the screen. Let's see where the next location is. Maybe I'll have better luck there. Meanwhile, thick cigar smoke covered the ceiling of a small dark desk room as a certain gray-haired man slumped down in his desk chair. His name is Silvermane, and he is one of the crime lords under the one known as Kingpin. And just like the other crime lords under Fisk, he had his own businesses and dealings, along with his own vices. In particular, lust. And as he sked in another breath of smoke, he glanced up to grin as 2 women walked into the room. The first was a woman in a light green and black jumpsuit, along with jet black hair and a long black tail with a sharp blade on the end. She was followed by a woman in a white hoodie with tiny black ears on top, along with black furry claws for her hands. You called? The first asked as she shined a big grin at the old man. A breath of smoke escaped the man's mouth before saying, I did. All right. The first giggled as the second draped one of her arms over the first. What is it? Need someone taken care of? Or maybe something. The second's grin grew. Spicer? Silvermane let out a few chuckles before putting his cigar down on an ashtray. Let's just say I've been told that you 2 might be needed for something special. Oh? And what would that be? Well BZZT. Speak of the devil. Silvermane added as he pulled out a phone from his pant pocket, tapping the screen. You're on speaker. Thank you, Silvermane, replied a female's voice, the girls all smiling at the voice. Are the girls with you? Silvermane opened his mouth, only for one of the girls to say, Hey White Rabbit. Been a while. They could hear White Rabbit smile as she replied, Hey Scorpia. How you been? Oh, we've been having fun. The tail lady glanced over to her companion, aren't we Pandamania? Panda's grin grew again, yup. Her eyes turned back to the phone, what's up Rabbit? Are you finally calling in that favor we owe you? You know it, the villainess giggled before her tone of voice slightly lowered, so, before I go over details, you don't mind this, do you Silvermane? I know these girls are yours. Silvermane responded by pointing to a cabinet on the side of the room, Scorpia going over and taking a bottle of brandy off it, along with a shot glass. She placed it beside the man and began pouring the drink as he replied, Normally, I wouldn't mind. However, recent events have caused me problems. He glanced up at the ladies just as the glass was filled up, You do know that they're my bodyguards, right? I know. White Rabbit instantly chimed before taking a slight moment, I just need them for one job. And what might that be? Silvermane asked before taking a drink. Oh, nothing complicated, the villainess responded, her tongue slightly clicking as she added, I've been contracted to kill a certain vigilante. And based on what I've seen, I'd like some backup. The elder put the glass on the table at this, the object clinking as he motioned to have it refilled. That wouldn't happen to be Spiderman, would it? The one and only. Silvermane watched as the glass was refilled, only for a smirk to appear on his face. His eyes glanced up at the 2 ladies as he placed his hand around the glass. All right. I accept. The ladies grinned as they watched him down the drink. I see. Thank you. Don't thank me. Silvermane chimed as he put the drink back down, the glass only half full now. Spiderman has been scaring some of my customers. We've been having less boys in the fighting rings, as they think their hideouts are getting hunted by the bug. He lifted up the glass to his lips at this, get rid of M for me. Oh, I plan on it. White Rabbit chuckled, her tone slightly heightening at this, girls, I'll send you a location shortly. We have much to do, and little time to do it. Don't be late. Just tell us when. Scorpia giggled before glancing back at her boss. Need anything before we leave, boss? Silvermane let out a guffaw before leaning back in his chair. Just give me some good results. He looked down at the phone. That includes you, Rabbit. As long as nothing interferes, the bug is no threat. So you gonna tell us what we want to know, or do we need to threaten you? Izuku asked as he fired a web line onto a bar ceiling before attaching the webbing to a webbed-up thug. He spun the webs around the man, turning him into a makeshift webbing cocoon, completely encasing the thug with the exception of the head. A second later, the thug was dangling on a small webbing thread, the vigilante tapping the cocoon as it swayed back and forth. Well? I told you before, I ain't telling you nothin', the thug barked back as Izuku began to spin him around. Stop that. Yeah well, we're not gonna stop. We need answers, and you're the only thug left in this place that's still conscious, the teen replied as he continued to spin the thug around, making the man start to get dizzy. It had started about 10 or so minutes ago. The vigilante known as Spiderman had suddenly swung into the seedy bar, its patrons quickly turning to see bug-themed teen fire off a spread of webbing before proceeding to beat every thug in the room. It was a one-sided affair, as no thug could even touch the vigilante, so everyone was soon flying across the room before being covered in webbing. That is, till the current predicament. As Spider-Man had started cleaning the place of its criminals, he quickly knocked everyone out with the exception of the dangling webbed-up thug. And as Izuku spun him around again, the thug closed his eyes and cried out, "Stop it. I'm not telling you nothing. Even if we make you dizzy enough to puke?" Izuku replied in a slightly deadpan tone. "Even that," the thug yelped as he went for another, "I can't tell you anything or they'll kill me." Hearing this statement, the teen grabbed the cocoon, stopping the thug in place. "Who will kill you?" "You know who." The thug barked back as he opened his eyes, Izuku staring up at them as he saw a glare appear on the man's face. "He's already put a bounty on your head, and they're sending some real villains to collect it." "Bounty?" Izuku responded, blinking under his mask. "Does he mean the commission bounty?" the teen's mind said before mentally shaking his head. "No, that can't be right. While Mr. Nizu told us that the commission was corrupt, but we doubt they'd give money to villains for a bounty. Did the kingpin place a bounty on us?" Reaching out and grabbing the thug's forehead, the teen leaned up and tapped his own head with the thug's. "Okay big guy, if there is a bounty on us. Who's coming to collect it?" The thug let out a snarl. "I told ya. I ain't telling you. You." His words started to die out as he glanced up to see a black tendril suddenly appear behind Spider-Man, a second one soon growing out of the vigilante's back beside the first. Both tentacles pulsed and vibrated, but the teen didn't seem to notice they were there. "We won't ask again." Izuku growled as he pushed down on the thug's head, making him let out a squeak as the teen hissed out, "Who's coming after us?" "I don't know," the thug muttered out, his glare completely gone as his face began to shake in fear, "but I do know one thing." "What?" Izuku replied as he eased up on the pressure. The thug took several breaths at this, only to shine a big grin. "They're gonna kill ya." He then tried to lean forward despite not being able to move in the web cocoon, "and I hope they do it slowly." And as his grin grew, Izuku just stood there, gripping the thug's head. A second later, he released it, only to curl his fingers into a fist and punch the thug, instantly knocking him out. "Useless. Maybe Mr. Nizu can give me a better location than this place." He then tapped his side, his phone appearing a second later as a black tentacle presented it to the teen. Lifting it up to his face, he began to tap the screen, Nizu soon answering the phone. "It's us. The place was a bust, so we're going to need new locations." "I see." Nizu replied through the phone, "That is a shame. That being said, we're gonna patrol for the rest of the night. Just send us more locations when you can." Izuku interrupted before shutting off the call. Spinning around next, Izuku left the bulleting and fired a web line, yanking on it before swinging into the city. Useless. Just another wasted night with no progress. Still. If there is some kind of villain bounty on us now. He shined a small smile under the mask as he spoke his thoughts aloud. "Bring it on. We'll take you and the heroes on." And as he fired another web line, he did a small flip before swinging down another block. "After all, nothing can stop us." Meanwhile, the sound of a single finger tapping a desk rang out as a woman with half-lidded eyes glared at the wall before her. On the wall was several screens, all showing the same news report, Spider-Man. The vigilante was plastered everywhere. Reports of him taking down groups of thugs, busting a drag lab, and just doing odd jobs like he was a normal hero doing patrols. "Disgusting," the woman hissed as she continued to tap her finger, soon glancing down to stare at her own predicament. The woman had only one working arm at the moment, the other in a sling. The sight made her growl almost as loudly compared to the sight of the vigilante. That is, till her office door opened up. Turning to the noise, she saw Mara Yukumaru walk into her office, the tired-faced man trying to show her a grin as he placed some papers on her desk. "Here's the report you wanted, Miss Commission President." She let out a low hiss at this, only to glance down at the stack of papers. "More of the same?" Mara nodded back. "Yup. All reports on Spiderman. And they're all the same." He let out a small hum. "The kid keeps busy. I'm surprised since he seems to be of school age." "Humph," the woman grumbled before leaning back in her chair, her right eye slightly twitching at the naming of the vigilante. "I can't believe this. I know it's inconvenient dash." "Shut up," the woman hissed, glaring back up at the man. "You know nothing of inconvenience." "I believe I do," Mara replied before shrugging, "but I know I won't convince you." He then pointed to her sling. "How's the arm?" "Still stinging, along with the betrayal." The president growled as she glanced back down at the sling. "Still can't believe the soldier that would always follow orders turned traitor." She slumped down in her chair. "Then again, that animal Nagant raised her, so I should have saw it coming." Now, Lady Nagant wasn't that dash. "She's a murderer, Mara," the president interrupted. As she continued to stare at her sling, she remembered the day clearly, the day Silver Sable turned on her. The woman came to kill the president, but had made one single error. The assassin heroine didn't know about the president's quirk. The quirk allowed her to dodge the first bullet, but not completely. Instead of a bullet to the head, she took one to the shoulder. It was enough to capture Silver Sable though, and now she rested in Tartarus with her master, where she belonged. Worthless filth. "I let you work for the greatest hero organization to ever exist, and you turn on me," she thought as she used her good arm to reach into her desk, pull a drawer, and yank out a bottle of whiskey. Pouring a glass a second later, she took a sip before glaring back up at the screens on the wall before her. Spiderman. The vigilante had been making lots of rounds. Rounds of just about everything, and it was all locations associated with the Kingpin. Well, his underling Hammerhead, but it was still connected. In other words, he was making more progress against the man than she could make. And that was something she would not stand. The Kingpin was hers to destroy. Her eyes turned to Mara at this, hissing as she said in a grating voice, "I've decided. Let's call her." Mara's tired eyes suddenly went wide, his voice slightly shaking as he responded, Her? Are you sure we want owe her a favor?" "We don't." The president growled before looking back at the screens, "But I'm almost out of options. And that means we'll have to pick the lesser of two evils." She glanced back at him again. "Call her." Crunch. 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 That was sound of a carrot being munched on, a small echo of the teeth gnashing through the vegetable ringing out of an old, abandoned warehouse. Inside was a pile of about 50 beaten thugs, all sporting bruises all over their bodies, and swirls replacing their eyes. "So weak," a woman commented as she finished eating the carrot. She glanced back at the pile of thugs. "Couldn't any of you give me a challenge?" "Ugh," one of the thugs ummed out, the woman rolling her eyes at the sight. "Figures. Maybe I can dash. BZZT. Oh? Hold that thought." She chuckled as she pulled out her phone, the device now vibrating in her head. Tapping the screen, she put it to her ear. "Mirko the hero here." The rabbit hero listened to the other side of the line, her grin growing as she responded, "Oh, it's you. What's up? Ready to apologize for saying I couldn't crack the top 10 without joining your little club?" A few choice words came out of the phone next. "Yeah, yet I hate you too. But you calling means you want something, so spill already." And as she kept the phone to her ear, the smile on her face kept getting bigger before she responded, "Spiderman, eh?" "Yeah, I've been hearing stuff about him on the news feed. You want me to kick his face in?" A few more choice words came out of the phone, making the heroine laugh. That is, till she replied, "Well, I don't mind hunting down the bug for you. Sounds like fun. You do know you'll owe me a favor though, right?" There was a moment of silence after that, only for the phone to respond with several low-toned words. Giggling at this, Rumi Usajiyama then responded, "All right, I'll get M for you. Yeah, hate you too." She tapped the phone screen a second later, ending the call before calling the police next. Reporting the pile of thugs still in the room, she soon ended that call as well, chuckling to herself as she put the phone into her pocket. Doing a small stretch next, she glanced back at the pile of thugs before reaching into another pocket and pulling out a carrot. Putting it in her mouth, she began munching down on the vegetable as she laughed to herself. "I got a feeling this is gonna be fun." "Ah." Izuku ummed out as he began to stretch his arms, only to let out a long yawn. "That felt good. What a good night's sleep," he commented before hopping out of bed, soon walking into his bathroom. And as he began his morning routine, black tentacles formed around him, quickly switching his pajamas into a dark green shirt that said "shirt" on it, and a pair of black shorts. Spitting out a bit, he stared at the mirror, only for a big smile to appear on his face. Today's gonna be a good day. He chuckled to himself before putting a hand to his chin, his mind going over what had happened yesterday. Say, how did we get here? We were on patrol, and then we beat up those thugs. And then I don't remember. Did I sleepwalk back home? He blinked at that thought for a few seconds. Only to shrug and put his toothbrush away. Who cares? All that matters is that we're Spider-Man. With that, the teen walked out of the bathroom and into the living room, his smile returning as he exclaimed, "Good morning, everyone." But as he said this, he got no response. Instead, he turned to see his mother and Himiko both staring at him. His mother's face was that of a long frown while worry was on Himiko's face. "Good morning," Inko replied in a low, almost accusatory-like tone. The sight made Izuku blink several times before tilting his head. He had never seen his mother like this before. Well, not in a long time, that is. "What's up? Something going on?" "Yes," Inko responded before pulling out her phone, which was showing the kangaroo article from 2 days ago. "We still need to talk about this." Izuku raised an eyebrow at the phone before shrugging. "Oh, that? We told you, the fight just got a little rough. It's no big deal." "Izuku," Inko slowly started, only for her son to interrupt. "We told you, we're fine. Everything's fine." He then did a small wave, only to see his mother's eyes narrow. "Izuku," Inko countered as her tone got even lower, "everything is not fine." "What are you Izuku. When was the last time you actually talked to us?" Izuku came to a stop at the question. It hit his ears and made him brain pause. Only for the gears in his mind to start shifting a second later. He then muttered out, "Yesterday?" Inko's face slightly contorted as she responded, "It's been days, Izuku. Not since we went to feast, and even then you barely talked to us." "Well, You spend all your time as Spider-Man now. That or doing your classes." Inko interrupted as she put the phone away and crossed her arms. "Mind telling us why you've started ignoring us?" Izuku blinked again, his mouth trying to move and let out a confident answer, only to glance away and mumble out, "Well, I don't mean to ignore you. We've just been busy. As Spider-Man." Izuku. Her son slowly looked back at her. "You know I won't accept that as an excuse." She uncrossed her arms before glancing down at his shirt and shorts, soon commenting, "I don't remember buying those for you." "Oh, this?" Izuku replied as he glanced down at the clothes before smirking, It's just the suit. Pretty good looking, huh?" But Inko's frown wouldn't go away. Instead, she replied, "And that's another thing. We still don't know what that suit is, and if I'm honest, me and Himiko have talked about it quite a bit." Izuku looked back up at her, blinking. "What do you mean?" She pointed at her son. "I mean that ever since you got that suit, you've been acting stranger and stranger. Like you're not yourself." Izuku leaned back at this. "What? What are you talking about?" He pointed to himself. "I'm doing great. Heck, I'm better than ever. I've never felt so great." But as he said that, he saw the giant frown on his mother grow, only for it to change to a look of disappointment. Like she didn't approve of the suit. And that would not do. "Hey, I said we're doing great," Izuku said as the volume of his tone increased, his eyes narrowing at this as the smile on his face vanished. "This suit has done nothing but help me be a better Spider-Man. And that's what I'm afraid of." "Afraid of me being better?" Izuku yelped, only to see the worry increase on his mother's face. "Yes," she yelled, making her son slightly flinch at her increased tone, "I'm worried that suit is doing something to you. You've never acted like this before, and I think it's doing nothing to me." Izuku suddenly screeched back, making Inko and Himiko flinch. And as the teen saw the fear on their faces, he flinched as well. That is, till a few black veins appeared on the back of his head, vibrating and shifting as he continued to stare at his family. And as this happened, Izuku's face contorted. No longer was it smiling, instead switching to anger. "This suit is everything I need." Izuku continued to yell, "I'm finally what I need to be. I'm finally strong. I'm not some weak Deku anymore." The outburst made Inko flinch again, her sweet caring son suddenly showing the angriest face she had ever seen since ever. Even when he confessed about everything Bakugo had done to him all the way back when he failed the support exam, he didn't look this angry. But this expression he wore. It was something else. Something more. Something sinister. And then, with slightly panting breath, he added, "Thanks to this suit, we're stronger than anyone now." The sight made Inko's eyes widen, her whole body shaking as she saw the suit begin to morph like a pile of goo, gulping the teen's body, consuming him till there was nothing but a black suit and a large white spider on the chest, complete with 2 pure white eyes over the mask. He pointed to his chest. See? We're perfectly fine. Inko opened her mouth, but no words would form. She couldn't speak. Thankfully, there was another in the room, Himiko Toga. The girl had been watching the exchange with wide eyes as well, surprised at the kind caring teen she had gotten to know over the past few weeks turn into angry, yelling something. She wasn't sure how to fully describe it. But as she watched, she noticed something that Inko had also noticed, and unlike her, decided to speak and ask, "Why do you keep saying we?" And as those words hit Izuku's ears, he just turned to her, staring straight at the girl. Himiko felt herself about to flinch, only for Izuku to turn invisible. A second later, the door to Izuku's room opened and closed, Inko gasping before running up to the door and swinging it open. "Izuku. You come back here this instant, young man." I dash. But it was too late. For just as she entered the teen's room, his window closed itself, the invisible hand shutting it unseen by her eyes. Himiko ran up to her a second later, only to see tears start to form under Inko's eyes. "Izuku.no." Inko whispered, Himiko frowning at the words. They just stood there for a moment at this, only for the girl to slowly speak, Inko?" The woman turned to her, only to see Himiko slightly shrink back before asking, What do we do now?" Inko blinked her tears away at this before glancing back at the window. She let out a long sigh, only to pull out her cell phone. Tapping it a few times, she sighed again before saying, "We'll start with someone who Izuku just might listen to." The tapping of a small white paw rang out as it barely vibrated a tiny chessboard in front of the fingers. Their owner stared at the board, which showed 3 white pieces, a king, a queen and a pawn, all staring down a full team of black pieces. Several black pawns were scattered across the board, the white pieces all surrounded by the pawns while the rest of the black pieces stayed in the back. "Still not ready to make a move?" Nizu commented as he glanced back at the computer on his desk, the screen showing several images of people. One picture was of the criminal known as Silvermane, another showing the one called Owl. And finally, the one referred to many as the gentleman hero, the Rose. Staring at the picture of the purple-masked man, Nizu reached for a box in an open drawer, soon taking out a cigarette and lighting it. "You're the one I'm waiting on, Rose." He let out a puff of smoke, waiting for that one mistake. He then glanced back at the chessboard, "But when will you make it? Do I need my pawn to take out another one of yours? Perhaps dash. Bam. Or I'll have my thoughts interrupted by one of my teachers." Nizu concluded as he turned to the sound of his office door being forcefully swung open. There, he saw one Shoyuta Aizawa, the usual scowl on his face showing a bit more tightness than usual. The sight made Nizu put his cigarette down on a nearby ashtray, and made him want to let out the biggest sigh. Aizawa had been unusually very stubborn recently. The man was good at being a wake-up call for students, but his methods were lacking in other areas. This year seemed to be him at his worst, as he had a class who he said had potential, but was squandering it, or something along those lines. Now, that usually meant Nizu would help him create something to fix the class. But it turned out Nizu's method was something Aizawa did not approve. That method being adding a vigilante that could show the class their true potential. Granted, Nizu's method was not perfect, but there was no such thing. That and Nizu was getting really tired of arguing about the class with Aizawa. As such, he felt this was a better time than any to address that. Well, after a simple greeting. "Good morning, Aizawa. Get All Might out of my class," Aizawa demanded as he walked up to the desk and glared down at the stoat. "There's only 5 days before the finals, and I need full control if I'm going to try get at least one of them to pass." "You suspect that they will all fail?" Nizu replied as he tilted his head. "Yeah. And it's all your fault," Aizawa snarled back. "I suggest you know your place, Aizawa," Nizu responded, slightly sighing at the same time. Aizawa opened his mouth in rebuke, only for Nizu to flash his paw, "And before you say anything else, I will say this one thing." Nizu's beady eyes narrowed at this. "Don't say another word about how your class is ruined and you want Bakugo back. I'm sick and tired of your whining." And as those words hit Aizawa's ears, his eyes narrowed as a low, almost demonic-sounding growl escaped his lips. "You don't even bother." Nizu countered as he laid back in his chair. "Your class will be learning under All Might for the rest of the week, just like he requested. He will help the students while you prepare them for the written exams. Then, if they fail on the physical, then they will make it up at the summer camp and you will not complain about it anymore." He leaned up at this. "Are we clear?" Aizawa's fists tightened at this, his brain about to blow a fuse as he hissed out, "Crystal." He then leaned over at this. "But I will say one thing." "And what's that?" Aizawa's teeth grinded as he said these next words. "My method is right, and I will be given Bakugo back. He's the only way to save this class from getting killed when they leave this school to be heroes." Nizu just shrugged at this. "Very well. If you believe that, then I believe dash. BZZT. Nizu glanced down at his pant pocket, reaching in and pulling out his phone. There, he saw the name Izuku Midoriya on the phone screen, making him grin. Oh, what do you know? It seems I now have business with Spiderman. The stoat gave the man a cheeky grin. Looks like we'll be talking about this later. We're not done dash. Nizu just waved him off before pointing to his office door. Go to your class, Aizawa. What I'm doing right now is more important than you realizing how flawed your method is. With that, the stoat spun around in his chair and put his phone to his ear, grinning as he said, Good morning, Mrs. Midoriya. How may I help you? And as the principal began to talk into the phone, Aizawa let out a long hiss before spinning around and leaving the room. The scowl on his face somehow grew as he hissed to himself, Spiderman. Thwip. Splat. The sound of a webline smacking a building went out as Izuku swung down a block, quickly pointing a finger at the next building and firing another webline, yanking it a second later. His pulls were forceful, causing him to push the wind as he did a long vertical swing. And as he did a small flip, he fired another webline, yanking it before swinging down another block. Gerdot, we can't believe her. Izuku yelled as he swung down block after block, his form doing several flips and spins as he continued to web swing. Black veins vibrated all over his body at this, a particular patch shifting and moving on the back of his head as he continued to aimlessly swing around. Can't she see how great we are now? We're Spiderman. He growled as he did a few flips in the air before firing another webline. The teen took a deep swing at this, only to feel something on his side. What now? He grumbled as he fired another webline, yanking it before doing a small flip and landing on a rooftop. He tapped his side next, his phone slowly forming out of his suit as he took it in his hand. His eyes narrowed as he was ready to just reject whatever call was coming. Only to see it was from Nizu. Blinking at this, he took a deep breath before tapping the screen and putting the device to his ear. Hello? Good morning, young Midoriya. Morning, Mr. Nizu. Izuku slowly replied as he walked up to the edge of the rooftop and sat down, his legs dangling over the side. Got any new locations for us? We are ready to take out any villain today. There was a second of hesitation at this, the stoat blinking on the other line at Izuku's words. Specifically the pronouns in his question and statement. Doing a slight shake of the head, the principal replied, While I appreciate the enthusiasm, I am afraid to say that this call is not about that. You see, I just got off the phone with your mother. That made Izuku's face scrunch up behind the mask, eyes narrowing and brows furrowing as Nizu continued, and I must say, I was surprised at what she told me. Let me guess, you're going to yell me at too? Nizu blinked at the retort, only to shrug as he upped the directness of his voice. Not exactly. I was going to ask what this new suit of yours is. Specifically, your mother stated it's something you suddenly found one day, and you've been changing ever since. And as Nizu finished his statement, he readied himself for an explanation or some kind of response, only for Izuku to say, You don't need to worry about it. I believe I do. According to your mother, it's some kind of shapeshifting being, and I need to dash. You don't need to know. Izuku suddenly yelled, making Nizu almost flinch. Just give me a location and we'll handle it. Nizu paused for a second at this before saying, There is no need to get angry at me. I am just concerned for you, young Midoriya. This suit seems to be dash. I told her, it's not doing anything to me. All it's doing is making me a better Spider-Man. The interruption made the stoat lean back in his chair, the feeling of wanting a cigarette wafting in his mouth. Letting out a small sigh, he added, I'm just worried. I believe that suit may be affecting you dash. It's not affecting me. Izuku roared into the phone, Nizu leaning back at the outburst. He had a feeling Inko had done the same today as he could hear Izuku pant for a second, only to speak up again, I'm stronger, and better, and so much more greater than I've ever been. But young Midoriya dash. I'm happy. Izuku interrupted, the words making Nizu come to a stop. It was rare for words to surprise the stoat, but he knew that this was going to be an issue. The boy was saying something he knew he didn't mean. And it was something very violent. But as Izuku, he just continued to scream into the phone, I'm finally happy. I've never been this happy before. There was a moment of silence at this, the teen expecting the stoat to say something. Only for silence. As such, the vigilante continued to talk, I'm finally strong. I'm no longer this weak, pathetic Deku that can't do anything. I finally have power. And it's all thanks to this suit. His tone began to lower at this, slightly gasping as he kept going, I'm finally someone important. Izuku could feel tears trying to form in his eyes, the sound of his voice telling the principal that the teen was about to start crying. And as he heard these words, Nizu took a deep breath before asking, if you truly believe that, then what are you now, young Midoriya? The question hit the teen's ears, making him let out a long breath before replying, "We're Spider-Man." There it is again. This "we" he speaks of. Is it the suit? Nizu thought as he put a paw to his chin, rubbing it in thought. Taking a small breath next, he then replied, "Very well. Continue to patrol today and I'll get you a location shortly." With that, Nizu cut the call, leaving a still panting Izuku. He glanced down at the phone, only to tap the screen, turning the screen off before letting the suit put it back into a pocket. He fired a webline at this, the teen no longer thinking or saying a word as he continued to patrol. Now that was unexpected. Nizu commented as he leaned back in his office chair. His eyes glanced over at the chessboard, the pieces still in the same place before turning to his computer. "I've lost control of my pieces, and if that's the case." He put his paws to the keyboard, clicking and clacking for a few seconds before a new screen appeared. It was a news article over Fisk setting up a high society party, inviting several high-ranking politicians, judges, etc. It was the usual from the man, making the stoat let out a small tch. He leaned back in his chair again, closing his eyes as he began to think. "I'm still not ready. I still don't have a full case against the Kingpin. I needed young Midoriya to rattle his empire just a bit more, and then his goons will start making mistakes." The principal reopened his eyes at this, quickly typing on the keyboard for a second before popping up a few new images. They showed a picture of the kangaroo being arrested, along with pictures of Crazy 8 and Mr. Nobody. "These are the new pieces on the board, but it won't be just them. I know the Rose got others in on this. I just need to figure out who, and that will lead to dash. BZZT. Blinking at this, he turned to the sound, seeing a text had now appeared on his phone. Taking it in paw, the stoat read the small message before grinning, "Interesting." He tapped the screen, an image that was included with the text now opening, showing a camera feed of thugs moving some boxes out of a warehouse. One that he recognized the street on. In Mizurufu. The sight made the principal's grin widen even more. "Very interesting. This could work, but I best be a bit careful." His eyes turned to the computer, glancing down at the clock to see it was still early in the day. "Let's wait a few hours first, then I'll have young Midoriya do a operation. In the meantime." He began tapping away at his computer again, soon pulling up records over the top students of the school. And as he did this, he saw what was on schedule today. Seems Toshinori will be having the top 4 teach 1A again. Good for them. He then blinked as another piece of info appeared on the screen. "Miss Hato is out for the day? How unusual. Hope that's not a bad sign of things to come." Izuku had been web-swinging for a few hours now, only to stop and take a quick food break at a local pizza shop. There, he quickly ate the entire pizza, leaving a few patrons stunned as they watched the teen devour the meal whole before leaving with a casual smile on his face. This was followed by the teen walking into a nearby alley and letting the suit quickly switch him back into vigilante mode, complete with the usual black suit as he was soon web-swinging again. And as another hour passed, he felt something vibrate on his side. He landed on a rooftop at this, tapping his side next as the suit began to vibrate before slowly opening up, revealing the teen's phone. Taking it in his hand, he tapped the screen a few times, only to raise an eyebrow at the next sight. It was a text from Nizu that read, "Just got a report of a few thugs known to work with Hammerhead moving some boxes from Hosu to a warehouse in Mizurufu. Suggest to wait and check the place out tonight, as they are still moving trucks from Hosu to Mizurufu, and if they are doing illegal transport, we can catch it all if they're done delivering first. Here is the address, 77, Alamas Street. Alamas." Izuku thought as he tapped the screen again, this time switching to a GPS app. Typing in the address next, the GPS found something close by, but not the exact address. Figures. Mr. Nizu did say that the Kingpin makes sure certain addresses he uses can't be regularly found. "I do have the street though. But according to Mr. Nizu, he thinks it might be best to wait. If that's the case." He closed the phone screen and put it back to his side, the suit quickly devouring it before firing a webline. Soon zipping through a few blocks, he landed on another rooftop, glancing down to see he was at a street corner that led to Alamas Street. "Here we go. Time to find the warehouse and do a little stakeout." Several hours later, Izuku had settled himself on a rooftop about a block or so over from the warehouse, the time now being a bit into the evening. The building was obviously 2 floors, as it showed a distinct extra set of windows on top and large range of garage doors on the bottom. For the first few hours of waiting, nothing had happened. No thugs, no people, just a few random cars driving by, as the warehouse was near the edge of the Mizurufu district. It was here that Izuku left for a bit, grabbing another bite to eat while he noticed that his mom had called him over 20 times, which he ignored every single time. And as he got back to his stakeout position, he went wide-eyed as he saw a new sight. Just as he had returned to that rooftop, a few trucks drove up to the warehouse, only for the garage doors to open. Turning invisible at this, he quickly hopped off the rooftop and fired a web line, swinging over and landing on the rooftop of the warehouse before wall-crawling down the side. As he did this, he began to watch as the truck slowly backed into the building. "What do we have here?" he mentally said as he invisibly crawled into the building, quickly crossing the ceiling and turning visible as he stared down at the now stopping trucks. He had gone invisible before and checked out the warehouse earlier in the day when no one was there, only to find a few empty boxes along with one big truck. It was here that he watched some thugs walk up to the truck and load the empty boxes, only to drive away. He wanted to follow, but after texting Nizu what happened, the stoat told him to stay and just give him the license plate, which the vigilante did. After that, Nizu told him that the thugs will be back, and with probably boxes filled with stuff compared to before. Turns out, the principal was right, as the thugs quickly got out of the car and started unloading a ton of cargo. The sight was nothing but boxes, the teen squinting his eyes as he watched them place the crates around the building. One of the thugs soon opened a crate, revealing a set of guns, only to nod and close, as if he was just checking inventory. Gun smuggling. Izuku thought as he watched every garage door open and truck park into the place. And there's a lot. The teen cricked his neck at this, pointing all his fingers down at the thugs below him. Time to get to work. Thwip, 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 thwip. 10 strands of webbing shot out of each finger, the black webbing instantly striking 10 thugs on their shoulders, heads and backs. And before they could even react, the vigilante quickly flicked his wrists at this and wrangled the webbing into 2 globs he could hold in his hands before yanking, throwing the thugs upward. "Ah! Whoa! What the dash!" was all that could yell before Izuku cracked the web line with a pull, sending them back into the concrete floor. Groans of pain followed, only for webbing to cover all 10 thugs. And as this happened, one thug that had not been targeted pointed upward and yelled, "It's Spiderman." Hearing this, the teen's brain took over. Ever since he had gotten the suit, the teen had realized just how easy it was to be more quippy at times. As such, he let out a fake gasp and said, "Really? Where?" He put both hands to his face. "I can't believe it. I've always wanted to meet Spiderman." "Oh, we'll show you," one of the thugs roared as they tried to open a crate, only for a strand of webbing to grab their back and yank them upward. "Wah! Yeah.no." Izuku chuckled as he let go of the web line, causing the thug to smack the floor with his back before webbing covered him. Letting out a small laugh, the teen turned to the few thugs not webbed up. "Now, which one of you doesn't want to get beaten and webbed up? Don't worry, there's a really simple method to avoid this. All you need to do is dash. Danger." Izuku muttered out before a loud click rang out. His spider sense now screaming, the teen let go of the ceiling. Blam. 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 Bullets struck the spot where he had been on the ceiling just a split second before the vigilante had let go, the teen landing on his feet as he turned to where the attack had come from. But as he did this, he went wide-eyed as he saw the individual step into the light. The warehouse was not the best lit, as it had several ceiling lamps that were using old bulbs, but it was enough as the sun was just about to set. However, despite this slightly low visibility, the sight still made the vigilante go wide-eyed. Walking out from behind one of the trucks was a woman with long flowing golden hair and 2 big white floppy bunny ears. She was wearing a blue vest over a white bunny-like suit, complete with a tiny whiskers on her face, long white boots and a fluffy white bunny tail, obviously from her quirk. In her hands was an umbrella, though its top was smoking, showing it was part of a gun. "That's new," Izuku commented to himself as he watched her point the umbrella at him. The lady took a deep breath before yelling, "Get out of here, boys. We'll handle it from here." Izuku sputtered out before. "Danger. Shing." The teen let his spider sense take over as he did a quick duck, only to see a blade on the end of a green tail zip just above his head. This was followed by another click, making him turn to see the bunny lady activate her umbrella, bullets quickly spraying out. Blam. 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 A shower of shells came flying at the vigilante, causing him to quickly flip and cartwheel, dodging each attack before firing a web line upward and yanking on it, flipping himself upward before landing on top of one of the trucks. But as he did this, "Danger! Rawr!" yelled a new voice, making him leap away just as another figure appeared, slashing the air where the vigilante had just been. He then spun around to see 2 newcomers, both women, as they all glared and grinned at him. "Oh," he gulped as he saw them both come into full view under the low lights of the warehouse. One was a woman with dark black hair in a dark green jumpsuit, complete with a bladed tail. The other was in a white jumpsuit with tiny black ears on top, and her arms and hands were covered in black fur. Her hands looked like giant bear claws, sharp and ready to tear anything apart. The sight made the teen's brain come back into focus as he quipped out, "So who are you lovely ladies?" "Name's White Rabbit." The first replied as she pointed the umbrella back at the teen. "These are my pals Scorpia and Pandemania, and we're here for one thing." A loud click rang out of her weapon, "Your head." Izuku opened his mouth to quip again, only for his spider sense to ring out once more. More bullets soon fired out of the umbrella, making the teen leap off the truck before firing 2 globs of webbing at the woman. But as the liquid started to make their way to the rabbit villainess, Panda leapt in front of the webbing and shredded both with 2 swipes of her claws. This was followed by Scorpia's tail instantly appearing in front of the vigilante's head, making him lean back just as it moved over him. "Whoa!" he yelped before regaining his balance and doing a small sidestep to dodge another barrage of bullets. And as he did this, Panda raced up and swung her claws at him, making him backpedal as she swiped 2 more times. The teen followed this before moving a punch at her, only for her to sidestep just as Scorpia's tail came straight for his head again, making Izuku gasp before sidestepping as well, barely evading the blow. "Keep dancing with him, girls. I'll get the shot when I can." White Rabbit yelled as Panda swiped her claws at the vigilante again, Izuku ducking under this blow before moving another punch. Panda quickly backpedaled at this, dodging the blow while Scorpia tried a horizontal tail attack this time, only for Izuku to fire a web line upward and pulled, yanking him airborne. And as he did this, he pointed his fingers down at White Rabbit and fired 3 globs of webbing. Only for the villainess to disappear. "Ha!" Izuku gasped before glancing up, now seeing the villainess in midair at the exact same height he was current at. "I'm not called White Rabbit for nothing," she remarked as she pointed the umbrella at him, a resounding clicking ringing out of it. "My quirk gives me quickest rabbit feet around. BLAM. 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 Spider sent screaming at him, the vigilante fired another web line to his side and yanked it, quickly pulling himself midair just as the bullets left the chamber. And just as Izuku evading the first shots, his spider sense continued to yell, only for a certain bladed tail to slice his back. "Yah!" he yelped as the blow made him let go of the web line, causing him to drop right on top of a truck. Bam! Smack! Crash! His body rolled right over the truck's roof, soon flopping off the vehicle and smacking the pavement. "Ha! Too easy." Scorpia guffawed as she pulled her tail back. "Don't stop. He's gotten out of worse things before." White Rabbit countered as she landed, "Rose told me he has the luck of the devil, so don't dash." Her words came to a stop as she quickly zipped around the truck, only to see the vigilante back on his feet and firing more lines of webbing. "Whoa!" she gasped as she hopped again, leaping over every web shot before landing on a pile of crates, the boxes slightly shifting at the weight. The 2 other villainesses quickly raced over, only for them all to see black tendrils vibrate on the vigilante's back, only for Izuku to glare at them under the mask. "Alright, that hurt. And that means no more Mr. Nice Guy." Pointing both hands at them, webbing shot out of every fingertip, the sight making Panda swipe the air, slashing through every line she could. This was followed by Scorpia cutting through the rest while Rabbit zipped behind her, dodging the attack. She then leapt over the 2 villainesses and pointed her umbrella at the vigilante, bullets soon spraying out the tip. But as this happened, the teen just fired a web line upward and yanked at it, quickly dodging the bullets. She then pointed at the weapon straight at the now airborne vigilante. Smash! The sudden new sound made her glance back, the other 3 also turning to the noise, only for all 4 to gasp at the sound's owner. The sound was that of one of the trucks being smacked into a pile of crates, an imprint of a giant foot on the back end of the vehicle. This was followed by another woman walking into the room, a giant grin on her face as she showed she was dragging several knocked-out thugs behind her. Specifically, the remaining thugs that had been told to run, which were all now splayed out on the front of the warehouse. Their eyes all went wide as they saw the woman, the individual being of modest height, complete with tanned skin, 2 long white bunny ears, and a sleeveless white leotard. Her fists were large, along with her feet, and she had a bunny tail just like White Rabbit. It was the rabbit hero, Mirko. "Hey ladies and Bug. Mind if I join the party?" She then walked over to the side of the garage doors and tapped a button, all the garage doors soon closing. The sight made the villainesses gulp as they saw her crick both her wrists before cricking her neck. "Never mind. I think I'll just join, even if you won't let me." Plans failed. "Run." White Rabbit immediately yelled, only for Mirko to suddenly zip across the room, a giant grin on her face. "Luna fall," the hero roared as she slammed her foot down in between the 4, cracking the concrete as they all leaped back. "Holy dash!" Izuku yelped out, only to see Mirko charge right at him. Spider sent screaming at this, he reflexively fired a web line upward, only for Mirko to move out a hand and grab the line. The sight made him go wide-eyed, only to let out a gasp as he felt something suddenly slam into his chest. Ugh, he hummed as the heroine's knee slammed into his chest, the teen unable to react from the sudden blow. And as he felt this, Mirko just spun around like a top before slamming her foot horizontally into his side, knocking him across the warehouse in one swift attack. Smash! The teen went flying into a pile of crates before smacking the warehouse wall, cracking it as he slumped over. Boxes soon covered him, the pieces of wood littering the side of the wall. "Ha! This is the easiest job that stupid commission president has given me yet." Mirko laughed before turning to the other villainesses, the three all wide-eyed at how quickly she had knocked Spider-Man flying. "So who are you nut jobs?" White Rabbit tried to respond as all three slowly backpedaled away. They then saw Mirko PP one of her legs, the grin on her face growing as she replied, Don't leave." She chuckled as she stared directly at White Rabbit. "Especially you. You trying to steal my looks, or is that just a side effect of your quirk?" "Well, that's er." White Rabbit mumbled out, only for the villainesses and heroine to suddenly feel something. Specifically, something under their feet. Thump. It was like a mini earthquake, the whole building shaking at the sudden vibration and sound. The sight made them turn back to the pile of crates that were now covering the vigilante, only to see the wood start to vibrate as well. Okay. What is dash? Swoosh. Smash. All four went wide-eyed as four giant black tendrils shot out from the crates, smashing through the wood like it was paper. Mirko and White Rabbit quickly leaped back, both dodging the attack, only for the tendrils to slam into Scropia and Pandemania. Aya! Ugh! Slam! They both let out a cry of pain as the tendrils moved them into another one of trucks, the attack pushing the truck into a wall, slightly breaking through the metal frame. "Girls!" White Rabbit screamed as the tentacles quickly retracted back a second later, only to reveal both Scorpia and Pandemania laying on top of a now destroyed truck. The sight made her gasp before looking back, only to see Mirko grinning at a new sight. For on the other side of the room was now a giant mess of black tentacles, all shifting and vibrating as the one known as Spider-Man slowly ascended upward, the tentacles pulling him up. There was no sound coming from the vigilante, just the sight of a slowly moving black-suited body as it stared down at the floor before quietly moving its head upward and staring at the two. And as they saw more black tentacles begin to sprout out of the vigilante's body, something new happened. Something that made White Rabbit clench up while Mirko's grin just grew. For on Spider-Man's face, 2 rows of razor-sharp white teeth slowly formed out of the black mask, only to open and reveal a long, pulsing, pink tongue. And then the being took in one deep breath before roar. It began with a small crick of the neck and a giant vicious grin. Before these two things was the one known as Spider-Man, but if you could see him at that moment, you wouldn't believe it. For at that very second, the vigilante looked like something out of sci-fi horror. His new black costume no longer showed just a white spider on the chest and piercing white eyelids over the suit's mask. Now, it presented 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, a long winding pink tongue, and an array of black pulsing tentacles pouring out of the vigilante's back. As for the neck crick and grin, those belonged to one rabbit hero known as Mirko, the sight of the vigilante making her smile grow more and more. She could feel the hairs on the back of her head spike up, her fists clenching as she flexed one of her knees upward. The girl assumed a type of kickboxing stance, her eyes staring straight at the vigilante as she chuckled out, "Now that's what I'm talking about." She then gestured a "come on" pose with one of her fists, "Come on bug. Show me what you got." And as the vigilante just stared at her, the tentacles coming out of his back slowly flowed out of him and began entwining with the building, as if it was bonding with the warehouse. The walls and floor started to turn black as smaller tendrils began to flow around the place. Mirko blinked at this, her eyes slightly shifting around as she saw more tendrils appear. But they didn't attack. They just continued to bond with the surroundings, causing her to let out a scoff. "Looks like I'll have to make the first move." She glanced back up at Vigilante, her grin slightly shifting to a smirk. "All right then. I can definitely deal with that." The hero slammed both feet into the ground at this, cracking the floor as she flexed her leg muscles. Seeing this, the villainous White Rabbit stood still, unmoving since she had seen the vigilante knock both of her partners away. And with a resounding crack ringing out, Mirko leapt off the floor and spun like a top, quickly zipping up to the vigilante. "Luna Arc," she roared as she quickly moved the kick directly down into the teen's face, only for one of the back tentacles to instantly fire out. The tendril went straight for the hero, only for her foot to cut through it like paper, slicing the veiny attack in two. Wham! Smash! Crash! RRRAAARRR, screamed the vigilante as the kick slammed into his stomach, the wall he had stationed himself on instantly breaking apart from the blow. Mirko then kicked off the teen, spinning in the air before landing as the vigilante's body went flying through the warehouse wall, only to smash through the building next door's wall as well. RRRRGH, the teen ummed as he hit the floor, spinning on the ground as tendrils quickly shot of his body and grabbed the nearby walls and ceiling, instantly stopping his momentum. And as it did this, Mirko appeared right above the vigilante, ready to do the same move again. That is, till the teen glared up at the hero, only for 5 tentacles to fire out of him, all going for the heroine. Seeing this, Mirko's grin just grew as she yelled, "Luna ring!" She quickly spun in the air, both of her feet slicing through the tendrils with ease. But as she did this, the vigilante fully stood up and ped his right arm back, tons of black veins covering the arm. RROOARRR, the vigilante roared as they moved their arm forward, a giant blast of black tentacles flying out of the arm just as Mirko was landing. She quickly spun around again, picking up momentum as she moved one of her legs directly at the incoming attack. The blow cut through the tendrils with ease, only for 4 small tentacles to shoot out and grab her leg, making her flinch up. And with what could be considered to be like a crack of a whip, the tentacles grew in size and pushed the hero back, lifting her off the ground and throwing her back into the warehouse. "Yow!" she yelped as her back hit one of the trucks, the vehicle slightly moving back. Another tendril instantly came after this, only for the heroine's ears to twitch before flexing both feet on the truck and hopping off, dodging the tentacle that now slammed itself into the vehicle. And as she landed, she looked ahead to see the vigilante now standing with mouth open, light drool going down the razor-sharp teeth as a tiny pink tongue waved out of the mouth. Cricking her neck again, Rumi Usajiyama just chuckled at the sight. "This is gonna be fun." Just a few moments ago. "Come on girls, wake up! Wake up!" White Rabbit yelled after she climbed on top of the truck Scorpia and Pandamania had been flung into. She began to shake Scorpia by the shoulders, only to switch to Panda a few seconds later. "Come on. Come on." Bam! Smash! Those 2 thundering sounds hit the villainess's ears, making her glance back to see that the fight between Spider-Man and Mirko had now completely exited the building. Though the sight made her slightly grimace, she was so glad that the heroine had decided to completely ignore her. Now, White Rabbit would admit she had been a tad overconfident tonight, but considering what just popped up, she had the right to calm down and realize her mistake. As such, she glanced back at her partners, shaking them even more as she added, "Please wake up. If I leave you here, Silvermane will kill me." And as she continued to shake them, grabbing each shoulder this time and vibrating, Scorpia let out a small mmmmm, making White Rabbit turn to her. "Scorpia?" The woman ummed out, her eyelids twitching slightly before fully opening. The pupils slowly moved at this, only to see nothing but a big frown on White Rabbit's face. "Rabbit? What is wah?" she muttered out, only to try and move her head. But as she did this, she slightly flinched before resting her head back onto the truck. "Ow!" "Scorpia!" White Rabbit cheered before leaning down, her face slightly away from the villainess's. "You okay? Can you move?" "Ugh. Not sure." Scorpia whispered. What happened?" "Mirko." White Rabbit growled before turning to her other partner, Panda, "Wake up. I need to get both of you out of here, and dash." "I'm awake." Panda muttered out, making White Rabbit almost gasp. The villainess's eyes slowly opened before she raised her arm and put her hand on her head. "I don't feel so good." "Yeah, well that you two took quite a hit." White Rabbit replied as she glanced between the two. "Think you can get up and walk?" "No." Scorpia instantly replied, head still fuzzy. "I can." Panda added as she rubbed the side of her head, just give me a minute." "Got it." White Rabbit sighed as she grabbed Scorpia and began to sling one of Scorpia's arms over her shoulders. And as she helped the woman down the truck and back onto the pavement, she then used her other hand to reach into her jacket pocket and pull out a phone. She gave it to Scorpia as she pulled the woman to her feet. "Call Rose. He's the last number I talked to." "WH.Y? 'Cause Mirko said the commission asked her to come for Spider-Man. I want to know if he set us up." Scorpia slightly raised an eyebrow at that as Panda slowly walked up to them, the girl holding one of her arms in wincing pain. "What's going on?" she asked. "Isn't Rose the guy you're working for?" "What did he do?" "He played us, that's what. Why else would a double-crossing stooge of the Hero Commission send someone like Mirko here?" White Rabbit growled as Scorpia tapped the phone screen, soon sending a call to a certain hero villain. And as it began to ring, the villainess glared at the device as she added, "And if I'm right, I'm gonna fill him full of lead." "Back with the fight. Luna rush!" Mirko exclaimed as she kicked through 3 more tentacles, smacking them away before leaping on top of Spider-Man, the woman spinning in the air as she does this. Luna fall. Wham! Rahhhhh, the teen screamed as she slammed both feet into his chest, moving his form into the floor with a resounding thud. The sight made Mirko grin before raising up another leg, ready to strike it straight down on the vigilante's head. Time's up, bug! I'm knocking you out and dash. Rahhhhh, the vigilante screeched as a mass of tendrils shot straight out of his chest, all moving toward the heroine. But as they just started to get close, her grin widened. Oh no you don't. Luna ring. She cackled as she quickly spun around, smacking each one away with ease. But as she did this, two tentacles shot out from the vigilante's shoulders and stuck to the building's walls, only for the teen to pull on both, yanking him off the heroine. Whoa, she stuttered out as her prey quickly shot across the floor, only to watch the vigilante suddenly curl up like a ball before hopping out of the curl with ease. He slowly stood up, tongue waving back and forth as he let out a small hiss. Rrrr, he muttered as small tendrils slowly peeked out from behind his back, only to scream, Raar. More tentacles flew across the room, all bouncing around, smacking the floor and ceiling as they made their way toward the heroine. But as they got close, Mirko just ped one of her legs as she kept the same grin on her face. I told you, that won't work on me, she yelled as she stood on one leg while moving the other, smacking every tentacle away like they were just gnats flying around the heroine. As she did this, she just glared at the vigilante, cricking both arms as she prepared to charge at the teen. And as she swatted the last tendril away, the rabbit hero seemingly vanished as she zipped across the room at high speeds. Her form quickly reappeared in front of the vigilante, the teen staring up at the figure as she prepared to do a drop kick straight at his face. But as she began to descend, his tongue just flickered for a second, only to instantly sidestep, dodging the blow at the last split second. Tum! Her foot slammed into the floor, chunks of dirt and concrete flying up along with bits of carpet. The building they were now fighting in was old and on top of a concrete slab, complete with the minimal carpet you could get. Its lighting was slightly on, though most of the vision could be seen thanks to the moon. However, that mattered little as scraps of carpet flew up into the air as the heroine did a quick turn, ready to attack again. She moved her other foot at the sidestepping vigilante, her leg twisting as she prepared for her strike to hit its target. But as it got closer, the teen crossed his arms, black veins covering them as the foot slammed into his now makeshift guard. Wham! Smash! The blow was strong, not as strong as the starting one, but still almost lethal as it smacked the teen's arms. It was followed by a push, the attack knocking the vigilante back as he was sent off his feet and into another wall, only to smash through it as well. But unlike last time, his body didn't collide with another building, but the street outside. Rrrgh, he grunted as his body smacked the concrete and began rolling again, only to quickly come to a stop. New tentacles shot out of his body and pushed down, shoving the teen upward at the same time as Mirko appeared before him. She moved another kick straight for his head, only for the teen's spider sense to ring out, causing him lean back like he was playing limbo, causing him to dodge the upward kick. Rah, he growled as he moved an arm next, another tendril flying out to strike the heroine. She responded by quickly leaping aside, dodging the attack before landing in the middle of the street. But as she did this, a sudden light struck both, making the heroine flinch and close one of her eyes while the vigilante just glanced up. That is, till Mirko realized just what that light was. Oh great! Why are the vultures here? Above the two was now a helicopter. Specifically, a newscopter. That's right folks, this is breaking news, yelled a news reporter from the chopper. We seem to have caught Mirko fighting some kind of tentacle villain. Meanwhile, a pearly white grin shined in the darkness as it appeared just below a pair of square glasses. The eyes behind the frames was staring straight at a wall of screens, all of them showing the viewpoints of newscopter cameras. And as the cameras shook and jittered, the viewing lenses showed a long-toothed black creature firing several tendrils at the rabbit hero, Mirko, who easily swatted the attacks away with her ferocious feet. The sight made the grin grow, the console before the individual now lighting up as several buttons began to sound out as he continued to stare, unmoving at the sight. And as a lever behind him went down despite the man not moving, a small chuckle came out of the man's mouth, at last. 3 more tentacles appeared on screen at this, flailing and swinging around as Mirko kicked one of them away. Magnificent. A piercing roar came next before the other tendrils flew through the air, Mirko spinning and swatting one away before hopping back, dodging the other tentacle with ease. Beautiful. The man continued to chuckle as he watched, his grin continuing to shine as a light from the ceiling now shined down on him, revealing he was wearing his usual white lab coat. And as he slumped back in his chair, watching the footage continue, a creaking sound rang out behind him, but he didn't glance back. He knew what it was the room's main door opening. Good evening, another man said as he walked into the room, the ceiling's lighting shining down on him as well, revealing a prim and proper black suit and black dress pants. The man glanced up at the screens, watching the creature now block one of Mirko's attacks. Is that? It is, the lab coat man replied, his grin shifting to an almost dopey smile. Isn't it amazing? He raised a hand and gestured to the screens. My finest work yet. The suited man stared at the footage a bit more, only to do a small nod. You did good work here. Thank you, the lab coat man cackled as he continued to watch the screens. The sight made him giddy, his mouth moving without thinking as he added, I must say, I truly am glad we made that deal with Garaki. His work may be disappointingly simple, but he's allowed me to make such a masterpiece. Indeed. The suited man slightly nodded before turning to the lab coat man. His face, despite hidden by the room's darkness, showed a look of pure expectation. Does this mean the next step can start? Hearing this made the lab coat man's grin disappear, his face switching to one of stiffness before glancing up at the suited man. I would like to do just a bit more testing. He looked back at the screens, the black creature now firing 2 more tendrils out of its body, and a live specimen. In our current situation, that's not going to happen. I know, the lab coat man sighed as he now saw Mirko do a flip through the air before slamming a foot into another tentacle. Spider-Man has poked one too many beehives. He glanced back up at the suited man. I suspect Fisk wants him dead. He has a bounty and everything, the suited man replied as he started watching the footage again. The frown on his face began to grow. I understand you wanting a live specimen, but it's not possible. Not under current circumstances. The lab coat man groaned as he leaned back in his chair. In other words, Spider-Man will be dead soon. A shame. His glasses shifted slightly upward at this, but we can't all get what we want. The suited man just chuckled at that. No, but I do. Give it up, kid. Just surrender already. Mirko yelled as she knocked away another attack. Despite the recent unwelcome news reporters, the heroine hadn't really been annoyed with the fight she had been given. Rumi loved to fight, and she was always seeking a good opponent in the sea of wimpy villains she always fought. It's why the Hero Commission couldn't stand her. They needed someone less wild, but they also knew she could take on opponents most couldn't. This one was no different. Granted, Spider-Man could fight back, but it definitely wasn't what she thought he was. Of what she had looked up about him, he seemed to be a scrawny but versatile fighter. He had also had a costume change recently, something that vigilantes don't usually do. But that was not the case today. The vigilante hadn't acted like anything she had looked up. In fact, as the fight went on, she was wondering if she was actually fighting the correct vigilante. There was no webbing, no acrobatics, no nothing. Just tons of tentacles and roars. It was only aggression and evasion, nothing else. However, she was a hero, and the vigilante was acting like a monster. That was enough evidence for her. Luna Rush, she roared as she charged at the vigilante, quickly kicking through 5 tendrils before slamming a 6th kick into the vigilante, knocking him flying. The teen went across the street, smashing through a window into another building, this one also being abandoned. Mirko quickly leapt in at this, the copter's spotlight moving to stare down at the broken window. Give up, kid. It's over. Mirko repeated as she landed inside, turning to see the vigilante slowly stand up again. She had seen him do this several times, the suit shooting out several tentacles to adjust the body back into a standing form. It was like watching a puppet on strange, almost seeming alive strings. And as she saw this, another tentacle came for her, only to swat it away with a light kick. Got no choice then. She pet her leg at this, time for a weak Luna T. Harris. And as she prepared to do the attack, the vigilante's spider sense rang out, turning to the heroine again. Its tongue wavered back and forth, only for the teen's body to fully tense up. A second later, the heroine disappeared, her form zipping around the room before appearing right in front of the vigilante. She moved both legs to the sides of the teen's head, ready to grab him with just her feet. But as she did this, the vigilante just ducked down, slipping a split second before she could grab him. As such, she quickly spun around, ready to do a kick into his gut, only to hit another tendril instead. The kick went straight through the tentacle, but was enough to push the attack off course, causing her to miss the main body. Seeing this, the heroine spun back and landed, quickly adjusting herself as the vigilante started to backpedal. And as she clenched her leg, ready to attack again, the vigilante opened his mouth. Ruere. Another ear-piercing roar screeched out of the teen's throat, only for a barrage of tendrils to fly out of him. Seeing this, Rumi quickly spun like a top and yelled, Luna Ring. She swatted away the attack with ease, only to suddenly feel something. These tendrils were barely trying. It was like they were just being thrown at her like you would throw paper airplanes. Harmless. Going wide-eyed at this, she quickly pushed both feet into the ground and did a short hop, glaring straight ahead at the vigilante. Only to see he had just vanished. He was gone, and all the black ooze that was around him was gone as well. In the split instant that she spun around to take out that last attack, he had vanished. What the dash, she muttered out. Before landing again, her eyes glancing around. The building they were in didn't have much light besides the moon and newscopter light, but she knew he couldn't just vanish. Closing her eyes at this, she put both of her hands to her ears, concentrating as she let a certain part of her bunny quirk activate. Her big ears weren't just for show after all, she could hear quite well for a bunny quirk. The two ears twitched and squirmed at this, her head slightly turning as she kept her eyes closed. And after a few seconds, she reopened her eyes and glanced around before letting out a long sigh. Her brain caught up next, as she remembered something else the vigilante could do according to reports. He can turn invisible, which means he got away. Guess that really was Spiderman. She crossed her arms at this, the heroine's brain fully taking over as she whispered to herself, but it sure didn't seem like it. He seemed like an animal. And just what was the whole tentacle ooze thing? That and the teeth. Not a bad look, but still. She put a hand to her chin at this, kid had some gumption, though with that kind of power. She relaxed her arms at this before glancing down at her legs, seeing they were a bit stiff after the workout, hate to see what would happen if someone made him actually angry. Somewhere else later that night. You ask too many questions, said a certain blonde ponytailed woman as she stared into a slightly broken bathroom mirror. She opened up a small makeup kit at this, soon powdering herself before leaning up at the mirror. Let's see. I must say, your eyes a bit simpler than the usual affair of today's youth. MMPH. MMPH, muttered out another voice, the owner glaring up at the woman staring into the mirror. A light then shined down on the second one, revealing a girl with long light purple hair tied up to a chair, a GG also in her mouth along with quirk-neutralizing handcuffs around her wrists. Yeah, stop whining. The woman sighed as her face began to morph, their eyes turning into a shade of royal blue with a bright white pupil inside them. There we go. Thankfully, your face has a relatively simple shape, so it should be fine. At these words, the woman's chin turned slightly round, slowly morphing to a basic shape. No freckles or anything, which helps as well. MMPH. Be quiet, the woman sighed before reaching back to the sides of her head, rubbing it over before slightly rubbing her ponytail. Not a fan of your hair though, but tough times call for tough measures. The woman closed her eyes at this, the ponytail slowly shrinking as it was seemingly absorbed into the woman's head, only for her hair to change color. Gone was the golden blonde hair, only to be replaced by a shade of light periwinkle, and it began to extend and grow down her back and all the way to the top of her legs. MMMPH, the other girl tried to gasp as they watched the woman grow a giant long thing of light purple hair. Ugh. There we go, the woman ummed as the hair stopped growing, the woman then cricking her neck before glancing back at the other. She looked them over, only to glance down at her chest. Just like any girl or woman I impersonate, yours are quite big. My flat chest usually makes disguising as males easier, but with someone like you, I'm going to have to improvise a bit. She looked back at the girl, she showed a small smile. Oh, cheer up. I'm complimenting you. I'm honestly envious of your chest. RMMPH, the tied-up girl tried to growl back. Well, at least you're quiet now, the woman replied as she glanced back at the mirror, staring at it for a bit as she looked her face over, and since I'm in such a good mood, I'll answer those questions you asked before I gassed you. My quirk is exactly what you just saw, a shape-shifting quirk. Granted, it's not as powerful as most shape-shifting quirks out there, but unlike most, mine has no extra hurdles or requirements to use. I just need to know who I want to look like, and I can shapeshift. She put a hand to her chin as she continued to examine her reflection. The only drawback with my quirk is that I can only shapeshift my head. Everything else is disguises, which considering how many men I have to impersonate, my flat yet muscular body makes it a bit easier compared to something like yours. The tied-up girl rapidly blinked at this, only to switch back to a glare as she let out a muffled growl. MMPH. Oh, don't be such a baby. I spared your life, didn't I? The woman chuckled as she glanced back at the tied-up girl before reaching into her pant pocket and pulled out a gun. She twirled it in her hand as she continued, after all, if I kill one of UA's hopefuls, I would be in big trouble. She then leaned over and poked the tied-up girl's cheek with her gun. You see Nijire Hato, I only kill when I know there are no consequences. Doubly so when I'm about to involve myself with a top 10 hero. One of the top 4 students of UA went wide-eyed at this, Hato trying to gasp as she saw the woman continue to poke her with the gun. MMPH. That's right, Miss Intern. The woman cackled as she moved the gun up to Hato's forehead. Your boss Ryukyu has something I want, and I'll be getting it very, very shortly. A big grin began to shine on the woman's face, Hato's eyes continuing to grow as she watched the woman now wearing her face added, and nothing is gonna stop the chameleon. Aha! Izuku sighed as he opened his eyes, stretching his arms out as he felt a few cricks ring out in his body. A long yawn followed this as he continued to stretching, his arms trying to reach for the sky as he blinked several times. He then put his feet on the ground, only to glance around and look down, seeing he was on a park bench. Not only that, but he was also wearing a black shirt with white kanji that said shirt on it and black shorts, just like from before. When did I change into this? Izuku whispered as he hopped off the park bench before glancing around, seeing he was at the playground park he used to go when he was a kid. Then again, when did I get here? He looked back at the park bench. I don't remember falling asleep. It was here that the teen closed his eyes and began to think, his mind slightly swirling before rubbing his face. And as a full minute passed, he rubbed his forehead as he muttered out, "What is I don't." He clenched up at this, his head twitching for a few seconds. I know I went out to that location Mr. Nizu told me about and then. But as he tried to say more words, a bunch of black veins appeared on the back of his head, vibrating and shifting. The teen just stood there for a second, muttering to himself as his eyes shook behind his eyelids. As this happened, the vibrations of the veins increased only to come to a stop before slowing down to a slight push. Feeling this, he opened his eyes and shined a big grin, only to do a small shrug next. Whatever. Not like whatever happened to us matters. He let out another long yawn, stretching his arms for a second before reaching down in his shorts pocket, pulling out his phone. The teen tapped the screen a few times, only for some messages to appear. Let's see, Mr. Nizu wants an update from us, and Mom called a few times. The teen's face slightly turned to a small frown before turning off the phone screen. Meh. We don't need to update them right now. Putting the phone back into his shorts, the teen slowly made his way out of the public park. The frown on his face quickly disappeared at this as he left, only to pull out the phone one more time to check the time. Still a bit early to call Mr. Nizu about another location. He put his other hand to his chin, cradling it as he added, then again, we can always go do a small patrol before going after the kingpin stuff. After all, patrolling will be the main thing we do once we're a hero. With that thought said aloud, the teen walked over to a block of buildings and after glancing around, zipped into an alleyway. Turning on his invisibility, the teen quickly made his way up a building wall, soon hopping onto the rooftop as he turned visible. His form was now showing the black suit with white lenses and a giant white spider on the chest. This time though, there were black veins fully moving all over his arms and legs, constricting and vibrating as he did a few stretches. Man, we feel great. He chuckled as he leapt off the rooftop next, easily firing a web line before switching into a web swing. Let's go have some fun. And as the vigilante began to zip down a few streets, soon covering several blocks, he swung by a small police station. The sight looked like a blur to most, with the exception of one officer as he walked out of the building. Seeing the swinging figure, he pulled out a cell phone and tapped the screen. A second later, he put it to his ear and whispered, "It's me. Got info for ya." "Go ahead," crackled a voice through the phone. "He's already back. Just swung by the Muzutafu police station," the officer replied before placing a finger on his belt's walkie-talkie. "Want me to inform the heroes?" There was a small pause, only for the phone to respond with a single word, "No." "Got it. I'll stay on standby then." "Good. Keep me informed if he starts stopping crimes in Muzutafu. I don't want him to interfere until we are ready. Heck, if you can, keep him busy there." "You got it." The officer added as he scratched the side of his face for a second, "I'll keep you posted, Rose." The officer could almost hear Rose nodding at this as he replied, "Good. And remember Carter, tell me the instant he starts making trouble. Yesterday was already a disaster thanks to him, and I don't need any further interference." Yesterday. A smooth glove took a small washcloth to a drinking glass, rubbing its sides as the individual wiping the wear stared down at the cup. They were wearing a dull, slightly deadpan expression as they continued to stare at the glass. The light in the building then moved to shine down on the individual, showing it was the hero known as the Rose, the man sighing as he spun around and placed the glass on a tower of other drinking cups. "Seems business will be slow today," he whispered as he put the cloth down on a small hook on the side of the bar. He then began to walk down an aisle of drinks, glancing between the bottles just as he felt something vibrate in his pant pocket. Reaching down, he pulled out his phone and stared at the screen, seeing it was a call from a somewhat familiar number. "You're calling early. That can only mean one thing," he commented as he tapped the screen before putting the phone up to his ear. "Yes?" "So," growled a low feminine voice, "care to tell me why a hero showed up during the trap I asked you to help me set up?" Rose raised an eyebrow behind his mask. "Hero?" "Yes. A hero, you hero commission pawn. The Rose just tilted his head. My apologies, White Rabbit, but I need more details. You. The woman hissed before shaking her head. Listen here, you flower-loving freak of a hero. I set this trap to catch Spider-Man, and just when he appears, Mirko of all heroes appears with him. And how is that my problem? The Rose instantly responded, I told you Spider-Man was dangerous and unpredictable. You should have heeded my warning. Not when Mirko gloats out loud that the commission hired her. White Rabbit yells in the hero's ear, only for her to add, and before you say anything, I will come after you if this ends up with me in trouble with Silvermane. The Rose opened his mouth to reply at this, only to close it a second later. His mind went through what she had just said, only to bite his lip as he realized she was probably right. Especially considering one of the two bosses he worked for, the Hero Commission president. The woman had a knack for doing unnecessarily risky moves and hiring the wild cards that some would consider to be too unreliable under normal circumstances. But the circumstances were not normal. After all, they were all dealing with the same problem, Spider-Man. A vigilante that had shown time and time again to have extraordinary power and uncanny luck. I understand. Rose replied, making White Rabbit stop her mini-rant. He let out a long sigh, only to snap his fingers as a small rose appeared in his fingers. It seems I need to have a little talk to Hero Commission President, and if necessary, I will compensate you. White Rabbit paused for a few seconds before replying, really? Yes. In fact, Rose started to say, only to feel the phone vibrate again. Glancing back at the screen, he saw he was getting another call, the sight making him grin. Let me take this other call and I might be giving you even better news. The present. Run, yelled a thug as his feet just started to move. It's Spider MMPH, another yelped before webbing splattered over their mouth, only for more webs to cover them. MMPH. Kill him, a third thug roared as they pulled out a gun, only for a webline to hit the gun and yank it out of his hand. Hey! Give that MMPH. Another glob of webbing hit his mouth before a webline grabbed his chest and pulled him off the concrete before falling back down, face first into the ground. Webbing covered his body next, sticking him down as the vigilante landed above him before kicking another thug away. Ugh, yelped another thug as they went flying, only for webbing to smack them, sticking them to a wall. You know, if you guys tried this hard on crime with a real job, this wouldn't be happening to you. Spider-Man quipped as he fired 3 more weblins out his fingers, yanking 3 thugs in the back before pulling, slinging them off their feet. Webbing covered them next, all sticking to the concrete as he fired one last webline, snagging the last thug and yanking them into a wall. It had started when he was web-swinging down a few blocks, only to see a group of thugs running out of a bank as fast as possible. He didn't hear the bank alarm or anything on his phone scanner, meaning they had somehow got around everything. But they were still out in the open. This was followed with Izuku landing on top of their getaway car, making them all scatter as he proceeded to web up the criminals. This was 5th crime today on patrol. The vigilante didn't know why, but criminals were on full force today in Muzutafu. There were 2 muggings, a lobster villain that thought he could hold up a bakery all by himself, along with 2 carjacking incidents, both being reckless joyrides. Those last 2 were especially interesting for Izuku, as he found that his webbing made it really easy for him to stop cars. For the first, he just fired 2 weblins on the back of the car while web-swinging and landed, pulling on both strands. The suit's enhanced strength allowed him to instantly yank the car back, the teen leaping on the car next and webbing up the tires. It was awesome. He loved this new suit so much. And as he finished webbing up the bank robbers, he went back to web-swinging around on patrol, ready to take on any criminal. Man, we are too good, he chuckled as he did mid-air flip. The suit vibrated and shifted in agreement, the veins now fully showing on his arms and legs. He fired another webline and took a turn down a block, doing another flip as he did this. This is the life. Nothing can dash. This is Muzutafu Police, sounded out his police scanner app on his phone. Never mind. Guess we got more work to do today. Izuku muttered as the phone appeared on the side of his right shoulder, the suit keeping it still and close to his ear. Let's see who's making trouble now. This is Muzutafu Police, it repeated. Attention, we have an unknown villain attacking the Adelon jewelry store on Balnab Street, over. Balnab? That's just a block or 2 away from Feast. Izuku commented as the phone shrunk back into the suit. We better head over. The teen spun around at this, quickly firing another webline before yanking it with all his might. The pull moved him across 2 blocks before shooting out another web, quickly swinging down 3 more blocks. And as he got close, he heard a scream. Aya! Help! Where are the heroes? Hearing this, he quickly landed on a lamppost, only to glance down as he saw the culprit from the attack. It was a guy in a black bodysuit with silver circles designed all over it. It included a mask, which was all black with the exception of a silver circle on it. And as for what he was doing, he was firing large metal rings everywhere. That's right, you stupid hero worshippers. They're not coming, and even if they did, they can't stop the ringer, the villain yelled as he fired another metal ring at a civilian, knocking them in the head. The civilian instantly hit the concrete, Izuku going wide-eyed as the villain calling himself Ringer started to laugh. Bunch of idiots. Someone's wanting a beating. Izuku growled as his eyes narrowed at the sight of the laughing villain. The suit vibrated in unison, black tentacles slowly creeping out of his back before Izuku pointed both hands down at the rampaging thug. Seeing this, the suit retracted the tendrils as Izuku fired 10 fingers full of webbing. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Blue, the ringer yelped as webbing suddenly hit his hands, feet, and face. What the heck? He raised both hands as he tried to his quirk to summon another metal ring, only for more webbing to cover his hands. What in the dash? That's enough out of you. Izuku yelled as he landed in front of the villain, the thug glancing around as he couldn't see thanks to webbing now covering his face. Who's that? Who's there? It's Spiderman, yelled a random civilian. Spiderman, the ringer gasped, as he kept glancing around, what are you dash? So, the teen interrupted in a tone that made a shiver go down the villain's spine, you like hurting random people, huh? How do you like this, then? Pow! A fist slammed into the thug's face, his face instantly kissing the ground a second later. Webbing covered the rest of his body after this, leaving only the bottom of his face as he let out a long mmm. Ow! Didn't feel so good, did it? Izuku growled as he leaned down to Thug's level, want some more? No, the Thug whispered, a bit of blood now leaking out of his mouth. I'm sorry. Izuku just glared at him at this, the suit vibrating all around his body, including the back of his head. And as the teen felt his body twitch at this, tentacles ready to appear out of his back, the vigilante instead just shook his head. Standing up next, he let out a small growl before saying, looks like you learned your lesson. I'll let the police handle the rest. The suit vibrated at this, veins constantly shifting in the back of the teen's head. But as it did this, Izuku fired another web line and pulled on it, quickly switching into a web swing. As this happened, the teen let out a grumble as he muttered out, can't believe some people, just wanting to hurt random civilians. Good thing we're better than that. He then swung down a few blocks, only to land on a rooftop and tap the side of the suit, his phone appearing a second later. Blinking for a second, he stared at the screen to see there had been several more calls and texts from his mom, Himiko, and Nizu. Meh. He muttered as he swiped them all away, only to see the phone's clock. Wow. Half the day is done. He put his hand to his chin at this, maybe we should get some lunch? Though we have been eating at a lot of places around here recently. A bulb went off in his head at this, the teen snapping his fingers, hey, there's an idea. We'll go have lunch with Eri. We bet there's some places by Ryukyu's agency that are good. He leapt off the rooftop at this, and even if there isn't, it'll be good to see Eri again. Meanwhile, paperwork. The bane of all heroes in this day and age. It was no different for Ryuko Tatsuma, also known as Ryukyu. The Dragoon heroine was currently at her agency desk, scribbling away signature after signature on a pile of paperwork. It was mainly over some advertising she had agreed to, along with another fashion line of dresses. Despite her wishes of just being a hero that saves others, she found she had to sell out, at times so to speak, in order to pay the bills. As such, she was doing the usual stack of paperwork that she found would keep growing no matter what she tried to do. And as she signed another paper, she let out a long sigh before stretching her fingers and taking a sip of coffee. It never ends, she commented as she heard some footsteps now ring out in the room. Glancing up, she expected to see one of her assistants in the agency, only to go wide-eyed instead as she yelped out, Nijire? Hey Miss Ryukyu, the long-haired girl replied, her feet shuffling as she glanced slightly downward. The girl was in her school uniform, and was wearing a long frown. What are you doing here? Why aren't you in school? Ryukyu added as she stood up and walked around the desk, only to see the girl's frown grow. Now, Ryukyu had been the mentor for Nijire Hato for at least a year now. She had interned back at the last half of her first year at UA, and Ryukyu considered her to be probably the best intern she's ever had. However, she rarely saw the girl frown, and even rarer still saw her look depressed. Something must be wrong. And when Hato didn't respond, Ryukyu slightly leaned down and put her hands on the girl's shoulders. What's wrong? Why are you here and not at UA? Hato continued to look down at the floor, only to mutter out, I needed your help. Oh? What's wrong? Ryukyu responded, true worry now appearing on her face. How can I help you? And as she stared at her in turn, Hato's face slowly raised back up, the two meeting eyes. But as this happened, Ryukyu began to blink. The stare the girl was giving her was off. Usually, Hato stared directly ahead, happiness and joy on her face as she shined the biggest grin and a confident stare. But that wasn't this. No, this was calm. Quiet. Barely an expression at all. Nijire? Ryukyu whispered out, only to see Hato's face change. The doubt and depression instantly disappeared, and the frown switched to a grin. Not the beaming grin of the intern she had been teaching, but a fake one. The fakest grin you could ever imagine. The sight made Ryukyu gasp, only to flinch as she yelped out, "OW." A second later, the heroine felt something jerk out of the side of her neck, making her glance to right. There, she saw Hato's hand holding an injector needle, and the liquid inside now gone. She looked back at Hato, only for one of her eyes to close, the other struggling to stay open as Hato chuckled out, "Don't worry, I didn't kill you. I'd be in big trouble if I did. Instead, just go to sleep for now." "What is dash?" Ryukyu tried to say before her whole body crumpled, her head smacking the floor as she glanced back up. There, she saw the grin on Hato's face get bigger as she kept trying to talk. "No you. Don't worry," the girl repeated as she put the needle away, "I just need one thing from your agency." With that, Ryukyu's eyes fully closed just as the girl began to walk out of the room. And as the girl did this, she took out a phone and tapped the screen before putting it to her ear. "Get ready. I'll have the girl to you shortly." "Spiderman," whispered a low yet precise voice, the sounds of keys clacking against a keyboard ringing out in a low, dark room. It was midday, but the room was dark, with no windows, and the lights inside were turned off with the exception of a bright computer screen. The shining light of the screen illuminated half the room, and its light continued to reflect off a pair of glasses. It was here that the light shined over the man's full body, revealing the hero known as Sir Night Eye as he continued to stare at the screen. "Just who are you? And why are you linked to so many things?" Mirai added, his fingers now hovering over the keyboard before one of them took control of the computer's mouse. He tapped the button on the mouse a few times while moving it around, pictures of 5 individuals now appearing on the screen. The first picture was the vigilante Spiderman, a blurry photo of the vigilante fighting the 2 gangs on the day of the UA Sports Festival. The second was of Eri, the little girl that the team of heroes he had gathered had saved from the Yakuza. In his honest opinion, the mission was a total failure, as he learned no information about the Yakuza's operation, or the next picture, Martin Lee. This picture showed the man-villain in a well-made suit, complete with a serious look on his face. The sight made the hero growl as he saw the word, "deceased," by Lee's name. The fourth picture was of his intern, Mirio Togata. The teen showed a giant smile on his face, one that made Mirai so proud, even if he would never show it. And finally, there was the fifth picture, Harry Osborn. Also known as the Electric Hero, Cardiac, the boy was best friends with Mirio, and one of the top 4 of UA. His background would make him look like some spoiled brat that came from money, but Mirai had met him several times and knew the boy had a good heart. Granted, he wasn't as pure as Mirio, as Harry did like to party. But he constantly kept good spirits. His smarts could use some work, but that was something to develop in the field and at school. The hero leaned back in his chair at this, staring at the 5 photos, only to close his eyes. The 3 visions he saw when he touched Spider-Man now repeated in his head, all showing completely different scenes. Spider-Man on a rampage against an army of thugs, Spider-Man meeting Fisk, the kingpin of crime. And finally, Mirio trying to kill Spider-Man 4. Doing something to Harry. "Spider-Man," Mirai whispered as he grabbed the mouse again and moved it around for a minute. And as he did this, he pulled up news article after article over the vigilante. It showed the web-swinger fight villains like the Vulture, the Scorpion, the Rhino, Stain, Mysterio, which had to be the most ridiculous villain the hero had ever seen, and he had worked with All Might for years, and so many more. The vigilante got around. And Mirai did not like it. He didn't like it one bit. "Spider-Man," he repeated as he stared at the articles, only to close one. And see a paper with Martin Lee's autopsy. The sight made his eyes narrow before biting his lip. He closed it before seeing another article, this one showing a report over the vigilante fighting the 2 gangs outside of UA as the festival was going on. The title was, "The Only True Hero, or a Hidden Menace?" Menace, huh? Night Eye snorted at the title, only to put his hand to his chin while the other continued to close the articles, soon leaving the 5 pictures again. His eyes turned to the vigilante's image again, making him growl out, "Considering all the evidence, and if you really do harm Mirio, then you truly are a menace." He took his hand off the mouse and pushed up his glasses, and as with all vigilantes, disasters follow in their wake. Izuku Midoriya had a big grin on his face as he laid down on the top of a train heading for Ryukyu's district. His stomach was slightly growling as he let out a small yawn before putting both hands behind his head. What a great day. Beat some thugs, took some names. And now we get to meet our biggest fan. He closed his eyes at this. We're so close now, we can just taste becoming a hero. He let out a small chuckle at this, only to hear the train's announcer ring out, stating they were about to arrive at the station. Hearing this, Izuku turned to his head to see the buildings fly by, only for them to slowly come to a stop. He pointed his hand at a nearby building next, webbing firing out of one finger before rolling off the train and pulling on the thread, instantly cutting into a swing. As he did this, several gasps could be heard as citizens saw the web swinger casually go by, the figure quickly racing down several blocks. We're even popular around here, he whispered to himself before firing another web line. Man, this just feels too good. A few minutes passed at this, the wall crawler quickly making his way down a few streets before turning invisible. Here, he went down another block or two before landing on the building across the street from Ryukyu's agency. Seeing it was still the same as always, the vigilante fired a web line over the street, the end smacking Ryukyu's agency's roof. Now to do the old dash, he muttered to himself as he put one foot on the web line, only to glance down and come to a stop. In front of the agency was a black van, its windows tinted and driver unable to be seen at this angle. The vigilant blinked at the sight, only to go wide-eyed as he saw the agency's main doors open. There, a certain long purple-haired individual left the building with what looked like a bundle of blankets that had long white hair draped out from one end. That's Hato from UA, he gasped before his eyes saw the long white hair flailing about as the back doors of the van opened. A second later, Hato closed the van's doors with the biggest smirk on her face before casually walking to the van's driver's seat. And as he stared at the scene, Izuku couldn't help but feel a deep pit in his stomach. Something's wrong here, he thought as he watched the girl get into the driver's seat, her expression being something more malicious than the bubbly one he had met at Feast some time ago. The sight made him blink before firing a web line over to the agency's roof, the vigilante quickly walking on the webbing just as the car's engine rang aloud before the wheels began to turn. And as the vehicle began to move, the teen took one glance at the agency building, only to look back at the fleeing car and fire a web line. Let's see what's up. He whispered to himself as he saw the car start picking up speed, quickly zipping around other cars. Seeing this, he fired two lines and slingshot himself across the street the car was on, only to do a small mid-air somersault before landing on the vehicle's roof with a loud thud. What the dash, the driver muttered at the suddenly noise, taking a small glance at their side mirror, only to go wide-eyed. Spiderman. The vigilante had crawled onto the side of the van and poked his head into the driver's side window, only to go gasp. Nijire Hato was gone, and in her place was a familiar blonde woman with a long ponytail. Your dash, Izuku gasped out, only for something to catch the corner of his eye. His pupils turning to the right, his eyes went as big as dinner plates behind the mask as he saw what was right behind the driver, Eri, knocked out, along with being bound and gagged. Eri! He yelled as his eyes quickly narrowed, an expression of pure fury appearing on his face as he turned to the driver, and that must mean you're the chameleon. The villain just turned to grin at him. Hello again, bug. Her head began to morph at this, and within seconds, her ponytail shrunk into her head and the blonde hair transformed into a whip-like form. Her eyes lost all expression, turning into cartoonish dot-like eyes instead, and her grin somehow got more wicked despite losing some color. Why you murderous dash, Izuku growled as pulled back an arm at this, fist ready to smash the driver's window. Danger. Thwack. Ugh. Izuku yelped as something suddenly struck into his stomach, pain consuming that part of his body before his back hit the road, his form quickly spinning and twirling on the concrete. Arg. Oof. Ugh. And as he came to a stop, he felt something gurgle up to his lips, the suit reacting and removing the mouth part of the mask as began to spit out some blood. Gasping next, he felt pain surge through his lower chest, making grab it with a hand before using his other hand to try and stand up. And as he did this, he glanced down, only to go wide-eyed. Something had slashed what almost looked like a sword slash through his lower chest and the suit was healing him. That hurt. He hummed before feeling a crick in his back. Ow. The teen tried to move a bit more at this, only to hear something new. Scree-ee. It was the sound of car tires skidding on the road as it made a sharp turn, the sound making him glance up and see the van vanish from sight after taking a right turn. He rapidly blinked as he felt himself slightly stumble next, only for one thing to appear in his head. The sight of a certain little girl tied up in the back of that van. Eri. Quickly switching back to a fully standing stance, the teen fired a web line and leapt, going into a full web swing as he zipped over to the block the van had turned on. And as he did this, he began firing more and more web line, speeding up every second as he did this, the teen soon seeing his target after just a minute. Below him was the black van, only for the vigilante to spot something new on vehicle. On top was a man wearing red and black, complete with a bandana, and long pointed shoes that looked as sharp as piercing swords. "Who's that?" he thought aloud as he fired another webline, the van taking a right as he did this. Following the vehicle with his own right turn, he saw that the man leaned down over the driver's side, showing he was talking to the driver. The sight made the vigilante narrow his eyes, growling as he hissed, "Doesn't matter. Eri's in trouble, and I'm gonna save her." The suit slightly vibrating in the back of his head at this, the teen fired 2 weblins before pulling, slingshotting himself down towards the van. With a spinning mid-air somersault, the teen instantly landed on the van, the vehicle slightly hopping at the impact as he hit the roof. The teen was now in a crouched position, his form as spider-like as possible as the villain slightly hopped back. You are as reckless as they say," the man chuckled before raising both arms with clenched fists just over his neck, one of his legs also raised. It was here that Izuku saw what the villain had done to him when he was forced off the van, as the villain's feet had like pointed blades coming out of the toe portion. But before he could react, the villain spoke, "Greetings, Spider-Man. It is an honor to fight another arachnid." "Another?" Izuku muttered as he slowly raised up from his landing, his form now crouched over with one hand above himself while the other hand was near his feet. "Indeed. I am called Tarantula," the thug replied as he raised his sword-like foot upward, the other also growing a blade-like appendage out of his costume. "As you can see, this is my quirk, Bladed Feet. And with it, I will slice you to pieces." Izuku glanced down at the lower foot before looking up at the higher one, only to point a finger at the villain. "Not a chance. Either get out of our way, or we'll make you." "Ha," the villain cackled before shining a huge grin, "that's what I wanted to hear. En garde." With that, the villain leapt forward, bladed foot ready to strike the teen in the face. But as he did this, webbing sprayed out of the teen's upper hand, black goo instantly going for Tarantula's face. However, the villain quickly spun mid-air at this, slicing every bit of webbing before moving his lower foot for the teen's head. Spider sense now screaming, the teen tilted his head to the side, evading the move before responding with a fully tightened fist. The punch went straight for the villain's stomach just as he began to land, only for the man to lower both arms and cross them, blocking the blow. "UNF," he groaned as the blow pushed him back, his form slightly skidding on the car's rooftop. This was followed by Izuku charging straight at the thug, moving a second punch at Tarantula's face. The villain quickly backpedaled, dodging the fist before swaying back and forth, evading 2 more jabs before moving his right foot upward. "Hiya. Danger." Spider sense ringing out again, Izuku followed the instinct and leaned back, the bladed foot missing the teen's face by mere millimeters. A second foot then came, making the vigilante shift his head, evading the second blow, only to feel a slight nick as the blade just barely touched the very edge of the teen's face cheek. Izuku felt his teeth grit at the small sting of pain, only for the suit to instantly react. Tiny black veins instantly covered the cheek, repairing the teen as the tarantula stepped back at the suit. "What in the ugh?" Tarantula tried to say, only for Izuku to slam a foot in the thug's stomach, making the villain cry out as he was knocked to top of the front of the van. Quickly scrambling up at this, he saw 2 hands firing 10 fingers of webbing, making him slice the air with a few rapid slashes. The webbing was cut to pieces at this, only for a fist to go straight for the thug's head, making him sidestep just before it could land. And as 2 more punches came for the villain, he quickly zipped around the teen, Izuku now closer to the driver before Tarantula move another kick at the teen. Seeing this, the vigilante pushed his feet down on the car before leaping upward, flipping over the villain and landing on the back of the van a split second later. Thump! The landing made the vehicle shake, Tarantula quickly shifting his footing while Izuku just slowly stood back up. And as this happened, 2 then charged at each other again. Meanwhile, inside the van. "You've got to be kidding me," growled the chameleon as she took a hard right, the van she was driving now letting out a loud skidding noise as the tires grinded into the concrete. Her head turned to glance back at the back of the van, only to see Eri still tied up and knocked out, her body barely moving despite the sharp turns. "Stupid brat. Why does everything involving you have to be such a pain?" she hissed as she swerved around 2 cars, horns blaring as her speed limit braking maneuvers. "Can't believe I've had to kidnap the same kid twice now. Stupid Rose. He'll pay for this if it's the last thing I dash," and as she took another sharp turn, the woman felt a small vibration on her side, making her reach down and pull out her phone. Putting it to her ear, she yelled, "What? Calm down, chameleon. I was merely calling in for a status report." "Sure you did, Rose," she replied, venom dripping in her tone. "No need to be rude. Whatever. I got the kid and I'm heading for the drop-off point." "Good. If that's the case, we can dash. We have another problem though. Chameleon cut in, and can you guess who it is? There was a small pause, only for the Rose to respond. Spider-Man? Yup. Tarantula's fighting him on top of the van and thunk. Thump. Aya. She yelped as Tarantula's bladed toe suddenly stabbed down just over the passenger seat. This was followed by another loud thump, as if something had just landed on top of the van. Again. Let me guess, it's not going well. Why think, the woman roared back. Now, there's no need dash. Oh, shut up. You know everything involving this brat results in a mess. You dash. Thunk. Thunk. Two more bladed toes struck through the roof, one just behind the driver's seat while the other was in the back of the van. This was followed by several strands of cut webbing to suddenly appear on the windshield, the villain quickly turning on the wipers. Only for the black goop to just smear itself on the glass. Great. Just great. Just get back. The Rose finished in a confident tone, don't worry. Even if Tarantula fails, I've prepared something for Spider-Man at the drop-off point. Just get here before a real hero interferes. Got it. Chameleon grumbled as she took a left turn this time. One more thing though, Rose. The hero raised an eyebrow behind his mask. Oh. I'm done. There was another pause, only for the Rose to ask, what do you mean? I mean dash. Thunk. The woman growled as another blade sliced down over the passenger seat again, making her let out a small hiss before continuing, I'm done. The woman glanced back at Eri at this, the girl still motionless in the back of the van. Looking back at the road, she let out a long growl, every job you've had me do ends up going wrong because of this brat or that vigilante, and I'm sick of it. After this, my services are no longer taking your money. The pause was even longer this time, the almost sound of Rose nodding coming next before he responded, very well. I'll see you at the drop-off point then. Good. Chameleon grumbled before tapping the phone, ending the call. Her eyes drifted to her mirrors, glancing back to see if the web-swinging vigilante had already won, only to see nothing. She let out another low hiss, this better be the last job. Back on top of the van. Hiya! Tarantula yelled as he moved another kick, Izuku ducking under the blow before swinging a fist at the villain, the thug blocking the blow. Tarantula felt his body shiver at the punch, the attack alone making a bruise on his arm under his costume. He let out a small grunt at this, huff. You are strong, Spider. And you're beginning to annoy us. Izuku replied, his tone lowering as black veins began to vibrate all over the suit. Oh? How sad. I thought we were having fun, the villain cackled back, only to charge at the vigilante again. He started with a quick punch, Izuku tilting his head to the side as he dodged the first blow, only for the villain to raise his foot up in a slashing motion, the blade almost touching the backpedaling vigilante. This was followed by another move of his sword foot, Izuku sidestepping the blow before moving his own punch, Tarantula quickly raising up a hand in a palm stance and pushing the fist away with a small sweeping motion. After this, Izuku moved his own other fist, Tarantula doing the small motion again with his other hand, only to move his bladed foot upward. Shing! Ya! Izuku yelped as the blade struck, slicing a thin cut across the teen's chest. He stumbled back at this as Tarantula pulled back his right leg before moving it forward, straight for the vigilante's head. Danger! Spider sent screaming at him, the vigilante instantly sidestepped the blow, the blade hitting nothing but air as Izuku quickly stepped back and around the villain. As he did this, black veins covered the teen's chest, instantly repairing the suit as he felt it heal his body as well. Ugh. Izuku muttered out as he tried to keep his balance, only for Tarantula to swing his foot in a sweeping motion as this, trying to strike the teen's head again. But as he did this, Izuku let his spider sense take over, the teen closing his eyes for a second as he just backpedaled, dodging the foot before reopening his eyes. And as he did this, he saw the villain about to strike again, only to push down on his feet and leap upward, jumping over the villain once more. Landing just above the driver, the vehicle rumbled up and down for a second as Tarantula turned to face him again. You are nimble, young one. Tarantula chuckled as he assumed a fighting pose, his right foot slightly raised. You are a most worthy opponent. As he said those words, Izuku let out one long huff of air. He could feel the suit had fixed the most recent blow, the teen's eyes now slightly hazy as he stared at the villain before him. He couldn't remember how long he had been fighting him. It was like everything felt a little off. And as he felt this, black veins continued to vibrate in the back of his head, the teen slightly swaying as well. That is, till a certain memory popped in his head. The memory of what he saw right when he first landed on his vehicle, Eri. He had forgotten about Eri. How did that happen, he thought as his eyes shook. I was trying to save her and was I that caught up in this fight? What am I doing? I. And then he felt it. A slight click in his head. Within those few seconds, the teen closed his eyes as he took in a long, deep breath. Then exhaled as he reopened his eyelids. And as he did this, his mind said one thing: we have to save her. With that, Izuku raised one hand and pointed all 5 fingers at the villain. Tarantula just laughed at the sight. More webbing? It will not work on me. However, Izuku just grumbled out, you're in our way. And as those words left his mouth, the arm of the raised hand transformed and wham! Blaff! Tarantula yelped as a massive black tendril slammed into him, knocking him off the van into a nearby building. The blow instantly knocked him, as well as webbed him up to the wall as he slumped over, spit draining from his mouth. And as the tendril instantly went back into the teen's arm, he glanced down at the hand, his hazy eyes slowly going wide-eyed. His mind caught up next, making him gasp as he muttered out, whoa. He flexed his hand at this, blinking a few times before chuckling and glancing down at the suit. Did you do that? 'Cause that was awesome. The teen flexed his hand again, now seeing black veins run up and down the arm for a second before settling down. He grinned at this, the vigilante adding, strange. I still don't know what you are, but… Scree! The vehicle's tires rang out as it took a sudden sharp right turn, making the teen glance back. His spider abilities allowed him to not even be fazed by the sudden turn, the teen still standing upright as he saw that the vehicle had suddenly turned off the street and into a parking garage. The vehicle quickly went down one level, then took 2 more hard rights before going down another level. Blinking at this, his mind caught up again. Airy! He gasped, I need to dash. Danger. Ha! He muttered out. Only to see a small black 8-ball suddenly appear in midair in front of him. Boom! Ugh! Izuku yelped as the mini-explosion knocked him off the car, the teen's back smacking the concrete a second later. Oof! Ugh! He squeaked out before coming to a stop, the teen soon scrambling to his feet while shaking his head. But as he did this, a low laugh rang out, making the teen spin around and go wide-eyed at a new sight. The van was already gone. It had gone down another floor before he could even react. Instead, a new person walked out of the shadows, as the garage didn't have great lighting, only a few twitching lights above the teen. There, he saw a villain he had also encountered before, Crazy 8. Well, look who we have here. 8 cackled as he flexed his hands, showing he had a bomb between each finger in both hands. Looks like Tarantula failed. He did. Izuku growled as black veins covered his back, repairing the damage that had just been done. Good. Didn't want to split the take with him anyways. 8 laughed, a giant grin growing on his face. After all, I'm barely keen on splitting a take 3 ways like I'm doing right now. The teen blinked at the words, only to remember the last encounter with the villain. His eyes quickly glanced around, soon seeing the villain's partner from last time. Walking out from behind a concrete pillar just to the right of Crazy 8, Mr. Nobody appeared and pointed 2 pistols at the teen. That was 2, and Izuku felt a certain chill go down his spine as he heard footsteps behind himself. And as he stared up at the villains for just a second, he then spun around, only to go wide-eyed at a new sight. It was a tall, bulky, muscle-bound man. He wasn't wearing any special equipment, just a regular red shirt along with dark green pants, and there was a large scar down the left side of his face, complete with a glass eye. The teen had seen this one before. He remembered the news report from some time ago, as he had killed a hero team. The A-rank villain, Muscular. The villain just shined a big grin at this before cracking his knuckles. Hey there, bug. He chuckled as veins of muscle suddenly sprouted out of his arms, covering them both as he let out a loud, piercing laugh, ready to get squashed? Ever since Izuku had acquired the suit, there was one thing he had never really noticed: the teenager no longer felt fear. Or at least, the amount he would usually feel. Years of bullying and quirkism had taught him that the world was a very cruel place, one that would leave him day after day with beatings and bruises, only to have to endure it all over again and again. As such, when one is filled with fear all the time, it changes them, molds them into something that has a hard time living in the world. But that had changed recently. Izuku Midoriya no longer felt that overwhelming fear like before. There was still some of that fear, the fear of quirkism, the fear of the bully appearing, beating him, and telling him to kill himself. It was all still there. He was still human after all. However, there was another fear. One he hadn't felt in some time, the fear of fighting an A-rank villain. After all, last time this happened, it was against Tombstone, a villain so powerful, he couldn't barely hurt him. That fight was the most lopsided fight he had ever gotten into, and he had spent that last few days beating gangs of thugs without breaking a sweat. This was different though. The teen was different. He felt different. No, that's not right either. We can do this, he thought as he stared up at Muscular. We're stronger than the last time we fought an A-rank villain. The villain just smiled down at the teen at this, cracking his knuckles as he asked, "So Bug, how would you like to die? Would you like me to squash ya? Maybe break you in half and dash?" Thwip. Bluff, the villain yelped as webbing suddenly smacked his face, the teen just pointing one finger at the giant thug. "How about you get out of our way before dash? Danger." "Never mind." Izuku muttered as he quickly fired 2 weblins to the ceiling and pulled, quickly yanking him upward just as 2 8-ball bombs hit the floor where he had just been standing. Boom. Raf. Muscular yelled as he felt both explosions smacking his body as he clawed at his face, soon ripping off the webbing. And as he did this, 2 gunshots rang out, both bullets smacking the ceiling as Izuku fired a web line to the right and pulled, dodging both shells. He spun in the air and fired 2 globs of webbing at Crazy 8 and Mr. Nobody, the former throwing a bomb straight for the webbing, exploding to destroy the attack as Mr. Nobody teleported just a few feet away to evade the blob. "Slippery little guy, ain't cha?" 8 laughed as he produced 8 bombs, each between each of his fingers before throwing them all at the ceiling. Seeing this, Izuku quickly let gravity take over, his body falling down before he fired 1 web line and cut into a semi-swing, making sure he could land with no problems. And as the explosions pelted the parking garage's ceiling, the teen landed and skidded on the concrete for a second before his spider sense rang out again. Feeling this, he did a quick few flips, bullets now flying past him as Mr. Nobody started firing rounds at the teen. And as this happened, Muscular ripped the webbing off his face before turning to the vigilante, watching him evade the last bullet before Mr. Nobody teleported behind a concrete pillar to reload his guns. Seeing this, the villain charged at the teen, his arms now being consumed by what looked like a stream of muscle-bound veins. "Come here, you!" he roared as Izuku spun around to see the charging villain, only to fire another web line upward and pull, quickly flipping over the bull-rushing thug. Wham! Muscular slammed into the garage's wall at this, making a series of cracks before turning around, now seeing Izuku evade another bomb before landing again. "Can't just sit here and dodge everything. We have to strike," Izuku thought as began cartwheeling next as his spider sense rang out. Bullets rained down on him next, the teen finishing the evasion with another flip before seeing a bomb come straight for his face. Pointing at the explosive, he fired a web line and snagged it mid-air before doing a quick flick of his wrist, sending it back at the villain. Seeing this, 8 gasped before leaping to the side, dodging the incoming explosion. But as he did this, Izuku pointed his fingers to fire a full blast of webbing. Danger! BLAM! 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 4 bullets came straight for the teen, making him sidestep just as the shells went flying past him. This was followed by the teen hearing another roar, turning to see Muscular charging at him again. Spider sense ringing out, the teen fired another web glob. Straight for the villain's face, only for Muscular to put a hand over his face, catching the webbing with a grin. "That ain't gonna work on me a second time," he declared as he got closer, the giant pulling back a fist before moving it straight for the vigilante. But as the punch came, Izuku let his spider sense take over, quickly sidestepping the blow before leaping back, just in time to dodge 2 more bullets as they smacked the floor beneath him. "What?" Muscular yelled as he spun around, now seeing Izuku backflip away. "Think. We have to either beat them all at once or separate them. Then we can. Izuku mentally told himself, only to go wide-eyed at his next thought. "Airy. Chameleon has airy. Danger." Izuku quickly did another backflip, dodging several more bullets before a bomb appeared right behind him. Sensing this, the teen fired another web line upward, yanking himself to the ceiling just the explosive went off. And as he landed and stuck to the upper concrete, his mind went back to the mental spiral. "What am I doing here? Why am I fighting these guys when Eri is in trouble? Heck, why did I forget about that?" He turned to the lane that went down to the next level of the parking garage, seeing that there was at least another floor of the place. And nothing on this floor. Gotta keep moving. Maybe. Danger. Spider sense ringing, Izuku glanced down to see Mr. Nobody teleport onto the floor and point both pistols at the vigilante. Bullets quickly sprayed the area, Izuku firing a web line and yanking himself sideways to dodge the attack. And as he did this, the villain vanished just as he had appeared, only to reappear a few seconds later a bit away with Crazy 8 in hand. "Thanks Nobody," 8 said as he quickly threw 3 explosives straight for the teen, the vigilante having now landed on the concrete from the previous attack. Seeing this, Izuku web globs at each bomb, smacking all 3 in midair before they all exploded prematurely. And as this happened, his spider sense rang out again as 2 bullets flew out of the smoke, Izuku quickly cartwheeling away to dodge both. "I can't catch a breath with these guys. I gotta dash. Danger." "Come here, you," roared another voice, Izuku glancing up to see Muscular leaping off the upper floor lane of the parking garage, both arms covered in veiny muscles. Die! Wham! Concrete went flying as both arms slammed into the floor, Izuku backflipping a split second before the attack struck. And as he landed, his feet slightly skidding on the pavement, his spider sense rang out again. For more bullets came for the vigilante, Izuku leaping to the side as he felt the shells whiz by his body, only for a bomb to suddenly appear in front of him. Boom! Blaff! Izuku yelped as the explosive knocked him back, his body scraping the floor for a second before scrambling to his feet, his body shaking and vibrating at the blow. Black veins quickly covered the front of his body and some of his back, the teen gasping as pain surged through his very form. And as his body began to heal, he let out another gasp, only for his spider sense to ring out again. Looking up, he saw Muscular charging with both arms swinging, the sight making him gulp before firing two weblins upward and pulling, yanking himself away just in time. And as the teen landed on the ceiling, he glanced back to see Muscular miss his charge and slammed into a parked car, only for his body check to send the vehicle flying into the wall and scrunch up like an accordion. He grimaced at the sight, his mind now going over the situation. That was excessive. Though now that I think about it, that guy is slower than Tombstone, but if he grabs me, I'll be in a real world of hurt. Maybe dash. Danger. Spider sense ringing out again, the vigilante quickly let go of his grip on the ceiling, dropping down just as 3 bullets and 2 bombs hit the ceiling. Spinning around to glare at the other 2 villains, he quickly fired another web line and began to do a small web swing, this one followed by a right yank to take a hard right turn. Never mind. Just ignore these guys and find Eri, Izuku. With that, he took another turn, this one down another lane to the bottom floor of the parking garage. And as he reached it, he landed in the middle of the space, his eyes glancing around to find nothing. The floor was empty. Except a certain black van. Bingo! He mentally told himself as he quickly zipped over to the vehicle and ripped off the back doors. Eri. I've dash. His words came to a stop when he saw the car was empty, the sight making him go wide-eyed before glancing back around the room. Where did Chameleon go? There's nothing here. I have to ugh. He quickly let out a small yelp before slightly hunching over. Black veins shifted and vibrated on the back of his head, the teen slightly stumbling before letting out a long sigh. We have to find her. 2 tendrils slowly came out of the vigilante's back, Izuku hissing as he glanced around the empty bottom floor of the parking garage. Where are you? We know there is somewhere you could dash. He spun around as he muttered these words, only to come to a stop when he saw a metal door a few parking rows away from the black van. Ah, maybe dash. Danger. BLAM. 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 4 bullets quickly zipped across the room, the tendrils on the teen's back now shifting in front of his body. Going slightly wide-eyed at this, the shells smacked the tentacles, only to fall off a second later. Whoa! Izuku gasped as he saw the tendrils then go back into his body. Glancing down, he stared at the suit in wonder. Could we always do that? And as he did this, Mr. Nobody teleported away again before reappearing with Crazy 8. Quickly thanking him, the villain pulled out several explosives, grinning as he glared at the vigilante. Time for an explosive end, he laughed as he threw the bombs as the other villain slipped behind him and began to reload his guns. But as the explosives began their mid-air arc toward the vigilante, a tendril suddenly appeared and smacked them all away with one swipe. The sight made 8 go wide-eyed before muttering out, well that ain't right dash. Wham! Blaff! He yelped as a black tentacle slammed into him and Nobody, their bodies flying across the room before smacking the far concrete wall, only for a glob of black webbing to him them next. Both now stuck as they slumped over, knocked out from the sudden blow, the vigilante that had just done this turned back to the metal door. Now, let's go save Eri. Izuku muttered out, only for a series of black veins to appear on the back of his head. They vibrated and shifted, making him tense up for a second before he muttered out, no, we will finish this first. The words whispered out of his mouth at this, only to let out a small mutter before going totally silent. As he did this, he stood up in attention, unwavering and not saying a word. He showed no emotion, no movement. That is, till he felt something. Danger. Die, roared Muscular as Izuku turned to see the villain charging at him again. The teen quickly responded by pointing both arms at him, giant black tentacles flying out of them. But as they shot out, Muscular's arms hit both tendrils and cut right through, veins of muscles covering his arms as he punched the tentacles to pieces. He then moved both hands to grab the vigilante, only for the teen to bend his knees, putting every bit of strength into his legs before jumping upward, quickly flipping over the giant man with one single leap. Muscular responded with no words, but a quick swing of his right arm, the villain now almost spinning as he did but as he did this, he saw the vigilante backflip before silently firing 2 weblins straight for the thug's face. Grinning at this, he raised one arm and caught both strands of webbing, laughing as he crinkled them in his fist. "That won't work on me again, bug." The vigilante just responded with 2 tendrils coming out of his back, both pointing straight at the villain. The sight made Muscular's smile grow, only for his quirk to activate again, more veins covering his body. "Looks like you're getting serious." "Good." The villain slightly grew at this, his grin shining as he added, "Bring it on." And with that declaration, both tendrils dove straight for the villain's head, only for him to raise up both hands and catch the tentacles. The teen felt a slight pull at this, his feet sliding a bit forward on the concrete, only to be suddenly yanked off the floor. Spider sent screaming at this, the teen's back released the tendrils, turning them into a mess of black goop just as the vigilante was pulled into an airborne state. Seeing this, he pointed both hands at the villain, ready to fire some webbing. "Got ya." Muscular laughed as he showed a sudden burst of speed and grabbed the teen's hands. And with one quick move downward, he slammed the teen into the concrete. Wham! Black veins started to vibrate all over the teen's body, only for Muscular to lift him up and slam him into the floor again, cracking the concrete. Wham! Ha! Too easy. Muscular laughed as he let go of the teen and raised both hands instead, clenching them into fists before slamming them into the teen's face. Bam! Pow! Bam! Blow after blow hit the vigilante's face, Spider-Man barely flinching as the suit vibrated as veins shook all over his body. And as another punch hit him, the white eyes of the suit began to shrink, as if they were closing. The concrete below him began to crack even more, another punch soon smacking the teen's face. And as this happened, Muscular pulled back one more fist and cackled, "Easiest paycheck yet. Heck, I think I'll kill those 2 idiots over there and take all the money for myself." His grin grew as he tightened his fist. "Thanks for the easy money, kid." With that, he moved the fist downward, ready to slam a hole into the teen's face. But as he did this, the white eyes of the suit suddenly opened fully, only for a hand to raise up and stop the fist. "What the dash?" Muscular muttered out, only for the teen's other hand to raise up and point at him. A black tendril instantly shot out, slamming Muscular in the face as he yelped, "Blaff." Another tentacle came out of the other hand, both quickly pushing the villain off the teen before slamming the thug into the ceiling. A whimper of pain could be heard next, the villain's eyes clenching up for a second before he reopened them to see the vigilante now suspending him in midair with just the 2 tentacles. But it wasn't just that. His eyes stared at the teen as he saw the black suit the vigilante was wearing begin to morph its face, soon revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, and a long pulsing pink tongue. What the heck are you?" he yelled, only to feel the tentacles tightened around his arms, making him cry out, "Ah!" And as this happened, the white eyes on the suit swirled slightly before refocusing, the teen now slowly speaking up. "We're done with you," he said in a low, almost drained-like voice, only to turn and move both arms. The tentacles followed the movement, moving themselves across the room until they hit the far wall while carrying Muscular. Webbing covered him next, the villain letting out a grunt of pain before webs smacked his mouth as well. "There," Izuku muttered as he watched the tentacles go back into his body. And as they did this, he didn't notice the change on his mask, or that the new row of pearl-white teeth on his face was moving for every word he said. Instead, he just muttered out, "No more distractions. Let's go save Eri from Chameleon." He spun around at this, soon glaring at the metal door again, the black suit now vibrating as veins appeared all over the body. They were all shifting and morphing, as if they were healing everything on a whole new scale as the teen added, "And this time, no one will interfere with us, villain or hero." The sound of clicking keys continued to ring out as the hero known as Sir Night-Eye continued to stare at his computer screen. Image after image kept appearing on the monitor as he kept typing away. This time the monitor was showing locations, mainly bars and warehouses, all presenting webbed-up thugs and police cars surrounding the areas. Blinking at the sight, he glanced over to a second monitor and began typing again, this screen showing a long document with soon forming paragraphs. Incident 17. Spider-Man fights the Tombstone Gang, which was selling Trigger to the Shy Hasaikai. Incident concluded with the vigilante webbing up thugs on both sides, including one of the 8 bullets. Mirai muttered as tapped a few keys, only to put a finger to his glasses and pushed them up. Unbelievable. One vigilante found an 8 bullet while I spent months tracking them down just for a lead. And as he finished typing, he glared up at the report he had been creating, seeing just how many pages it already was. A long sigh escaped his breath at this, the man taking his glasses off for a second before rubbing his eyes. As this happened, the hero began to speak his thoughts aloud. "I must say, I haven't seen someone get this much around since I used to work for All Might. Toshinori could easily take on 20 cases a week, and he had the power and right to do so. And the help of the police. He put his glasses back on before glaring back at the monitor, and yet a child is doing this much. The hero had been doing this for several hours now. And he had to admit, he didn't like what he had seen. Granted, he had been on and off researching the vigilante since the raid against the Yakuza to rescue Eri. This was followed by the vision he had while trying to shake the teen's hand, only to see 3 things. And he didn't like the sight of any of them. And now, he had been typing up every incident he could find over the vigilante. Thankfully, the police had recorded just about every incident, mainly due to either other heroes reporting the incidents, or the vigilante contacting the police to pick up the criminals. That thought was particularly frustrating for the hero. Despite this, he found that the vigilante kept at it, even when he shouldn't, since he was essentially committing the crime of vigilantism over and over. Despite all this, the results spoke for themselves. The vigilante did the work, and he did it hard. Incident after incident, fight after fight. The teenager was constantly on the move, taking down villains and criminals like it was nothing. He was strong, even though what videos he could get showed the teenage flailing about at times. No wonder Ryukyu had told him that Nizu had contact with the vigilante. Granted, he could imagine that the highly intelligent principal figured out the vigilante's identity and was now manipulating him. But it felt too obvious. Too good of a role for someone so powerful. No, it's too good. The hero grumbled as he stared at his report on incident. Even with Nizu's help, no one could be part of this much unless they're All Might with the full intelligence structure of the police at his back. Or they have some other help. Mirai scrolled back up at the top of the report, then pulled out another document, one that was about the abilities of the vigilante. Nothing conclusive, but considering the reports I got on the Nomu a while back, All for One is definitely alive. And if he's back. His eyes turned back to a video showing Spider-Man punch one thug, then hit another with an electrically charged fist. The sight made him frown, only to glance back at his report over the vigilante's powers. But why? What purpose would there be? And as he stared at the video, he felt himself click his teeth before letting out a "TCH. I need a new angle. And I'll have to do it legally." Grabbing the mouse, he clicked around the screen a few times before pulling up another document. This one was a form, which he began to fill out. As he did this, he tapped a button on his desk's phone, a voice ringing out of the machine. "Yes, Sir Night Eye? Prepare a message to UA. I need my intern here for another mission." "Understood. Anything else?" "Yes. Prepare a second message to Xless. Ask him to send a message to UA for his intern. Mirio could use the help in this mission." "Understood." With that, Night Eye finished typing on the keyboard, his eyes scanning over the form. And as he did this, his face narrowed as he pushed up his glasses one more time as he whispered, "There is no such thing as coincidence. Even when concerning you, Spider-Man." Meanwhile, the chameleon was not happy right now. To be fair, she honestly couldn't remember the last time she was happy. It was probably when she last got paid, but that was beside the point. Instead, she was now stuck with her newest unpleasant job, escorting a kid that had gotten her into a ton of trouble and nothing to show for it. The kid's name was Eri, but she didn't really know that. She honestly barely cared, and knew that once this job was over, she would forget about her and move on. That is, till Spider-Man interfered. The vigilante kept appearing recently, and no matter what she did, she couldn't seem to escape him. It was like he was there at every waking moment, as if he was Spectre of Fate. Or just a really good vigilante. Either way, it kept making her life of crime miserable, and that would not stand. But she was smarter than most villains who would usually just go after the vigilante and try to kill them. No, she would run and hide. After all, a shapeshifter is quite good at hiding. As such, she was now walking down the biggest room she had been in for some time, and as she headed to the other side, she saw a small wooden stage that one man was standing on. Glancing up, she saw it was the Rose, the hero who was actually a villain, standing there with a purple rose in his right hand, and she was guessing a big grin behind his purple mask. Growling at the sight, she let out a long sigh before slowly taking the girl that she had been carrying with both hands in a bridal position and placed her in front of the villain. "Here you go." She grumbled before glaring up at the hero. "Can I get paid now?" The Rose just stood there for a second, unflinching as he stared down at the tied-up girl before looking back at Chameleon. "Why do you look like that?" The shapeshifter raised an eyebrow before blinking for a second, soon showing a small smile. "Let's just say that Spider-Man doesn't like this face." Rose tilted his head at this, staring at the simple face Chameleon was wearing, along with the whipped blonde hair. "I believe I recognize that face. That's Night Eye's intern." "Yeah. Let's just say the vigilante doesn't like him," the woman chuckled before gesturing to the hero. "Now about my money dash." "Patience, Chameleon." Rose interrupted, Chameleon growling at this as Rose put the purple rose in his hand into his suit's chest pocket. I first need to make sure the girl is still in good condition. Unlike Chisaki, we will have to use tools to utilize her power correctly. As such, I will need to make sure. Whatever, the woman grumbled before glancing away, just give me my pay and then I'm out of here. The hero tilted his head again. Oh? You were being serious about that? Chameleon looked back to glare at him, only for the rose to shrug. I see. It's a shame considering your abilities, but if that's what you want. I'm leaving town and that's final. Now give me dash. Thump. A loud banging noise echoed throughout the room, both glancing back to see a certain vigilante walk into the place. His form was slightly slow, but his body was completely black like his suit, with the exception of his chest that showed a giant white spider, his eyes and his mouth, which showed 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, along with a long pulsing pink tongue. And as he glared at the room before him, the lights suddenly turned on. Bulb after bulb on the ceiling flickered before showing an array of light, revealing the rest of the room. On one end was the wooden stage, complete with the rose, chameleon and the knocked-out Airy. The other side was a broken door, along with the vigilante known as Spiderman. And in the middle? In the middle of the room was 50 thugs, all who had been hidden in the darkness, but were waiting for the vigilante to appear. They wielded all kinds of weapons and quirks. Their weapons were guns, bats, crowbars and plain old fists. Their quirks were anything and everything, including just basic mutations like long fingernails to lobster heads. But they all were glaring at one vigilante. But the vigilante did not see them. No, he stared straight ahead as he saw Rose pick up the bound and knocked out Airy, who was standing by the chameleon. The sight made him let out a low growl as he whispered, Airy. And then, he charged at the 50 thugs, all of them roaring as they began their assault. For you see, the first vision Sir Night Eye saw would now come to pass. The rampage of the Spider-Man will now begin. Grrraaggghhhh roared as a voice as concrete cracked around the individual. Long breaths of air came next, a few gasps as the figure put a hand to their mouth and wiped a spit of drool off it. A light shined down next at this, showing a certain tall villain known as Muscular. He had spent the last minute trying to escape the wall that Spider-Man had flung him into, only to find his muscles stuck in the concrete. One surge of his quirk later, he escaped, but felt pain splinter through his muscles as he regained his balance. Taking a few deep breaths, he glared back at the now busted down door the vigilante had went into and hissed out, "That little bug. How dare he do that to me?" The villain's muscles retracted at this, reverting him back to his normal form as he let out a long sigh. Exhaling for a few more seconds, the thug felt his quirk readjust itself, his muscles vibrating and shifting as he walked over to the broken door. Keeping himself shrunken in his normal form, the man resisted the urge to just charge through. "This time, I'm gonna dash." "Hey!" suddenly yelled a voice behind him. The thug blinked for a second before glancing back, only for his one good eye to slightly widen as he saw a figure appear on the top of the ramp down to the bottom floor of the parking garage. A light shone down on the figure for a second before the shadows took over, hiding the being as they added, "I recognize you. Muscular, right?" The villain let out a low hiss, his quirk stirring as tiny muscle veins began to cover his arms. "What's it to ya? You got quite the bounty on ya, ranked up, though I honestly don't care much about that." The figure chuckled before giving the thug a "come on" gesture with their right hand. "So just how tough are you really? It is said that rage is much like fire, feed it, and it will eventually grow into something uncontrollable." The suit Izuku was wearing was no different. It fed on the anger, the hatred, the rage. But that was something Izuku did not have in abundance. It was not something he used. He was one that bottled everything up, all for his dream to become a hero. Due to this, the suit had decided to try something different: failure. That would be the leading source, one that would push Izuku beyond any point. Beyond anger, hatred, rage. These things were turned into something more, a rampage. And all it took was one glance, one vision of a certain wrapped up, knocked out girl across a room of thugs and villains. The sight made the pulsating pink tongue in his mouth slither out of his giant razor-sharp teeth as they slowly opened. And then he began to roar a single word, "Eri. Kill him." Rose yelled in response, a wave of "Get I'm. Die. I'll kill him," and more ringing out as the thugs instantly charged at the vigilante. It started with 10 of them leaping at the teen, all wielding knives, pipes, and one with crab claws for hands as they all bum-rushed the teen. But as they got mere inches from the vigilante, his body merely twitched. Vibrations of tentacles and tendrils shook all over his form, only for 10 black whips to shoot out of his body, each one wrapping around a thug. And just like a snap of a whip, the 10 were hoisted up by the black tendrils and slammed into the ceiling, cracks forming in the above concrete, only for all 10 to be yanked down and slammed into the floor a second later. Wham! The room slightly shook at the blow, a small dust cloud forming next. The other 40 slightly backpedaled at this, only for the fog to clear a second later and reveal 10 knocked out and bleeding thugs. They glanced back up at the vigilante, only to see the tendrils slowly go back into his body as his tongue dangled out of his mouth. "What the heck?" one of them yelped, only for another to yell, "Who cares? Get M." They charged again, 15 this time, heading straight for the web-slinger. Their feet rumbled the floor, soon showing off their quirks as one had a morning star for a hand, another turning their hands into swords while a third turned their feet into iron blocks before leaping at the vigilante to kick him. But as they all came, veins upon veins all vibrated all over the teen's shoulders, slithering and spinning as they covered his arms, only for one thug to reach him. That is, till the teen turned to the thug. The criminal was wielding a large metal pipe, aiming it straight for the vigilante's head. But as he struck down, Izuku's hand suddenly shot up and caught the weapon, making the thug gasp. Izuku then moved his other arm, tentacles surrounding the hand as it grabbed the thug's shirt by the chest, only to spin like a top and sling the thug into another. Ugh! The thug yelped as he crashed into 2 more thugs, only for the thug with iron feet to leap at Izuku. But as he did this, spider sense rang out, making Izuku quickly move out his tentacle-covered hand and catch the man by his ankles, only to instantly slam him down into the ground. Concrete cracked at the sudden blow, the thug barely able to let out a squeak just as 3 more attacked the teen. They all tried to strike his head, only for teen to sudden sidestep backwards, dodging all 3. The first thug was then uppercut in one single motion, the blow smacking his chin. As he was sent flying off his feet before crashing into the floor. The second tried to lift his weapon to defend himself next, only for the teen's other hand to grab his shirt and do a quick yank, pulling him off his feet before he found himself flying back first into a nearby wall. As for the third, he just went wide-eyed and tried to backpedal, only for 6 more thugs to appear and surround the vigilante. "Get M," one of them exclaimed as they all charged, Izuku just standing there as they got close. But as their attacks were about to strike, 6 tendrils shot out of his body, instantly smacking them all in the head. Each hit the floor a second later, all knocked out in one blow. And as for that original third thug, his legs were now shaking as he tried to move, only for the remaining 3 of the 15 to run up to him and grab his shoulder. "Dude, wake up. We gotta dash." "HHH," the third thug screamed before pushing them away. "I gotta get out of here." He spun around at this, now seeing one of the 3 exits of the room, a door on top of a metal staircase. The thug instantly cut into a sprint, his ears hearing, "Coward. Get back here." The thug merely responded with a quick glance back, "Are you all crazy? We can't beat that thing." And as he said that, he reached the stairs, ready to go up them. Only for those 3 thugs that had ran up to him earlier now smacked the wall above the staircase. All 3 fell down onto the stairs next, making him gasp, his bowels now ready to soil his pants. As for Izuku, he turned to the room, only to see that half of the thugs were now knocked out, and about half of those had fear plain as day on their faces. Seeing this, he let out a low growl before turning back to the metal staircase, seeing the thug slowly make his way up it. He then pointed both hands at the stairs, only for 2 giant tendrils to come out and grab the side of the staircase. The thug on it gasped, only to fully pee his pants as he heard a very loud creaking noise. His eyes slowly moved to the side of the wall. And saw that it was now getting farther away. And with one quick yank, Izuku proved Nightie's first vision true as ripped the metal staircase off the wall, the thug crying out as he was flung off the metal structure. He wasn't the only one crying though, as a good 15 more thugs were all gasping as they saw Izuku fling the staircase from one side of the room to the other, some gasping as they leapt away from the crashing structure. Dust clouds soon covered the area, some thugs scrambling back to their feet as the fog settled into the room. "Holy dash. Did you see that dash? Since when can he dash? How are we dash?" None of them were able to finish their sentences at this, as suddenly a mass of tentacles shot across the room, grabbing another 10 before lifting them upward. And slamming them back into the concrete below. Ugh. Ugh. Oof, they all ummed out before losing consciousness, only for 5 more thugs to turn to the now disappearing fog. And see a slowly approaching Spiderman. The pink tongue in his mouth was now twitching, the white eyes in the costume slightly curling and shrinking, as if they had a kind of white fiery edge to the tops of the eyelids. "Airy," he hissed, only for tendrils to fly out of his again, all instantly smacking the heads of the 5 thugs, knocking them out. Their bodies all crumpled as they hit the floor, leaving only 10 thugs left in the room. They were all closest to where Rose's stage is, and were all shaking as they pointed guns at the vigilante. As for Izuku, he glanced up, only to see the stage was empty. Rose, Chameleon and Airy were gone. His eyelids slightly shrunk at this, making him growl before glaring around, only to see another door at the corner of the room, just offside of the stage. Chameleon won't get away this time, he growled before looking back at the 10 thugs. Out of our way. You ain't going anywhere, replied a voice, one the vigilante recognized as he turned back to the room stage. There, standing in the middle, was the villain known as White Rabbit. She was wearing her usual outfit, and was pointing her umbrella gun at the vigilante. A grin shined on her face as she asked, surprised? You better be. The sound of guns being ped rang out next as the other thugs all pointed their pistols at the teen, the vigilante just growling in response. Izuku lifted one of his hands at this, tentacles slowly forming around the arm as danger. He muttered out before letting out a shriek, Raff, as pain instantly covered his body, his nerves telling him something just struck his back. Gotcha, cackled out a voice behind him, making Izuku turn to see Scorpia, whose tail had just pierced his back. The tail was equipped with a long, sharp blade, only for the teen's spider sense to ring out again. Danger. He glanced back at White Rabbit and the thugs, ready for the bullets that were about to fire, only for something to land right in front of him from the ceiling. And before he could react, 2 sharpened claws sliced at his chest, the black suit tearing as Pandemania did a cross-slash across his body. Blood flew out as the liquid covered both her claws and Scorpia's tail, only for Panda to move her right claw straight for the vigilante's face. Time to die, bug, she exclaimed as her attack prepared to strike the teen's flesh. But as she did this, Izuku leaned his head back, dodging the swipe. Seeing this, Scorpia pushed her tail forward, making Izuku let out a cry of pain before moving a hand backward. Tendrils fired out his right arm at this, instantly snagging the woman's tail. What the dash, Scorpia yelped as she saw the black goop grab hold of her tail, only to feel a sudden yank. Yow, she cried as it instantly pulled the tail out of Izuku's body, only for her to glance back up and see Izuku now staring directly at her. His pink tongue just dangled out for a second, only for him to let out a screeching roar. Rao-roar! He bellowed, only to instantly spin around with tail in hand, yanking Scorpia with him. Panda just gasped at this, hopping back as she saw the vigilante crack the tail like a whip, smacking the ground with Scorpia as the whip's end, her face hitting the floor. Scorpia! Panda and Rabbit both yelled, only for to see Izuku to then throw the tail behind him next, the villainess screaming as she was sent flying into a wall. A loud ugh could be heard next, only for Scorpia to fall to the ground in a heap, her face having hit the wall first. Why you little dash? Pandemania growled as she charged at the teen next, only for a tendril to fire out of the teen's left arm, smacking her in the face. She instantly lost control of her feet, only for the tentacle to quickly zip around her chest. Gasping at this, she was then flung across the room with a single motion, her form smacking the wall before falling over in a heap. Panda! White Rabbit yelped as she saw both her friends instantly get taken out. She then glared back at the vigilante, only to see the suit now repairing both injuries the 2 women had just done. Gasping, she pointed her umbrella and roared, "Kill him! Kill him now!" The thugs, who had all been watching with wide eyes and shaking legs, suddenly had their nerves come back to them before pointing their guns at the vigilante. And with instant motion, all began to pull the trigger and open fire. BLAM! 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 Bullet after bullet sprayed out of their guns, more than any could count as the shells all went straight for the vigilante. It was like a volley of violence, all centered on one single teen as stood there. And as a dust cloud kicked up from the bullets, clicks began to be heard as each withdrew their magazine. Hearing this with her own weapon, White Rabbit quickly yelled, "Everyone reload now. I want his body to be unrecognizable." Okay, one of the thugs yelped as they all scrambled to search their pockets. But as they did this, one of the thugs stared back at the dust cloud, only to go wide-eyed as he saw a black tentacle begin to slither out of the fog. He tried to stutter out, only for the tendril to go straight for his face. Pow! Ugh, he yelped as he was smacked across the stage, his body rolling into the wall beyond it a second later. They all turned to this, only for White Rabbit to yell, "Reload faster. We need to dash." R-O-O-Hey-R-R-R-R, yelled the dust cloud as they all glanced back, only for 9 tentacles to fire out, instantly grabbing the remaining thugs. And with a sound that was like the cracking of the whip, the thugs were thrown over the villainess and into the wall as well, all knocked out instantly. It was here that the fog dissipated, revealing one spider-themed vigilante, surrounded by knocked-out thugs and a ripped-up metal staircase. The sight was almost calm at this, as all 50 thugs were either silent, or just barely miming in pain. And as the teen turned to the villainess, she felt her hands reload the last bullet into her weapon. "Out of our way." Izuku hissed out as he glared at her, only to see White Rabbit just point her umbrella at him again. "I'm not done yet," she declared, her tone unwavering. In response, he just pointed his right hand at her, tiny tentacles forming around the arm. Tum! A giant black tendril shot out of the arm next, the black goo instantly hitting the wall behind the White Rabbit. As for the villainess, Izuku turned his head slightly to the left, seeing the woman had sidestepped the attack. She raised one of her feet at this, showing she wasn't wearing any kind of shoes. There was a grin on her face as she pointed her weapon at the vigilante again. "Didn't think I was that fast, did ya? Here's a newsflash for you, kid. My rabbit legs might not have Miruko's power dot, but my legs are 10 times faster." A resounding click came next, showing her umbrella gun was ready. As such, her grin just slightly widened, "And I'm just getting started. After all, even if you do beat me." Her eyes narrowed as she rested her finger on the gun's trigger. "Everyone is hunting you down. And that means you're dead meat." Meanwhile, the sound of clacking keys rang in a dark room as shining glasses stared at a computer screen. A long, monotone voice slowly recited the words that were being typed. Incident 20, Spider-Man fights the F-rank villain known as Mysterio, on live television that was hijacked by said villain. Due to this incident, the villain has been upgraded to C rank. As in interrogation, it was revealed that the Tinkerer gave him the technology to do this. The Tinkerer has been found in incidents involving Spider-Man as well, along with evidence of selling weapons to Danjuro Tabita, Jackson Arvad, Jalome Beecher, James Beverly, and several others that I will not be adding to this report. The man pressed the enter key before taking a small sip of coffee, the liquid gracing his throat as he pushed up his glasses. "TCH. He muttered out as the screen's bare light shined on his face, showing the usual dour expression of Mirai Sasaki. He had been spending hour after hour going over every incident he could find on Spider-Man. And just like the last few reports he wrote up, it was still not adding up. How do you do it? No one but All Might should be able to take part of this many incidents. He commented as he started typing again. Due to other reports, I will be skipping Incident 21, as it refers to the Shai Hasaikai incident. As such, Incident 22, Spider-Man vs. Grizzly. This incident occurred at 100 Ryloth Street, where the vigilante interrupted a gun smuggling operation that was currently being run by the C-rank villain, Grizzly. It is suspected that Grizzly is connected to Dash. Knock. Knock. The man's ranting came to a sudden stop as he heard 2 knocks at his door, making him glance up and say, "Come in." A second later, his assistant Bubble Girl walked in, a big frown on her blue face. Sir? What?" He instantly responded in a tone that seemed only slightly laced with venom. She bit her lip as she answered, "We got a response from UA." Mirai glared back at her, reading her face before replying, "Let me guess. Finals interfering?" She did a quick nod. "Yes, sir." Mirai let out a long sigh. What a waste of time. He pushed up his glasses at this. Very well. Mirio must pass so he can become the next symbol of peace. He glared back at her again. Any news from Xless? The woman shook her head. No, sir. TCH. Mirai sneered before glancing back at the screen, giving the woman a small wave. Try again. And don't interrupt me unless it's urgent. I have work to do. Bubble Girl did a quick bow. Understood, sir. And as she closed the door, the man let out a low, guttural growl. I can't believe this. Since when was UA this incompetent? They should have let Mirio pass already. I know finals are a tradition, but still. His eyes turned to the second screen, showing another image of Spider-Man. The sight made him hiss, a disaster is about to happen, and I can't prevent it alone. If only I had Mirio. Another image of Spider-Man appeared, this one in the black suit. I just hope I'm not too late. BLAM. 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 Bullets sprayed across the room as White Rabbit hopped around, tendril after tendril smacking the wall behind her. The villainess zipped back and forth, dodging every blow as she continued to fire her gun at the vigilante. Izuku had started moving as well, firing multiple weblins as he tried to slip up the villain, but she kept just ahead of his pace. Give it up, kid. You're going down tonight, she yelled as she hopped over another tendril, her hands quickly motioning around the umbrella as she reloaded the gun. No one's caught my legs yet, and you won't catch me either. Izuku just let out a hiss at this, only to move both hands forward. 5 weblins fired out of his fingers, each going out in the biggest spread-like direction he could do. But as he did this, the villainess just hopped around each, dodging every blow with ease. My turn. She giggled as she pointed the umbrella and fired. BLAM. 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 Shells quickly zipped across the room, Izuku raising both arms in a defensive position in response. This was followed by a mass of tentacles appearing in front of his arms, blocking every bullet as the shells hit the floor a second later. Touché. White Rabbit sighed as she dodged another tendril. Seems I'll have to try something else. The villainess hopped onto the room's walls and began to run on them, the woman putting her umbrella away in her costume before pulling out what looked like an old-style pocket watch. Let's try this one. She turned to the vigilante at this and quick wind-up, flung the watch at the teen. Seeing this, he raised his arms again, forming the tentacle shield. But as the clock came for him, his spider sense rang out. Danger. Feeling this, he quickly fired 2 weblins upward, both smacking the ceiling before pulling, yanking himself into the air just as the clock hit where had been standing. Kaboom! Yah! Izuku yelped as the clock exploded, the force of the blast smacking and searing his back. The teen quickly lost grip on the weblins, only for a tendril to shoot out of his chest and grab the ceiling, keeping him suspended. His eyes slightly shook at this, only for his spider sense to ring out again. Glancing back down, he saw the villainess fling another clock straight for him. Not this time, he thought as he pointed a finger at the explosive. A web line instantly shot out and snagged the bomb, only for him to quickly snap his hand in a single motion, flinging the explosive back at the woman. Gasping at this, the villainess quickly side-hopped just as the explosive smacked the wall, causing her foothold to shake. Whoa, she yelped as she tried to stay on her feet while continuing to wall run. But as she did this, Izuku had the tentacle suspending him to the ceiling now retract, causing him to fall back to the center of the room. And as he landed he pulled back his right arm before moving it, firing out a large black tendril straight for the villainess. And as the attack flew across the room, White Rabbit turned and saw the incoming blow, her feet quickly tapping the concrete before she leapt off the wall. But as she evaded that first attack, Izuku pointed his other hand at right where she was landing, only for a second tendril to fire out of his body, instantly grabbing the falling villainess. "Ahhhhh," she yelped as the tentacle slammed into her, only for it to keep going, her back soon hitting the far wall as the concrete behind her cracked from the body. Her eyes went white at this, the woman slumping over as the tendril retracted at the same time. Gravity soon took over, the woman heading straight for the concrete as she was now fully knocked out. And as White Rabbit's body smacked the floor, webbing covered her next, sealing her to the concrete. The next few seconds was filled with this as Izuku fired webbing everywhere, trapping every villain and thug in the room. It wasn't long till he was done, and his eyes turned to the door in the corner. With a low growl, he leapt over to the door and grabbed the knob, only to yank the door off its hinges. Glancing inside, he saw a long staircase, making him growl as he cut into a sprint. Going down a single flight, he quickly saw the exit of the stairs, soon zipping out only to come to a stop. He was now in a long and very dark tunnel. There was barely any light, and his eyes glanced around for anything. And as he turned to the left, he saw a new sight, another car, its lights just now turning on. "Get this thing going already," yelled a voice, only for another to yell out some very not nice words in response. The one yelling expletives was currently in the driver's seat of the car, this one being yet another nameless thug. However, Izuku recognized that first voice and hissed out, "Chameleon." He pointed his right arm at the vehicle, his tongue doing a wavy motion as he prepared to grab the whole car. "Danger." Wham! Raff! Izuku yelped as something smacked his face. He stumbled back, only for his spider sense to scream at him. He tried to have his reflexes take over at this, only to feel something rumble beneath his feet. Hopping back at this, he tried to evade the rumbling, only to suddenly feel pain encase his whole body. Reaha! In that moment, a giant pillar of thorns shot out of the ground, the vines instantly wrapping around his body. He let out another scream of pain before trying to summon a tendril, only for the vines to suddenly squeeze him. Rah! He yelped as the vines tightened, the thorns piercing every bit of his body. His feet were no longer on the ground at this, the vines now fully suspending him in midair before tightening again. Raff! Izuku roared out, his eyelids closing as he tried to move, only to feel even more pain. That is, till he felt something tap his forehead. Reopening his eyes, he saw Rose standing before him, a pistol in head as the end of the gun's barrel was now resting on the teen's forehead. "I knew they would fail," Rose commented as he raised his other hand, showing a small rose in it. In this one gesture, the vines tightened again, making him Izuku grit his teeth as he felt another surge of pain. And as this happened, Rose just let out a long sigh. After all, they're nothing but lowly thugs and criminals. Nothing but this world's scum. And as he said these words, his thumb reached up and pulled the hammer down, releasing the safety as he rested his finger on the trigger. "But not me. For you see, I'm a hero." These words hit the teen's ears, and though his mind was currently muddled as he felt an unending surge of pain, along with the suit feeding every bit of rage possible, he could still think clearly in that moment. For in that moment, he hissed out, "You're not a hero. You're kidnapping an innocent little girl. I know. Rose chuckled as he began to slowly pull on the trigger. But that girl is important. As such, I can break the rules to acquire her, just like I can now break the rules in killing you. Izuku could hear the smile begin to form under the Rose's mask. After all, I no longer need to worry about my hero's reputation and wait for someone else to kill you while I assist them. You've angered enough people that I can now just kill you and make it look like you went on a rampage and killed yourself. He pushed the gun a little more as he added, any last words? And as Izuku opened his mouth to respond, no words came out. It was too late, for the finger had just pulled the trigger. Bang! There was the sound of a light thud that rang out in that underground tunnel as Rose snapped his fingers and the vines around Izuku disappeared. The teen's body instantly hit the ground, the black suit on him quiet and unresponsive as the hero stared down at the body. All that trouble, and it was this easy, the man whispered as he put his revolver up to his mouth and blew out a bit of air, making the smoke coming out of the barrel vanish. Opening his vest next, he slid the gun into a hidden BRST pocket before staring back down at the teen. My troubles are finally over, and all it took was one measly shot to the head. You know, if Silver Sable hadn't betrayed that idiot president, I would show her your body and ask why she couldn't finish such an easy job. Spinning around at this, he took the rose that was in his other hand and put it on his suit's lapel. No matter. I am on a schedule today, so I'll report your carcass to one of my crews later. The hero then began a slow, steady walk to the black van, his right hand delicately raising up and grabbing the handle to the back doors. With a swift flick of the wrist, he opened it up to reveal an open back with one tied-up girl named Eri who was now awake. Hello my dear. Rose chuckled as he stepped into the vehicle, the girl squirming as she tried to move backwards, away from the man. Her mouth wasn't gagged, but nothing came out as she watched Rose close the back doors of the car. He then tapped the side of van and said, I'm in. The target is dead, so get moving. Yes boss, squeaked a pathetic-sounding voice, only for a growl to follow the noise. Just punch it already. Chameleon grumbled as she let out of a few expletives at the same time. Geez Rose, are all your minions this pathetic? Hey, the thug yelped, only to shrink back as he saw the villainess begin to shapeshift back into her normal face. Shut up and drive, the woman hissed before leaning back in the passenger chair. I want this job done and over dash. Her mouth suddenly stopped moving at this as her eyes caught something in the corner of her vision. There, she saw a long black tentacle slowly shifting across the window. What the dash? Grrrr! The roar shook the vehicle, all four inside turning to the source of the noise. Now, Rose and Eri could not see it, as they were inside the back of the van, but they soon felt it as they heard the driver scream, H. What the what is whoa? Rose yelped as he felt the van suddenly start moving, only to quickly swerve to the left. The hero reacted by gripping the side of the van, stabilizing himself while Eri let out a cry as her body slammed into the side of the car. As for the front of the vehicle, two black tentacles had smashed into the car windows, Chameleon quickly punching one away as the other smacked the driver in the face. And as the villainess turned to see the thug slump over into unconsciousness, she gasped as the thug's foot hit the gas while the tentacle swung around, trying to grab something only to grab the steering wheel. No! She yelled, but it was too late. The car instantly swerved as the gas pedal was almost pushed all the way. Speed instantly picked up as it cut into a left turn which went into the tunnel's wall. Smash! Ah! Chameleon yelped as her body was flung into the dashboard, only for the other tentacle to suddenly move through the broken window again, this time hitting the woman in the face. The blow knocked her into the slumped over the thug, knocking him off the gas pedal, causing the car to stop trying to run into the wall. But the villainess also lost consciousness. As for Rose, he regained his balance as he let out a low growl. Seriously? How many more issues are going to interfere with this mission? Giving Eri a quick glance, seeing she was now curled up on the floor of the van, he glanced back at the back doors of the vehicle and kicked them open. All right, who is Dash? His words came to a stop as both he and Eri went wide-eyed. Before the two was a large black beast, one that now towered over the van, complete with tentacles and tendrils slowly flailing out of its being as it just stared at the van. It had a long pink tongue, 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth that would make a shark jealous, and a large distorted white spider on its chest. It let out a low hiss as what little light the tunnel had showed its full form. It had large feet that looked like they could serve 20-size shoes, its hands now looking like claws with sharp talons for fingers, and its main body was lumpy yet well-framed. And then it began to speak. Its voice was slow, with a touch of a low tone with hidden viciousness inside it. You kidnap Eri. The hero just blinked at the sight, only to let out a long sigh. You're Spider-Man, aren't you? The beast just let out a long growl, making the hero shake his head. You know, I honestly get tired of being the gentleman some days. It's honestly a too stuffy life, and there's times I like to cut loose. But considering you seem to want to keep interfering with my life." With a snap of his fingers, a rose appeared into the man's right hand. "Let me show you the real power of my quirk, spatial vines. With it, I'll finally kill you, get this girl to the boss, and maybe get some much-needed rest. After all," he pointed the rose at the beast, "there's no one left to interfere with my duties." Meanwhile, wham! Blaff! Muscular yelped as his back slammed into parking garage's wall, cement cracking as he felt. His body now gets slightly stuck into the concrete. His one eye shot open at this, his lone pupil slightly shaking as he stared at his attacker. It was a woman with long ears and muscular legs, though her vicious grin that was once on her face was now gone. "TCH. Mirko growled as she dropped her offensive stance. The hero had been fighting the villain for a few minutes now, and she had to admit she was bored. She understood that the villain before her was A rank. He had killed other heroes after all. But that didn't mean he was a good fighter. In fact, she was certain that his quirk was the only real reason why he was dangerous. The man didn't really have much fighting skills or even talent in it. He just sort of rushed into every bit of their fight, trying to do every bit of damage as he could. It was reckless kind of fighting, which she honestly didn't mind since she did that all the time. But this villain did it so sloppily. Like, just pure slop and nothing else. And as she watched the villain pull himself out of the wall, she ped one of her legs as she saw the villain growl and hiss as he finally got free. Letting out a few gasps, the thug clenched his hands as he glared at her. You little. Yeah, whatever." Mirko sighed as she put a finger to ear and rubbed the inside for a second. She then gave him a "come on" gesture. "Just charge at me again like an idiot and I'll beat you into the wall." "Shut up. I'll kill you." Muscular roared as he quickly cut into a sprint, charging across the room in seconds. And as he did this, Mirko just cricked her neck before pinning her leg again. Veins of tendons covered the villain at this, doing the triple amount of muscles than usual around his body. He could feel his body spark in pain all over as he did this, but he kept charging. But that didn't change how simple his attack was. "Die!" Muscular screeched as he leapt at the heroine, Mirko just standing there as he moved both fists at the woman, his arms stretching as much as they could as he tried to strike the heroine. But as the attack was about to hit, the rabbit just glared at him before sidestepping the attack, easily evading the blow. The villain's fists instead smacked the concrete, cement flying everywhere as it hit the floor. "Too slow," Mirko commented, the thug going wide-eyed before darting his eyes to where the heroine had gone. Only for her to vanish. And then he felt it. Pain. Unbelievable pain. Thunk. "Mommy." That was the sound of Muscular's voice trying to squeak out a word. As for why he was doing that, it was because the heroine had kicked his manhood. And now all the villain could do was try to grab his crotch in pain. Only for the heroine to appear in front of him again. "Kill you. Time to go to sleep, loser," Mirko replied as she pet her leg again before winding it back and thwack. Wham! The thug let out no noise as Mirko's foot slammed into his face. His body went flying next, slamming into a wall as a loud crunching thud rang out. He ummed out as Mirko put her foot back down with a long sigh. "TCH. What a weakling," she muttered as she glanced away, her eyes scanning the room over before seeing the small door by the parked car. Blinking for a second, she slowly walked over to the frame, grumbling as she reached the doorknob. "There better be a better fight in here. I didn't try to hunt down Spiderman, only to fight a bunch of weak villains." And as the door creaked open, she felt her ears twitch. One more gunshot, she thought as she heard the loud noise. "I heard a bunch earlier while I was beating that idiot's face in. But now it's just one. Hope that doesn't mean anything." But as that thought went through her head, she heard it. A piercing, almost ground-shaking roar. It didn't sound normal. I didn't sound like a quirk. In fact, it didn't sound human. With that, her frown grew as she whispered her next words. "Looks like this job is just getting started." Eri was not having a good day. Granted, she could count on her fingers how many good days she had ever had, but she knew today was an especially not good day. She was now staring at the sight that would confuse many, including herself, despite how uniquely strange she thought it was. Before her was the one called Rose, who seemed to be part of her kidnappers, including that mean blonde lady that made herself look like that purple-haired girl who really liked to talk a lot. The man was fighting what looked like a giant black dot something in her eyes. She still didn't know many words to describe others, but the being was tall, bulky and had very familiar giant white spider on its chest, along with its white eyes. She remembered Rose saying the thing was Spiderman, but she knew he didn't look like that. Regardless, she continued to watch, now seeing her kidnapper dodge several tendrils as they all struck around the hero. "Insolent worm. Rose barked as he sidestepped another attack, only to move an arm as thorn-covered vines suddenly appeared and charged at the black beast. And as the deadly plants began their path toward the monster, he just swiped a claw, slashing through the vines like they were nothing. "You kidnap Eri," the beast growled as he moved one of its own arms, a mass of tentacles flying out of the claw in response. Seeing this, Rose quickly leaned down and touched the floor, only for a wall of vines to appear before him, slicing the tendrils to pieces. "You will not stop me. I am the gentleman hero, Rose. I will dash." "You hero," the monster roared as he swung his other arm, its claw slashing through the vine wall. Seeing this, Rose quickly hopped back, only for his back to suddenly feel the tunnel's walls. A mass of tendrils came next, making the man gasp before leaping to the side, dodging the attack at the last second as he quickly rolled on the ground before standing right back up. "Filth," he hissed as he pointed the rose in his hand at the beast, another volley of vines appearing as they went straight for the black beast. The monster quickly pared back a claw to slash through the attack, only for Rose to add, "Oh, no you don't. Die." He snapped his fingers and another set of vines suddenly appeared behind the beast, grabbing the claw that was about to strike the incoming first volley of vines. "Wah," the beast muttered out before the vines struck him, the thorns shredding through his body with ease. "Rayawag." "Ha!" Rose cackled as he saw the attack strike gold, another scream roaring out of the monster. "Now do you see how pointless this is?" He then pointed his rose at the beast again. "Now, give up. Surrender your worthless life to me as I dash." "Rose," the monster suddenly roared, making the hero flinch. And in that second, tendrils shot out of the beast's body, slashing through the vines before moving an arm again. This time though, the arm extended, instantly hitting the hero in the chest as he let out a cry of pain. "Blaff," he yelped before the claw slammed him into the tunnel wall, quickly smashing him through the concrete. And as the claw disappeared into the wall, it slowly retracted out, though the claw had nothing in its palm. A second of silence passed at this, only for the beast to mutter out, "There. Rose. Beaten, not hero." And as he said these words, he turned to the van, now seeing Eri stare up at him. She was still tied up, but not gagged, and she had squirmed her way to the edge of the van, sitting next to the now ripped-up vehicle back doors. "Eri," the beast slowly asked, "You okay?" She just blinked in response, only to whisper out, "Spiderman? Is that you?" The beast just stared at her at this, tilting its head for a second before nodding, "Yes." Why do you look like that?" The beast stood there, his tongue going up and down before replying, "Look? What dash?" "Tum. Rhea," the monster roared as a sudden pillar of vines slammed into it, moving the beast into the other side of the tunnel's walls. The sight made Eri gasp, only to turn and see the hero Rose, standing and growling as he brushed his shoulders. "You filthy worm. How dare you do that me?" he roared as he pointed at the monster next, more and more vines now appearing as they all move into the monster, screams of pain coming out next as the thorns shredded through the beast again and again. Eri could only sit and shiver as she saw an army of vines appear around the beast that she knew was Spider-Man, watching them all strike the monster as Rose walked up to the vines now covering the beast. And then, he did something she was very familiar with. In all her time under Chisaki, she had seen this happen over and over. It was when someone like Chisaki was angry, or even just irritated. Heck, she had seen that guy Ryukyu called Moon Eye or Night Eye or something like that do as well. He started monologuing. "You little bug. You just had to interfere again and again, didn't you?" Rose snarled as he summoned another volley of vines, another scream of pain following as he continued to rant, "You've cost me and my master months of work, and then you think you can stop this operation? You think you're special enough that you can fight me, a hero?" He then reached into his vest and pulled out the gun from earlier. "You are nothing. Nothing that a hero like me can handle." And as the vines tightened around the beast, its whole body now covered except its head, the monster just glared back at the hero and muttered out, "You hurt Eri." Rose let out a tch at that before replying, "You have no idea how much she's worth, do you?" He lazily pointed the gun back at the van. "That girl is the key to solving quirks in this world. She can literally make it so others don't have a quirk. Could you imagine what that means? How that could change this stupid, hero-infested world?" He then walked up and put the gun on the beast's forehead again. "Now do you see it? Now do you see why we need her? We need her so we can finally weed out all the weak garbage in this world and put heroes like me on top where we belong." He pulled the gun's hammer back. "But you want her to be free, right?" His tone was like he spat out those words as he continued, "Oh please. Like you could understand her value. She could revolutionize everything, including heroes." "Oh? Then why do you sound like some supervillain if you're a hero?" remarked a voice, making Rose spin his head toward the noise. Only to go wide-eyed. The was met with the voice's owner shining a big, mocking grin. "Hey Rose, been a while." Rose responded with his eyes turning back to normal, only to switch to a low glare as he growled out, "Mirko." The rabbit heroine raised one leg, ping in an offensive stance as she replied, "So that I just heard your whole evil monologue. Granted, I always knew you weren't the best guy." Her eyes turned to the van, now seeing the tied-up girl before glaring at Rose again, "But I will say it does not look good for you right now. You little." Rose hissed as he pointed his gun at the heroine, "What are you doing here?" Mirko just shook her head at that. "Seriously? You work for the commission, and you don't know? The prez asked me to hunt down Spiderman, and it led me here." She pointed to Eri at this, "which apparently also led me to catching you doing some not-so-nice stuff that I'll be escorting you to the police for later." Now, Rose was one that always kept his cool. As he had said before, he did like when he could let loose at times, but he almost always kept a cool head. He had been trained that way, trained in the art of calm, calculated demeanor. But not today. "Insolent witch," he roared as he pulled the trigger, the bullet instantly leaving the revolver. But as it began its journey across the tunnel, the heroine just sidestepped the shell with ease before zipping right in front of the man. "Time's up, Rose," she laughed as she moved a leg down, the hero responding with a quick step back. Her foot slammed the concrete, kicking up debris as he pointed the gun at her again. But as he did this, a black tendril suddenly shot out from the side, smacking the gun out of his hand. "What the dash?" he yelped, only for a foot to slam into his face. Blaff. Wham. Rose's body smacked the floor next, his form quickly rolling down the tunnel before coming to a stop, a small mmm escaping his lips before 2 feet slammed into his back. Pain surged through his body at this, making him scream out a small yelp of pain before falling unconscious. "TCH, too easy." Mirko chuckled, flexing her feet for a second before hopping off the hero's back. And as she did this, she turned to the sound of the vines the hero had summoned before now vanishing. But as this happened, her eyes went wide as she saw a creature begin to crawl out of the vine-carved hole it had been stuck in. Black veins covered its body, repairing everything it could as it lumbered over to the van. And as she watched it move, she remembered what was in that van, making her gasp before yelling, "Hey! Don't you dare!" She quickly zipped over to the back of the vehicle, taking a fighting stance as she saw the beast stumble over to the back of the van. And as he got closer, she growled out, "Not another step, ugly." The being came to a stop at this, black veins still shifting and vibrating all over its form as it stared down at the rabbit heroine. And then it spoke. "Ugly?" Mirko raised an eyebrow at this, only to remark, "Yeah, you're ugly." She pointed at the beast, "And you better not move, or I'm gonna dash." "Wait," yelled another voice, making Mirko turn to the still tied-up Eri. She had a big, worried frown on her face as she added, "Don't hurt Spiderman." The rabbit blinked at her words, only to glance back at the beast before pointing at him and saying, "That's Spiderman?" "Yeah." Eri nodded, "He's only trying to save me." "Again." "Again?" Mirko muttered before glancing back at the monster one more time, "You gotta be kidding me." She glared back at Eri, "Listen kid, I might not know the circumstances, but there's no way this monster helped you, or is this monster actually Spiderman?" "But he did help me. And that is Spiderman." She squeaked back. And before Mirko could reply, the beast slowly asked, "Monster?" Mirko glared back at him and pointed at his face, "Yeah dude, you look like a total monster. Like big, scary. The whole package and everything." And as the Izuku heard this, he turned to the van side mirror, trying to see his reflection. His eyes squinted as he leaned down, the tunnel's bare light illuminating the reflection in that exact moment. And then he let out a scream.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.